This is Audible.
Podium Audio presents The Order, Kingdom of Fallen Ash, Book 1 of the Order series. Written by Katarina St. Clair. Performed by Isabel Turner and Anthony Palmini.
Katiana. The muted colors of the medical wing blend together in perfect, insufferable unity. The space around me feels smaller, as if every drag of the clock's hand pulls the walls closer together. The expulsion tests have never been something I look forward to. Sometimes, covering the calendar and pretending the testing has already passed will make it easier when I finally face it at the end of every fiscal year. It's just one of the many responsibilities I took on, accepting the head position of New Haven's medical department. No matter how much I prepare myself to begin administrational procedures, watching the testing date draw nearer never gets easier. My heels click against the cool tile floor in quick jolts, the noise it creates bouncing off the wall, only to be drowned out by the sounds of the machinery behind me eagerly buzzing with life. It's hard not to cover my head and bury it in this hellhole of a sweater clinging to my throat. Initially, on a brisk morning, it seemed like a good idea to wear such a thick piece of clothing. Now, every part of it itches along my skin, its coarse material rubbing against the bump of my stomach, accentuating a feature I am only now getting used to. Gently, I run my hands along my stomach's smooth surface, feeling her small kicks hit against my palm with each press to my belly button with my fingers, my mouth curling into a smile at the slight sign of life. No one prepares you for the admiration you gain for life once you create one. The very morals I have chosen to follow no longer pertain to just me. That may be why I continue to allow myself to officiate the expulsions. Somehow I feel I am contributing to creating a better life for her and Kaiden. Pulling away from my computer screen, my crimson cheeks flare with heat. The countless mind-numbing minutes spent staring at each child's profile, making the time pass that much slower. Waving my hand over the computer's surface, I let the heat it gives off warm my chill hands. The second-to-last profile of the day flashes along the screen, my silent wait finally ending. With 3 swift clicks, the file opens, sprawling out the 4-year-old's life story in front of me, like she is merely just a number in the pool of thousands that New Haven houses. The child has ringlets of blonde that frame her face perfectly, her eyes as blue as the ocean. Staring at the camera, her flushed pink cheeks light up her beautiful smile, her skin void of any imperfections. Each part of her is perfect by design. I wouldn't be surprised if her parents predetermined her genetic structure before birth. Given her mother's brown hair and her father's brown eyes, her features are no doubt by design. They all hold each other happily in the photo, each one radiating perfection in their own individual way. Scrolling through her profile, I let my eyes finally land on her class. Untouchable figures, I whisper under my breath, taking into account her perfectly ironed clothes and uncalloused hands. Glancing behind me at the camera overlooking the room with a slow, blinking red light, my fingers tap my desk in an attempt to let myself relax. Thankfully, the mics didn't pick up on my snide remark. With a quick scan, I look over the child's medical information. Never does an untouchable child have any form of a health crisis after the strides my team made in our medical unit. Around 3 years ago, while I was still interning to fortify any skills my Judgment Day tasks could no longer provide for me, I had forced myself into as many sleepless nights in the lab as I could, running on a theory that some of our most traditional herbs we often looked past could be used for something much more significant than what we once thought. Initially, the solution I created could only ease infection. Now, it can repair major tears without leaving any trace of damage. We add to the original formula each year, growing the product's versatility for untouchables across our sector. At times, I wish I had never invented the cure-all, so I'd actually have my work cut out for me regarding our side of society. Continuing my scrolling, my eyes land on the girl's name. Lily Evermore, I say, tapping the large screen. Kicking my legs to slide the wheels of my stool across the floor, my hands work along the perfectly labeled cabinet that consumes most of the testing space. Dragging open the nearest drawer, I allow my hands to free a new neurochip from its package, the emblem of our district staining the front of the small cloth package. Pulling on clean gloves, my head turns away to avoid the lingering, pungent smell of latex that wafts near my nose each time I tug on a fresh pair, a small churn rising in my stomach. Doing my best, I shove down my most unwanted pregnancy aversion in a place where I can never escape the smell I hate most. I know, Angel. I know you hate it, I whisper, rubbing my stomach. With shallow breaths through my mouth, I grab a sterilized scalpel and some bandages, placing them flat on the surface of my medical tray. Gravitating my eyes to the small mask slung over the patient's chair, the toxic canister of Holloway gas rests behind the chair. 5 seconds with that mask over anyone's mouth, and they are gone, as if there was never any life to begin with. There may be more than one thing I regret creating for my people. Mrs. Blackburn? One of the nurses' quiet voice silently utters. Pulling my head away from my med tray, I let my empty thoughts fall away before finally looking back at the clock mounted on the wall. Only 15 minutes have passed since I pulled up Lily's profile. We're just waiting for your okay. Mom and Dad are eager to get home to celebrate Dad's new placement with his family, the nurse utters, holding up her fingers in quotations. I don't recognize her. Her badge is glossed with a new coat of plastic. She is a first year who most likely got placed here after her judgment day. She can't be any older than 21. Much like the child, her skin radiates a certain perfection, but an utter lack of individuality. Not that she can control the regulations set before one is even born. The sky was filled with ash for months after the first and only Great War. I can't say anyone was surprised to learn how long it took our founders to rebuild our society after what was left. Or should I say, who was left? Humans have always been naive. Some might even say they could not find true peace before the government we call sanctum took over. Women had gone infertile and countless men had gone sterile. The human race, as we knew it, was a mere few months away from its demise. A few months after the ash had settled, a few survivors created a safe space in the Pacific Northwest of what we used to call North America. The very genetic makeup of the human race had been forever altered by man's selfish need to absolve conflict with violence. Nearly 30 years of countless deaths and back-breaking labor ensued before the wards came up. Society rebuilt from the bottom up, all thanks to the advancements in technology our government had provided. After New Haven's wards came up, genetic testing followed shortly after. Blemishes became non-existent. Individuality ceased to exist. Diseases were eradicated within the womb. A new era of divine innovation created the first generation of children unaffected by the nuclear fallout. Soon after, we implemented the Great Divide, before turning to the neurostimulation chips to hold the peace. No longer would there be chaos, panic, and fear of how the human race would survive. In many ways, that's why we do the expulsions. Without the expulsion tests, those who cannot conform to the unity and order needed within our society to keep us all safe would threaten all we have done to uphold the society's virtues. Let one slip through the crack, and the perfect tranquility around us falters. At least that's what I tell myself. "Send her in," I finally urge with a slight wave of my hand. Giving me a nod, she pulls away, her brown hair swaying in her long ponytail as she flashes a passing doctor a set of perfectly white teeth. My fingers roll over my eyelids, rubbing away the pain the luminescent screen has brought to my eyes. Forest jolts in my stomach once more, my morbid thinking slowly dwindling as a smile encapsulates my face. "2 more tests, little one, and we can finally go home," I whisper, pulling up the child's scorecard. Lingering my cursor over the result I have been clicking all day, the want to mark the last 2 scorecards with a result of cleansed and walk out of here has never felt more appealing. Once a year, they make us administer the tests, and once a year, we are faced with nothing but hours of the same results. Cleansed after cleansed walk through the door, making each test seem increasingly more pointless. I had always thought it was an honor to have been given such a significant role so young on my judgment day. Sometimes the job seems so easy, I almost question why I was picked. The sound of 3 knocks fills the room, the pretty nurse swinging open the door only moments later. Moving into the space, a pair of youthful blue eyes meet my brown ones, pulling me away from my seated position. My hands shake at the thought of something going wrong, or, even worse, having to administer an expulsion. Pulling my dead expression into a smile, my hands stayed deep within the pockets of my lab coat. The bright white LED lights illuminate the space, the small girl, Lily, holding a teddy close to her. The nurse urges her farther into the room with tiny pushes, both of us watching her gaze fixate on the oversized chair before landing on my enormous belly. Her small eyes squint, as if it is all too much at once for a child of her age. "Hello, Lily. I'm Dr. Blackburn. I will administer your chip insertion and test today along with Nurse..." Embarrassed at my lack of knowledge of the woman's name, I trail off. "Amy," the woman says with a reassuring tone. Her fingers fidget with her badge, her legs a shaking mess. Her clothes are ironed to perfection in a way that indicates they have never been worn. Her anxieties roll off of her like rain down a gutter. If I had to guess, this was her first time administering aiding in an expulsion test. "Nurse Amy," I reiterate, the small girl's eyes squinting in observance. "Are the lights bothering you?" I question, motioning Amy to close the door. Slowly, she nods her head, motivating me to dim the lights. Shadows cast across the space, her eyes finally opening fully, her body relaxing slightly. Creeping closer to the oversized chair, she tosses the teddy she had brought with her in the seat, looking back to me for reassurance on what her next move may be. "You can get on it," I urge. Lily scrambles to pull herself onto the seat, my hands outreached, instinctively moving to help her. "I can do it," Lily says with a nose scrunch, her face pulling into a look of determination. After a few seconds, she is fully seated in the chair, her teddy staying between her arm and side, her hands rubbing it for comfort. "So, Lily, what year are you?" I question. Amy trails behind me, her presence like a shadow. Typical with most first-year med residents, she retains every bit of information she can, watching as I pass her a sterile wipe while pointing to the back of my ear. "I'm still in primaries," Lily's high-pitched voice responds, her head flinching away from Amy's graze behind her right ear. Hesitance lines the child's face, her body moving as far away from the nurse as possible. With a gloved hand, I sit back in my chair, rolling over to the pair before taking the wipe away from Amy. With gentle hands, I run my hands through Lily's hair to soothe her. Progressively, she relaxes into my touch, allowing me to sterilize the skin quickly. "I'm assuming you've done this before?" Amy questions jokingly. "Once or twice?" "Do you mind grabbing the tray?" I question. Amy nods, moving to my silver tray of tools. Her hands grab the small neurochip, balancing it in her palm. Rolling over the cart filled with test supplies, its squeaky wheels turn, Lily's eyes watching the movements with genuine curiosity. "Is that a chip like my mom and dad have?" Lily questions with a certain eagerness. I sometimes forget how excited some can become to have the stability of their chips. It is nice to know you will always have regulations. No more sleepless nights, no more pain. The chips can turn the most rampant mind into one of the calmest in a matter of seconds. Imagine a lifetime of never wondering if your body is in peak condition. With the chips, it's a guarantee. Responding, I brush my hand over the scar behind my ear. "We all have them. Every 4-year-old like you gets to come in and get their chip. However, not all of them have curls as pretty as yours," I whisper silently, giving her cheek a slight pinch. Her laugh lights up the silent space like a star in a dark sky. Even Amy smiles. Placing the chip in my hand, I reach for the small incision blade, keeping Lily's attention away from my hands. "Why is your belly so big?" Lily questions. Her eyes stay focused on my torso as I tap behind her ear. She doesn't react to pressure on her skin. Good to know. The numbing properties of the wipe have already gone into effect. It's easy to look past the lack of weight on most people in New Haven. The food regulations have made it impossible to put on pounds. Even when pregnant, my portions have only grown by a few measly extra carbs. We can blame the old society's obesity and health issues for that lovely regulation. "My daughter is in there," I say, pressing the thin blade down the back of her ear. Amy winces at the sight with a look of disgust. Slowly, I gravitate closer, watching the chip's spindles seep into the cut, its light moving from a dull white to light green. Clenching her palm, Lily's nose flares as she takes in a sharp breath, her eyes blinking repeatedly at the lingering feeling of the chip slipping behind her skin. The green light grows duller behind the skin of her ear. Quickly, I spray on a dose of our cure-all, watching her skin close as the lesion becomes nothing but the scar we all share. "What's your baby's name?" Lily questions, her hand gravitating behind her ear, feeling her new scar. "Forrest," I say, staring at the re-regulation device on the tray. It blinks in an attempt to pair with her chip. "Maybe when she is out of you, I can meet her," Lily says. Caught off guard by her tiny hand landing on my stomach, I stare at her with wide eyes as she smiles at the bump. Forrest's feet kick beneath her touch, Lily letting out a small chuckle at the gesture. The pure innocence that looms over her is nothing short of euphoric. "I would like that very much," I say, Amy's voice clearing. "Ma'am, it's ready," Amy whispers. Refocusing my attention on the re-regulation device, its green light syncs up with Lily's chip in gentle strobes. Looking flustered, Lily pulls her hand away from my stomach. Grabbing the device with steady hands, her eyes are wide as she looks over the slight gleam of the green light. As always, I program the usual set of commands into the device. Standing with verbal cues. The device's screen flashes as I begin running the simple code. "All right, Lily, go ahead and stand up for me," I order. With little to no hesitation, she slides off the chair, her tiny feet hitting the floor with a thud. Turning toward her teddy, my hands already inputting the following command. "Leave the teddy on the chair." My stomach drops as her hand continues to reach for the small bear, her hands enclosing around its soft material, dragging it closer to her petite frame. My throat going dry as I try to process what has just happened. "I must have input the code wrong," I whisper, frantically retyping the code. Amy's confusion rids her face, her eyes still fixated on Lily. I angle my body away from prying eyes, not once letting anyone see the device or the codes being input into it. Once again, I run the program, waiting for her to place the teddy where I have coded her to do so. She never does. "Dr. Blackburn, is everything all right?" Amy questions silently. "Lily, put the bear back on the chair," I command clearly to the wide-eyed girl. With great hesitance, she puts it back. "Amy, grab the scalpel," I order, the nurse's attention finally focusing back on me. With a nod, she grabs the small blade, Lily's hand shaking as I input the next set of code. The cool metal of the medical device presses into my palm like an unbearable weight. Once filled with pure innocence, the space around me is now filled with nothing but fear. "What are you doing?" Lily questions, her voice lined with fear. "Amy, run the program," I order, watching the nurse's perfectly manicured fingers press down on the screen of the re-regulation device. "Cut the right pointer and forget the action. End expulsion test." "Lily, I need you to cut your right pointer finger and then I want you to forget it all. Please tell me you can do that for me," I whisper as I press the blade into her hand. The shift between confusion and fear in her eyes has never been more haunting. Her small hand tosses the blade across the room, a look of confusion and fear swirling in the young girl's eyes. The surgical tool skids across the white tile floor, Lily moving to grasp her teddy. My heart rate accelerates, my body turning toward Amy with a panic I had not noticed had crept inside me. "Rerun it!" I yell in a plea. Once more, Amy hits the re-regulation device's screen, Lily continuing to flee toward her furry sense of comfort. "What's going on?" Amy mutters in a shaky voice. Feeling my frustrations rise as I look at the small girl's flailing figure. I see it now. No more smiles for her parents. No more small, euphoric laughs. No more stolen moments of happiness. "Grab her," I utter, both of us moving toward the terrified child. Her hands barely reach her teddy as I hold her head down. Her arms and legs begin to kick, her body thrashing against our strength. Amy looks distraught at the sight, only adding to the weight of shame suddenly looming over me. As I reach for the Holloway gas, my eyes fill with a blurry mess of emotion. "I promise I will do better," Lily screams at the top of her lungs as I continue to hold her down. Feeling my hands shake, I force the small mask over her screaming mouth, her lungs burning with determination to pull away from us. Her fire to fight runs through her, urging my hand to press down harder. Listening to her pain escape her throat, I motion for Amy to flip on the gas. "It wasn't your fault. There is no other way," I yell in a petrified tone, doing all I can to hold it together, the odorless gas working through the mask with ease. Her strong kicks and hard grasp on us slowly decrease the longer her screams help her intake the gas. Her body's valiant fight only grows weaker with each small whimper escaping her lungs. Her chest's large heaves die down to nothing. The bright sparkle in her eyes fades away, shrouded by the watchful shadow of death. The hand clenching the tail of the teddy loosens its grasp, her eyes hazy as life drains from her. My hands shake, trailing across the switch that dictates the gas's release. Stopping her body from slumping to the floor, I move her back into a comfortable position in the chair. No fight left in the small, lifeless body. Amy looks flustered, her eyes scanning over the young child. Tears roll down my cheeks, painting Lily's front in wet, abrasive splotches. "Time of death for patient Lily Evermore," I begin, letting my eyes land on the one clock in the room. It's hard not to laugh at the vile humor and how little time has passed. Only 20 minutes. 4:35 p.m., I finish, urging Amy's reluctant figure closer to my computer to update her chart. Feeling my emotions grow as I touch my stomach, Lily's blonde curls are now a matted mess from the resistance of her head against my hand. "She was tainted," I continue as I draw deep breaths. "She is no longer an untouchable." "What is her class now?" Amy questions, my hand searching under the small girl's shirt for any sign of her altered genetic makeup. Right on her hip bone, I see it now, an intricate white scar with overlapping crescent patterns and circles. It clings to her perfect skin like a diamond in the rough. With astonishment, I allow my fingers to pass over the slight imperfection. Scarred, rigid skin. Imperfect in all the right ways. "She's marked. Change her class to tainted," I whisper, Amy's head returning toward the screen. Feeling myself move the teddy back into her arms as I draw a shaky breath, Amy's hands still on the keyboard as if she struggles to fathom what to type. Watching her blankly stare as her eyes absorb the screen's light, her once quick movements are now suppressed entirely. "Take your 10, beautiful. You didn't see anything happen in this room," a booming voice says as the door swings open. Watching Amy blink back her stare, a dull light pulsing behind her ear, her body moving in uniform precision as she blankly stares toward the door's exit. Two officials stand, holding open the door with cheeky grins, a re-regulation device pointed straight at Amy. Her eyes blank as she casually walks past the pair. I see the tiny black bag slung over the tallest man's shoulder, my throat going dry, my hand already using my sweater to wipe away the few tears that had escaped my eyes. Lily's open file still has no class. With a few steps, the men moved toward the computer, changing her class to tainted as I had instructed Amy to do. She was going to change the class. Why utilize her chip? She was doing her job just fine, I question, shaking my head at the men. "Commander's new rules. The fewer people that know of the marked, the better," the taller man, Adam, says with a great deal of disgust toward me. I've seen Adam at quite a few socials thrown for official families every so often. On the surface, he seems charming. He's a man my husband often finds companionship in. Personally, I have always found him insufferably egotistical. "That would have been lovely to know before I allowed her to help me administer an expulsion test," I hiss with annoyance. Adam shakes his head as his counterpart, Nick, pulls the bag away from his large friend's grasp. The men move toward Lily with careless banter. Moving in front of the men, my hands are raised in front of me in defense. "She has parents waiting outside in the lobby for her. Good thing their chips work. Maybe they never really had a daughter," Nick says. his hand shoving the black bag to the floor, his knuckles white as he forces the bag open. Adam's hands gently move me, pulling me farther from the chair. Forrest's kicks accelerate, my heart rate beginning to grow. Adam's hands spin his re-regulation device, tapping it to the side of my head with a taunt, his finger rising to my cheek to wipe away a wet spot I had missed. I watch his eyes narrow the longer he watches me, the clench he has on my arm becoming that much more uncomfortable.
I hope you were not crying over something as filthy as a marked,
Adam hisses, both of us watching Nick drag Lily's body off the chair and straight to the floor. Her motionless figure rolls into the body bag with ease. I wince at the sight of Nick tossing her teddy into the bin, where all the discarded needles go. Her lifeless eyes stick to mine as Nick slowly zips up the bag. My jaw clenches in a sorry attempt to try and refocus my thoughts.
Because if you were, we would need to reconsider your position as head of the expulsion test administration,
Adam finishes, forcing my chin toward him to allow my eyes to meet his own. This is how officials are. They are arrogant and cocky bastards who feel as if they are above everyone else. Hand one of them a light sensor prod and give them the authority to dictate, and you get Adam. His gray beard and piercing dark brown eyes make him look years older than he is. I feel it now, his utter want to be above everyone in this room. If I recall, you have a mother who was saved by my cure-all, and a sister whose kidney was replaced before nearly 30 other unfortunates in line before her, simply because you knew me. I suggest you tread carefully in how you speak to me. Do not once question my loyalty to this government or my job, I hiss back. Adam's face pulls into a look of satisfaction, his mouth releasing a small scoff. Grunting as he slings the bag over his shoulder, Nick shoves past me, hauling the girl's frail body away from the premises.
For the sake of your daughter's life,
Adam says with a small press to my stomach.
I hope your loyalty runs true,
Adam says in anything but a sincere tone. Is that a threat? What do you do with the marked? I question. When an untouchable or unfortunate passes away, we wheel them to the crematorium. Why bag a marked body? I ask with a great deal of sincerity.
I think that information is outside your job description, Katiana. I would focus on getting this place back together. You still have one more expulsion test, and it's on an unfortunate, he says disgustingly. So make sure you use the thick pair of gloves before getting near it,
Adam says in a snap. Like Nick, he moves toward the door's exit, tapping the clock above the doorway. Watching his mouth upturn into a cat-like grin, a maniacal laugh gently bellows from his chest.
Only 30 minutes left on your shift. Maybe you can take out another marked and an unfortunate all at once,
Adam sneers, shutting the door with a thud. Hearing my voice shudder, my mind reflects on the girl's parents and what they have unknowingly lost. Years of memories of a child they had raised and nurtured, stolen in a mere few moments with a chip they had been told is there to monitor their health. A whole life was stolen from their minds, as if she never even existed. Dr. Blackburn, your final patient is on their way in, the intercom says in a loud, scratchy tone, forcing me to focus on the room, allowing my mind to retrace the chaos that had ensued. This is the only way, I repeat, working to rearrange my items back into optimal appearance. The knob slowly turns once more. A young brunette boy in tattered clothing meets my line of vision. His toothy grin grows wide, while mine stays smothered by the weight of my actions. It has to be, I finish, shoving down the large lump in my throat and forcing on a new pair of gloves. Chapter 1. Forest. The sunrise brings on a mirage of bright colors that explore my bedroom floor in varying hues of pink and orange. Despite the drawn curtains, each ray of sunlight blankets the room in all the right ways, as if it mocks the countless dull gray tones encasing nearly every item in the space. I watch the rays dance over my dresser before landing on my soft white comforter. The sun's heat touches my face as the cool August air slips through a crack in my bedroom window I had created the night before. A perfectly ironed uniform lays peacefully unbothered on my dresser. Its black bottoms and white blouse only add to the bleakness of the space around me. Still, I silently thank my mother for always finding the time to lay out my school clothes the night before, despite how tired she may have been from her shift the previous night. Cracking my back as I rise to a seated position in my bed, my hair slips into my mouth as the fog of sleep begins to leave my bloodshot eyes. Mandatory wake-up for Forrest Blackburn, my clock's annoyingly robotic voice says in a tone that jolts me awake entirely. Its screen flashes, waiting for me to confirm I have heard its message as if I have the option to decline. I was already up, you asshole, I whisper, angrily hitting the green check, confirming I am up to anyone and everyone in this house. I see the other members of my family's icons all checked green. Per usual, I am the only person who has woken up at 6 a.m. Leave it to my family to wake up nearly an hour before we are regulated to do so. Negative statements against New Haven regulated home care aides is a low-level violation. Confirm this message has been reciprocated, the clock says, urging me to let out a small groan of discomfort. I press my hands to my face, raising my middle fingers in the space around me. Hiding the vulgar gesture from the clock's camera, I flash it a wide smile. Confirmed, I say in the fakest tone possible. The clock screen goes black as it finally decides to leave me alone. My room is nothing special. It's a space filled with perfectly fitted furniture made of sleek aspen wood. Each wall is painted in a calm gray tone, the floor composed of birch wood boards all sanded to perfection. Even the drawings I had once plastered on my wall are now crammed away in one of my many sketchbooks shoved under my bed. One look from one of my dad's coworkers and they were torn away from the wall. Gray paint streaks the front of my dresser and doors. Every article of clothing I own is neatly tucked away, leaving me with nothing but school clothes and a few leisurely day outfits. It becomes insufferable wearing the same things year-round. Sometimes I envy the unfortunates' tattered and patched clothes. At least they get some variety. I stare at the few bits of jewelry I have within regulation. 2 pairs of earrings and 1 necklace are all I own, and even then they are only permitted for formal events. With a roll, I move away from my bed and closer to my dresser. The floorboards creak beneath my feet, shivers running down my spine. My hands fiddle with the uniform my mother has laid out, dragging it closer toward me. I wonder what I'm wearing today, I whisper sarcastically, tossing the clothes on the bed. The same black slacks and white blouse I wear daily sprawl before me. A gray tie, white socks, and a black belt all look as unappealing as the day before. I run my hands through my mess of hair, feeling it brush below my lower back. The brown curls stick together as a single gray hair pokes out in my vision. With a quick snap, I pull away the stray hair. My mother would have a fit if she knew my gray was already starting to show. With a gentle toss, I pry away my sleepwear, letting it land in the nearby hamper. The air from my window slaps my body as I change, my eyes avoiding my hip entirely, ignoring the dreadful mark I always do my best to cover up. I feel the gnarled skin beneath my fingertips while I pull up my pants. The birthmark lingers on my skin, standing out in a way most unfortunates do. Ugly and unnatural. My mom says it's best to ignore it as there, and seeing as no one else seems to have one, I've always found it easy to keep my mouth shut on the matter. Slowly, I pull over the white blouse and button it up to my neck, fiddling with the wire of my bra as I position my breasts in a comfortable spot. With 3 tucks, my shirt is in the waistband of the slacks, my hands yanking on the belt to give myself some shape in this outfit. I let the tie hang loose around my neck, hoping someone else would try and tackle it for me. With a large wooden brush, I mangle my hair, allowing myself to pull it back into a ponytail, keeping every stray hair away from my face. Hair and what we may do with it is one of the other regulations the new Foundations Academy implemented apart from uniforms. No hairstyles other than a ponytail, bun, braid, or straight down our backs are allowed. No makeup or distracting facial enhancers are allowed anywhere near your face. Vanity derives from many things, as does lust in young men for something as simple as a pair of earrings. All potential educational distractions have depleted to nearly nothing at all. Sometimes it's hard to imagine anyone wearing anything remotely distracting. In history, our teachers tell us of the vanity that used to consume humans before the nuclear wars. They call it a poison that infiltrated the minds of many. Part of the coding behind our chips ensures that trivial things like vanity and jealousy are almost non-existent. Running my hands over my jewelry before pressing my fingers to the small necklace around my throat, I feel its small silver charm rub between my fingers before tucking it beneath my shirt. I have never been caught for wearing it, regardless of it being outside of regulation. At times, it feels like my good luck charm. Glancing at my figure with one final look at the mirror above my dresser, my thin body clings to the clothes as the supple curve of my breasts and legs fills the material just right. For a few years, I was nothing but filled out. After a summer of puberty and plenty of supplements given to me by my mother, I finally started fitting into the clothes in ways I had wished I always would. Max and Reagan barely recognized me when I met them for the tram that school year. Moving toward my door, I nudge it open with a swing, gravitating closer to the bathroom between my brother's room and mine. The light shines brightly within the bathroom, Kai's tall figure sporadically brushing his teeth in detailed perfection. Watching him tend to each tooth, he ensures he does not brush too little or too long. His uniform is the same as my own. The only real difference between his and mine is that women may occasionally wear skirts if it is warm enough outside. His shirt lays uniformly flat on his chest, his tie folded to perfection. He grunts once I try to move past him to grab my toothbrush, glancing down at me with a full mouth, letting out an irritated scoff. Still, I shove past him, gathering a small dollop of toothpaste on my brush. Unlike him, I could be more precise. Vigorously, I brush my teeth in large streaks, Kai spitting up his toothpaste before rinsing his mouth. Watching him dab his lips with a towel, he leans his hip into the counter to observe me. "Did you get dressed in the dark?" Kai questions with a smile. Giving him a playful nudge, I threaten to swipe him with my dirtied bristles. "I decided to sleep in, unlike you," I say with a full mouth. Kai scrunches his nose, motioning me to spit. I oblige with a roll of my eyes. His hands fiddle with my tie as I wipe my mouth. His fingers work quickly, managing to fold my tie even more perfectly than his own. His curly brown hair bounces with each movement, most of his body taking up the space around us. He towers over nearly every member of our family. My mom and dad are not sure how he got so tall. Genetically, Kaiden was bred to be no more than 6 feet. Now he coasts at a large 6'2". Sometimes I question if he even knows how to use his long legs. Each step he takes is like a baby gazelle walking for the first time. His brown-green eyes land on my green ones as he finally finishes sorting me out.
I heard your clock tell you off this morning.
Kai begins, moving away from the bathroom, hitting the light switch. Trailing behind his slim figure, I let his long strides devour my short ones. What's new? I question with a scoff.
You know they keep track of that, right? Enough low-level violations, and you have to talk to an official before doing some community time,
Kai says. I almost feel satisfied knowing they dress me in something other than this insufferable uniform for community time. Who's doing community time? My mother's gentle voice questions as we finally turn the corner into our kitchen. She wears dark blue scrubs. Blue is the customary color for all of those in the health field. The table is filled with our regulated breakfast portions. Each meal resides in a small glass container, delivered by unfortunates every morning like clockwork. The steam hits the top of the glass container in white swirls. Kai tossing himself into his seat, promptly pouring a massive mug of black coffee. My father flashes me a smile before returning to the silent sips of his mug. He speaks on his phone, droning on about some unfortunate affairs he is tackling this week. I hear his frustrations rise as he leans against the wall. His eyes trail out the window in the kitchen, his chair at the head of the table pushed away from its usual spot. The call must have been sudden for him to speak during breakfast like this. No one is doing community time, I say after a moment. Sliding in next to Kai, I pull away the top for my breakfast portion. Eggs and bacon again.
Unless your name is Forrest and you tell off your clock for doing its job every morning, Kai says, his fork poking his eggs, my mother's eyebrows rising.
Forrest, I asked you to stop doing that, my mother says with some frustration. I narrow my eyes at my brother while reaching for the coffee pot. He slides it away from my grasp with one motion. I want some too.
Mom and Dad haven't gotten seconds yet. Plus, you get jittery every time you drink it, and quite frankly, I don't feel like dealing with that today, Kai says.
Forrest, my mother's voice says once more, I need you to promise you will stop being so careless with your actions. Violations are not something to tamper with, my mom finishes. My dad slowly lowers his phone. I understand, I start, trying to reach for Kai's mug of coffee. His hand swats me away, my dad finally taking a seat at the table.
The only people who should worry about the violations are unfortunates. Even a high-level violation for us is nothing but a slap on the wrist and some grief from an official, my dad says with a smile. Unfortunates. The people who have been placed on the lowest totem pole of this society. Here in the untouchable sector of New Haven, we have a good thing. We continue to create advancements in this society that better the people. Unlike unfortunates, we were born to do something more significant. We are more innovative, cleaner, and advanced in our thinking. The unfortunate sector lies on the other end of New Haven. Like most bottom feeders, they reside in a separate commune, not ever leaving the comforts of their hellhole. Some unfortunates work in the primary strip market, while others run transportation or deliver food for the untouchables. Unfortunates have been tasked to do the work our people cannot be asked to do. Farming, electrical, grunt military work, and all other undesirable tasks are left in the laps of unfortunates. Once they are away from their sector, unfortunates are only permitted to speak to untouchables if they are in an academic or work setting. Speaking outside of regulation can result in immediate punishment by an official or an ordinary person like me. In most scenarios,
Untouchables roughing up unfortunates is far from uncommon. They were bred to do the work our people did not want to do. They live to serve. We live to survive. That's the only way this society may function. As far as anyone is concerned in this sector, they are hardly people. When our school implemented its hybrid program, welcoming a select few unfortunates to be put in our academic setting to further educate the bottom feeders, people were furious.
You should listen to your mother, Forrest,
my dad continues, placing his phone face down as he speaks.
You don't want a list of violations under your scorecard when it's time for your judgment day.
He finishes. Placing a piece of bacon in my mouth, I process his words. In no way does New Haven's government-elected leaders deciding what career I am stuck with for the rest of my life sound appealing. The chips are supposed to gather the data they need to create a proper placement for each individual in this society. The Day of Judgment is something most people look forward to. Kai has had his outfit picked out for months and even convinced our parents to splurge on champagne for the event. I hardly make it through a school day without zoning out. What was your phone call about? I question. My fork shovels a mound of eggs into my mouth. Kai gives me a disgusted scrunch of his nose. Forrest, no work talk at the table.
It's fine, Katiana,
my dad says, shaking his head.
A few unfortunates working the market have decided stealing from our people was appropriate. Some had taken extra rations, and a few items were some money that they could redistribute in their sector. I had my men take care of them,
my father says with great pride. I watch him take a long sip from his coffee. It's as if he is washing down the words he just spoke with the dignity he must feel.
Good for you, Dad,
Kai says with a smile. I watch the men clink mugs as my mom's face stays abnormally stoic. One less unfortunate the better, I grin. My mom's eyes dart up to me as she narrows them. As quickly as it happened, it disappeared. Something was hidden behind that look. Something is always hidden behind her small gestures. Whenever I pry her on it, she goes silent, unwilling to elaborate.
I'm raising you both well.
My dad gleams with a large grin. My mother's voice is clear, her hand harshly lowering her mug to the birch table. Can we please not speak of unfortunate affairs at this table? It makes me sick to hear, my mom says with a small grovel of emotion lining her tone. I sit back in my chair to look her over. It's hard to decipher whether or not unfortunates or the conversation as a whole makes her feel so indifferent. Sympathy for unfortunates is a medium-level violation, the house's security system says calmly. My mother's cheeks fluster. Her hands run through her hair. My dad frowns, her head shaking toward him with annoyance. Her chair quickly backs away from the table as she swipes her portion tray. I watch her move toward the kitchen. The house waits for her to confirm its message. Understood, she says after a few moments of scrubbing her glass container in the sink. I feel a hand touch my leg in a firm grasp. My father's eyes linger on my own, his head leaning in to whisper.
Your mother works with unfortunates and untouchables. Her lines sometimes blur,
my father whispers, watching me pull away with a look of confusion.
Do not look at her differently when she needs guidance away from her good nature toward them,
my father says sternly. My mom stares forward blankly into the running water of the sink. With a grab to my portion container, I move away from the table and closer to my mother. Her head turns as I drop my container in the sink. She wipes away what I can only assume is a tear, taking a deep breath. Her delicate hands and sharp brown eyes pull her face together. Her hand dips into her pocket, quickly pulling out a small white pill. She places it in my hand, casually looking at my brother and father behind me. The two men engage in deep banter about unfortunate affairs. My dad's slightly gray-streaked black hair and facial stubble age him years beyond what he is. His green eyes are piercing in contrast to my own. With a press to my palm, she forces the medication into concealment. "You're supposed to be grabbing this from your spot in your bedroom every morning. Don't forget," my mother whispers as I quickly take the pill. It falls down my throat with ease. Its coating is bitter, only diluting in taste once I take a quick drink of the running sink water. Unlike Kai, who is nothing short of perfect, I still struggle with significant flaws despite the perfection instilled in most untouchable children. Ever since I was little, I would have minor episodes in which I would be absent from my mind. It was as if I had stepped away from my line of vision, only to come to and have no idea where I had gone and how I had gotten back. It was a moment of absence my mom began tackling as soon as she noticed it had begun. As far as I know, from what she had told me, I am not the only one who struggles with these episodes. Regardless, she tends not to let my father in on the situation, and the few times Kai has seen me take a pill, he often ignores it as if he can wipe the image from his mind. I know deep down my father has suspicions, but it's easier to have him believe what he wants rather than give him another thing to add to his list of reasons on why he is disappointed in me. A small, painful pluck from my head pulls me away from my train of thought. My mom drops my silver piece of hair in the sink, both of us watching it go down the drain with the flow of the water. "You're supposed to tell me when it starts showing," my mom says silently, leaning into the sink. For some reason, the women in our family's hair have spouts of silver that never seem to go away. Regardless of our age, our hair streaks with gray if not dyed. For as long as I can remember, my mom has always been able to hide her gray. On the other hand, I can never seem to go a month before it starts showing all over again. "I forgot," I say through a lie. Kai's arm wraps around my shoulder, his long arms pulling me closer to him. His weight and backpack have no trouble dragging me away from the kitchen and my mother's wary eyes. I grab my bag, slinging it over my shoulders. The contrast in items between Kai and me is almost comically different. Unlike me, his bag is filled to the brim with study materials. Science papers and history study guides threaten to spill from the zipper of his backpack, which has barely managed to stay closed. My bag stays close to my side. Nothing but my sketchbook and a vial of my mother's cure-all outside the backpack are on me. You never know when you might need to heal a wound, so that's my mother's mentality. I tuck my student ID into my pocket as Kai continues pulling my shirt toward the front door. "I can get a head start without you," I groan. Kai's wide grin consumes his face before he speaks. "Right, and that's why we are almost always late to the tram," Kai says with a certain superiority that I know he thinks he has. I wave at my parents, watching my dad make his way over to my mother. Her head leans into his chest as he holds her. I watch his thumbs gently run up and down her sides. Something inside me focusing on the touch. Her face grows red at the touch, her mouth curling into a smile as he presses his lips to her forehead. I fill with pain at the sight of the sweet, tender touches. My chest feels heavy as an absence weighs down on my chest. Kai taps our icons on the panel of the front door security system, indicating both he and I are off and on our way to new foundations. With a shake of my head, I look away from my parents, shoving down that sudden feeling of hurt inside me. A small ping of pain shoots up my side, my mouth hissing back a groan. Kai snaps his head at me as he shuts the door. I press my hand to my hip, letting my fingers feel the warm skin beneath my touch.
"What's wrong?"
he questions with a lick of worry. "Nothing," I say through a bald-faced lie. But something was wrong. My birthmark burns beneath my touch. The skin feels like it was scorched with a hot prod. The pain is sudden and all at once. "What the hell?" I whisper silently to myself. It leaves as quickly as it comes, taking all of my worries along with it. I let go of my teeth's grasp on my lip as we move. I hear our feet scuff the ground, feeling relief as we descend from the house toward our tram to the academy. Chapter 2. Forest. Can you imagine everyone still driving on the roads like they used to? I question, passing our father's car in the driveway. When emissions and the resources for gasoline began to dwindle, the need and want for vehicles in New Haven slowly died out. Most material used for transportation was utilized for the trams. A few token higher-ups like my father were awarded the luxury of locomotives for their commutes to keep their affairs to themselves. For everyone else, there is nowhere a tram can't take you. Unfortunates run all of the trams, and in return they are occasionally housed for short periods in this sector of New Haven for their later routes. Not that they deserve it.
Did you know it was sort of a rite of passage for children to be given a car when they were 16? Imagine first years driving one of those things,
Kai says with a small gasp. I reflect on the youngest age of our academy behind the wheel. They would see it as nothing more than an unfortunate's job. Even Dad has unfortunates drive him in his car sometimes, I say. Kai lets out another laugh.
You think you could drive it if you had to?
I reflect on the intricate interior of our father's complicated car. If I had a light sensor prod to my back, then maybe. We both rub our arms, walking in an unspoken unison. Leaves trail the street in piles. The trees shift from the luscious green to the burnt oranges and yellows of fall. I hear each crunch beneath my foot with each step. The street is clean and orderly. Not one crack meets the sidewalk's smooth concrete surface. Was it weird today at breakfast? With Mom, I mean? I question after a few moments of silence. The contents of our bags clink together as we walk. The air seems chiller, almost like the question lingering between us has only cooled our bodies more.
Like Dad said, her lines blur at times because of her work,
Kai says. He is like a repetitive voice box for my father. I sometimes wonder if he has ever had an individual thought that wasn't meant to satisfy others. That's not what I asked, Kai. My hands are shoved deep into my pockets. My fingers toy with a small thread for some sense of distraction. Once more, silence is all I hear.
Yes, it was,
he says, speaking like he is only now processing the abnormality of the situation. "Blackburn!" a familiar voice yells in a sweet tone. A pair of blonde twins wait at the tram stop, looking straight toward us. I see the other students linger by the stop in waves of black and gray. Each one wears their customary gray tie and bleak uniform. I see her manicured pastel pink nails wave in the air toward us. Her long blonde hair is wound into a bun, her uniform perfectly positioned just like Kai's. I see her large bag bounce with each step toward us. Her hands clutch a thermos similar to Kai's. Her blue eyes lock with mine with a scrunch. I watch the upturn of her brother's smile the longer he walks with her. His taller stature and perfectly white teeth only add to his mess of blonde hair, and given his athletic build, courtesy of being in the school's athletic department, it's hard not to look at Max a little closer. His tie loosely hangs from his neck. His bag stays partially open. Both twins radiate an unshakable beauty neither my brother nor I can look past. My brother's eyes remain on Reagan like a moth to a flame. Max and Reagan Vega have been with us for as long as I can remember. Their father got promoted around the same time my father did, and because of it, our housing has never been far apart. From childhood to now, they have always been consistent in our lives. The twins are 20 and in their 5th year at New Foundations Academy. Kai is almost exactly a year older and in his 6th and final year at the academy. It's bittersweet to see his last year finally approach him. I can already see him in a position like my father's, decorated with several awards for his academic merit. His judgment day will be something impossible for me to compete with. He and the Vega twins have years of accomplishments under their belt. I have nothing.
To think I almost thought you two were going to be late,
Reagan says, her arms wrapping around my neck. I embrace the hug with a squeeze. Her lavender and vanilla perfume clings to my nose with a sweet singe. I feel her soft hair pressed to the side of my face while her arms pull me close. Her thermos brushes over my hands. I can't help but shoot her a look of plea.
Can I steal some?
I question. Before she can answer, Kai nabs the thermos, giving himself yet another opportunity to try his horrid flirting tactics on a girl he has been hung up on for years. The worst part is, she sees right past it.
You still don't need the caffeine,
Kai says with a shake of the thermos. I feel Reagan pull away, trying to grab her drink. My brother holds it high, watching the small blonde jump, doing her best to get it away from him. Both of their smiles devour their faces the longer they mess around. I can see it now. His cushy official job and her nursing program all wrapped up with their perfect house, only a few blocks from the home we have now.
Here,
Max mutters from next to me. I feel him press his thermos in my hand, both of us turning away from the pair. I give him a slight side-eye. His smirk pulls over his perfect teeth so casually.
I won't tell if you don't.
I happily take 3 long swigs from the bitter drink. It runs down my throat with complete familiarity. I let it warm my stomach before handing Max back the much lighter thermos.
Thank you.
He smiles, raising his hand to wipe the minuscule drops of coffee that linger on my lips. I feel my face fluster at the motion. His hands dip back into his pockets like the touch had never happened. Max has done something like that before. Over the years, he has gotten braver than Kai when showcasing his crush. Sadly, as hard as I try, I can never reciprocate whatever feelings he has.
To hide the evidence,
He shrugs, justifying the action. I nudge his arm with a smile, listening to Ray's small grunts. Her hand is on Kai's face, forcing him to lower her drink with a pinch on his nose. Like an obedient dog, he lowers his arm. Ray's face is blanketed with a look of pure satisfaction, while she pats my gentle giant of a brother on the head.
Good boy,
she mutters, her twin crossing his arms. Max and I can't help but laugh at Kai's utter look of defeat. The group of students lingering about the stop begins to murmur. The gaggle, once fully dispersed, now becomes condensed. Students stand shoulder to shoulder. It resembles that of a wall. My laughter dies down as I process the scene unfolding before me. Students whisper, their faces changing from curiosity to disgust. 2 boys in my year, Colton Stark and Josh Seal, gravitate toward the group with sinister grins. If there is one thing those 2 are good at, it's causing problems. This year alone, Josh has had 4 meetings for the number of violations he has broken. The only reason he has avoided his community time is because of his dad's position on the council. Being a seat below the commander can get you away with many things. Josh's brown hair is pulled back into a loose bun on his head. His olive skin and golden eyes only add to his popularity amongst the women of my grade. He stands a foot or so smaller than Kai. He does many athletics with Max and, as a result, has an ego higher than even the most stuffy untouchable. His counterpart, Colton, is no better, although considerably less eye-catching with his straight red hair and pale skin. His friendship with Josh has only aided his sociability. The pair together is nothing short of maniacal. I move past Kai and Ray in the wake of the growing tensions amongst the group. Spit begins to physically leave students' mouths. They shield my line of vision from what they are staring at. Max stays close to me. The blonde's face contorts as he processes an escalating situation. Ray and Kai hesitantly follow behind. They are more worried about their positions on the student council and their involvement in radical affairs rather than the gravity of a situation an angry crowd like this might create. I grasp Max's sleeve the closer we get to the group. Nudging a few students out of his path, the clearing finally opens for us to observe what's happening. Her tattered clothes and work-worn hands embrace her like a beautiful mosaic. The veins in her hands and brown spots on her skin show her years of age and the maltreatment of her already frail figure. Dirt-ridden shoes and shaky hands support the older woman's figure, her hands grasping a cane for dear life. Her body is almost concealed entirely by her sorry excuse for a robe. Straggly threads and patchy holes coat the clothing from head to toe. Her skin is dark, partially by genetics but also from her time in the sun. Her hair is nothing but a gray mess atop her head. Dirt clings beneath her broken nails. Max feels rigid beneath my touch. Colton and Josh pull away from the group, beginning a taunt toward the woman. Why is she so far from her sector's tram stop? I question, observing the situation with a pit in my stomach.
You're a long way from your people's pigsty of a sector? Josh beckons with a casual walk toward the woman.
The woman's head remains down, her foot tapping in a way I know is meant to ease her. I look around for a sign of why she may be standing here. Her frail arm holds a bag filled with fruit nearly ready to be thrown in the bin. Her eyes squint, masking her line of vision from the 2 students towering over her. Her legs shake beneath her weight out of pure adrenaline. I move a little more past Max, letting my grasp fall away from him until my body now stands within the group's inner circle. Kai has already managed to shove his way to the front as well. I feel Max's hands linger on my back, ready to drag me back at any moment. The woman begins, reaching in her bag, quickly regretting the decision to defend herself with words. I have to stop my body from physically recoiling as Josh's hand strikes the woman across her feeble face. She lets out a gasp, her palms colliding with the concrete. Her soot-filled cane rolls away several feet from her. Josh and Colton smile. Both men are filled with nothing but happiness at the sight in front of them.
You were not permitted to speak to me,
Josh hisses. His foot drives down on the woman's cane, shattering it instantly. Once more, I feel my stomach drop the moment her scuffed hands begin to paint the ground with streaks of blood. With 2 steps, I am backed into Max, letting my shaky hands press to his forearm that has found its way around my front.
It's just an unfortunate. Look away if you need to,
Max whispers coldly. An unfortunate who has done nothing out of regulation. The woman's head stays lowered. Her hand covers her mouth in an attempt to hide her sobs. The other students laugh, mocking her with varying, wailing tones. Her bag of fruit is sprawled on the ground. Understanding why she is in our sector doesn't take a genius. I pull away from Max's grasp, feeling the clarity wash over me. The fruits are older, meaning she had picked them up from the untouchable market before they were tossed. Sometimes, unfortunate business owners come into town to collect what we will discard and utilize it in their sector. The handcrafted logo for her bakery is stitched into the front of her apron, now streaked with her blood. Colton walks around the woman, resembling a crow stalking its prey before it dives. "Should I kick her again to remind her why we don't let unfortunates into our parts?" Colton questions Josh. He's just another one of Josh's henchmen doing his bidding because he is too self-obsessed with the look of his own hands to deliver another blow. Josh nods, signaling Colton to raise his foot. My hands nudge the front of Colton without thinking. The soft material of his uniform meets my fingertips with a gentle touch. My push turns into a full-blown shove the deeper I lean into the movement. Colton has nothing to grab onto, falling backward with the instability of his one leg. The other was already in the air, ready to deliver a blow I knew the woman couldn't take. Colton's red hair sprawls on the ground. Josh's hand raises, readying himself to give me his next slap. He pauses once he notices who was standing in front of him. People whisper, signaling Kai to make his way next to me. Max's hand now rests on my lower back, his eyes dead set on Josh. "Cute gesture, Blackburn. Now get out of my way," Josh says, paying little attention to his friend angrily pulling himself off the ground. "She owns a business over there. This was part of her produce route," I begin, lowering myself to the woman. Her eyes are away from my own with each pass of my eyes. I grab the small paper poking from her pocket. The Unfortunates Market logo is displayed on the slip in a black stamp. I hold it up to Josh, ignoring the sound of her small groans behind me. "She was trying to tell you about her voucher for this sector." My hand presses the slip on his chest, his eyes narrowing more. "You beat an unfortunate and nearly hit me just to feed that extremely tiny ego of yours," I finish. His narrow look becomes a full-fledged scowl. His leg steps toward me, ready to drag me down like the woman. "Lay a hand on her, Josh, and I will make sure you pay for it during combat class," Max says with a snap. Josh backs down, moving away from Colton's flustered figure out of annoyance. "I didn't realize you were a dirty, unfortunate lover," Josh spits. I shake my head at him, feeling my finger pressed to his chest with a deep push. "I hate every part of their existence. What I don't like is you delaying the tram because you don't know when to piss off and leave an unfortunate alone," I spit back. Even being turned away, I can hear Max's smile rise on his face. Ray looks flustered in the back of the crowd. Everyone around is staying silently neutral. The tram is at a dead standstill at the stop. Minutes have passed, waiting for someone to enter its open doors. "The school's officials would not like to hear you threatened an unfortunate and delayed a good portion of students from being to class on time for your own amusement. I suggest you choose your next words wisely and get on the tram," Kai finally says. His large hand grasps Josh's shoulder. Josh swipes away his hand. All of his anger surrounds him like a wild animal with no restraints. "Your authority only extends to picking a theme for the Academy's social. Not out here, Kai. Remember that." Josh wipes his mouth, backing away, leaving his words for all of us to take in. The bus driver's head is lowered in the same fashion as the women's. Slowly but surely, Josh and Colton's lead in entering the tram causes more to follow. One by one, students make their way through the wide doors. The bus driver can't help but glance at his fellow unfortunate with a look of hurt. The driver does not indicate his worries. He remains planted in his seat, not once getting up to help the woman. Regulations say he must stay at his posted job. Her knees are pulled into her chest, her painful cries still prominent. Our group is the last left outside before filing on the crammed vessel. My touch pulls away from Max the farther he moves up the steps of our one trustworthy source of transportation. I allow all my companions to file on, taking a step back to give them some space. My hand flies to my torso, its dull heat filling my lower stomach. I feel a sharp pain in the same spot I had this morning. My neck tingles with anticipation, my hair rising like the coldest chill has entered my bones. My heart races in ways you only get if you survive on nothing but coffee for days. I grab my chest, pausing to force out a full breath. The smell of cedarwood and soap wafts past my nose, changing entirely from the crisp autumn air. Aggressively and painfully, a body collides with my own, sending my shoulder flying back, narrowly avoiding a collision with the side of the tram. I force my body around, ready to scream at the untouchable willing to be so reckless with me. A tall figure, taller than Kai, crouches down to the older woman. His back is to me. His raven-colored, curly black hair is nothing but a wild, uniform mess atop his head. I watch his shoulders move as he coaxes the women. My stomach drops as I analyze his willingness to be near her.
Your legs still work, don't they, Dove? Get out of my sight.
His deep voice snaps. I look him over repeatedly, trying to process what the hell he is doing. His voice is unfamiliar. Quickly, I pull myself up into the tram, letting my eyes pass over the bus driver as he gives me a nod. Per usual, I ignore the gesture, feeling my hair continue to rise while processing the man's blatant rudeness. Maybe Josh will have another person to drag around to torment people with. Max is taking a seat right as I get on. His hand waves me over next to him. Ray is already talking Kai's ear off, nearly leaning into him. Kai's brows raise the closer I get. Max's hand drags me down, almost sitting me in his lap. His hand stays placed on my lower back. Max's physical gestures have grown over the past few months. I sometimes wonder if feeding into them is all that bad. Max sits with a certain confidence. I know Kai wishes he had. He knows how to address everyone in the room while making your conversation with him feel entirely individual. There's a reason my father thinks he is perfect for me.
Did that unfortunate touch you?
Kai questions with a disgusted expression. I pause, pulling my mind away from Max's looks. What unfortunate? All I can think of is the woman's worn and battered figure. My mind draws blanks at my brother's question. His boots hit the tram floor with loud thuds. All of my hair rises on my arms once more. The goosebumps shortly follow. Sweat collects on my back, my shoulders still throbbing from his collision with my arm. I see now the patches working up and down the man's worn uniform. His deep blue eyes scan his surroundings with a hike of his old backpack up his shoulder. His hands are calloused from manual labor. A deep scar flecks his cheek, his curls falling forward to frame his face in a perfect layout. His body is larger than any untouchable man I have seen at our age. His mouth is downturned, his face painted with a stoic expression. He claps the bus driver on the back with familiarity, ignoring Josh's scoff once he pulls away from the man. My heart races once he moves past me. There are no words to describe the pit in my stomach that forms once he moves past the untouchable section of the bus and seats himself beyond the red tape into the unfortunate area of the tram. An unfortunate told me what to do. An unfortunate touched me. His legs are spread where he sits. He slings his arms over his neighboring chairs, letting them drape. Rolling it to pop it, he cranes his neck back, his head still held high. In a way, it shows his utter lack of fear of being stared down by this many untouchables. Not once have I seen an unfortunate hold themselves like this. Not once has anyone made me this nervous. My birthmark continues to run hot with each passing moment. The tram doors close, only making my legs shake, knowing there is no quick way to escape this tram. I lean into Max, letting his heartbeat soothe my anxieties and uniform pulses.
Did he, Forrest?
Max questions. My friends wait for an answer impatiently. I swallow the lump in my throat, readying myself to answer. With one glance, I know he is watching me, stopping my rational thinking from happening. His blue eyes pierce through my soul with a look of pure hatred. His brows furrow, his arms crossed. I can see the veins work through his arms, a scowl nearly consuming his face. Even this far away, it feels as if he could take me and drag me across the space. Even worse, it feels like he wants to. There is no fear in his expression, no cowardice. All there is hate, and he is looking at me like an animal, wanting to rip me apart. My lip quivers in my attempt to force out the truth. My brother's eye contact is still not enough to shake his watchful eyes. No, I say without thinking. He didn't, just moved past me, I finish. It's an utter and complete lie that has left me like second nature. In every scenario, this would lead to him receiving a high-level violation. It feels as if I cannot get the truth out of me. See? Everything is fine, Reagan chirps. I give her a half-assed smile, leaning into her twin with a grunt. My hands skim over my bag, finding empty space where my mother's cure-all once resided. My hand frantically runs over the bag, feeling around for any sign of the small vial. Like a labyrinth with no end, I only find dead ends with each touch.
You okay?
Max questions. All I can do is nod before looking at the unfortunate once more. He looks out the window, not once pulling his gaze to me like he had before. My eyes strain to look for a small vial shoved deep within one of his pockets. The black material of his pants shields anything from distinctly showcasing without very close observation. I narrow my eyes at him with a great deal of frustration. Never in my life have I hated a pair of blue eyes like I do the ones on the unfortunate seated at the back of the tram right now. The question is, who are you? And what are you doing in the untouchable sector? Chapter 3. Forest. The commute to the academy is no more than 15 minutes. One of the biggest promises New Haven's founders tried to hold to was convenience when deciding to eradicate most sources of transportation through the city. All of New Haven was built around the idea of functionality and schedules. Each person plays a part in the flow of order that goes into maintaining a functioning community. In many ways, Josh would have received more punishment for delaying the tram, in contrast to an unauthorized assault on an unfortunate. Like clockwork, despite our delay, the tram rolls to a dead stop in front of the massive building at 7 a.m. on the dot. He must have had to speed to make up for lost time. I wonder if he is punished when picking up the slack for mishaps like the one Josh created. I ignore the feeling of the unfortunate's eyes gravitating back to me. As quick as lightning, I move off the tram, hardly giving the driver enough time to swing open the doors. The cool metal of the tram doors collides with my forearm, allowing my body to spill onto the even-cut grass. Its color is no longer the vibrant green it once was during the hot summer months. It is now sprawled with dead pieces, all brittle beneath the weight of my body. The Academy's large building consumes this plot of land. It is considered the beating heart of New Haven, housing all of this community's growing minds. It resides in the middle of the untouchable sector, taking up the most space out of any other building within its vicinity. Its walls are made of concrete and stone. The roof is nothing more than glass panes, all pushed together to create a point. Wood trim decorates every side of the structure. Plants, trees, and koi ponds work through the grounds, consuming the grassy areas in bursts of color. Students work in and out of the massive double glass doors. Teachers chatter about their days, repositioning their maroon blazers that help set them apart from the student body. Groups of students linger about the scenic portions of the land. Even in the hottest months, the school's glass ceiling can stow away the warmth completely. Like most other buildings in this sector, color is hard to pinpoint on the structure. Even the flowers are dull, like they had to choose the most boring colors to plant them. Kai and Reagan move past me, barely acknowledging my presence. They are deep in a conversation about their positions on the Student Advocate Council. The interaction with Josh has only made them more wary of his sporadic actions. Reagan holds Kai's forearm close. In many ways, it's easy to see why he continues to try and pursue her. She's safe. No one would ever question why they chose one another. It's as if everything in Kai's life has always just made sense. He has never once sat back and questioned his role in any of this. He's always just known. My body becomes tense again at the sound of the Untouchables' quiet banter behind me. With a casual shift of my body, I observe the raven-haired asshole quietly conversing with the bus driver. With his head raised, I can now see how old the man is. Possibly 10 years older than my father, and maybe even more. His head is no longer lowered as he speaks to his mutual. The two men converse with a great deal of familiarity. Working in a sector where you bus around silent untouchables all day, a familiar dirtied face would liven your spirits. The unfortunate leans into the bus driver, whispering something in the man's ear that warrants a shift in his demeanor. The bus driver looks frazzled, the whispers between them containing something not meant to be said out loud.
"You coming?"
Max's voice questions, breaking my hateful gaze toward the men. He keeps his arms crossed, eyeing Josh and Colton as they move by. Unlike Kai and Ray, he isn't hiding the fact he has noticed my sudden shift in attitude. Like a guard dog, he waits up for me, even allowing me to take a moment to stare down the unfortunate the same way everyone else had the duration of the tram ride. "Yeah, thank you for waiting up. I struggle to understand why one is on our school grounds." Max gently smiles, holding his head high. The unfortunate steps off the bus, waving to the driver once before pulling away. Just like he had when he entered the tram, the unfortunate ignores everyone around him. Even his walk would have most convinced that he knows where he is going.
"The transfer program. Don't you remember how desperately our dads tried to shut it down?"
A few unfortunates are granted the ability each school year to learn on the same level as untouchables, to keep their businesses and economy functioning normally. Without the unfortunates' aid in growing our agriculture, we would have nothing. Without us, they would have no safety. A ward surrounds the city, keeping away the ash and toxins floating around the air beyond New Haven. Some other regions adopted by Sanctum are spread across this continent, but we rarely hear anything about them. New Haven is all there is for miles. Only ash and a once valiant society remain buried in the Earth's ground. They seriously went through with it?
Clearly,
Max scoffs. We push past the large glass doors, fumbling in our pockets to retrieve our IDs for the woman at the front desk. Her black hair is wound so tight atop her head that I'm convinced it is the only thing able to pull her face into the half-assed smile she has plastered on. Her long, colored nails tap her desk, not once stopping, even when students try to speak to her. Her lips are thin, set in a straight line. She wears a pair of blue light glasses, shoving them higher up the bridge of her nose to make it look like she is reading whatever is on her screen. We approach her desk, scanning our IDs and watching the system's light shine green.
"Almost late, you two,"
she coos with a finger shake.
don't blame us.
Max starts, leaning his arm over his desk, working his charm while flashing his baby blues.
Blame the sewer trash upper leadership allowed in here, he finishes.
The tingle returns down my spine, my pulse in my wrist proliferating. Stepping away from the scanner, I feel the unfortunate's eyes pull away from the back of my neck and onto the front desk. Her head rises completely once she notices his presence. Her once partial attention to us is now a full-fledged stare at him. I try to get a good look at his ID facing away from me. It goes through the scanner, flashing green like our own. The woman's mouth almost hangs open, showcasing her perfect set of teeth. The unfortunate shakes his head, pulling away from the desk before scanning over a small note removed from his pocket. The woman at the desk wipes down the scanner's surface with disinfectant repeatedly, as if his one swipe was enough to soot the scanner in one go. In terms of an unfortunate, he isn't the worst thing to look at. Although calloused, his hands are clean. His uniform is not new and has had some years of use, but unlike Max, his tie is folded perfectly. His wild black hair is not kinked. In fact, it looks soft. Although rugged, many of the details on his face are easy to get lost in from an observational perspective. The scar under his chin is deep, possibly deep enough even the cure-all couldn't fix it. His eyes are blue, but not the light blue like Max's. His are dark and soft all at once. Someone spent a great deal of time on the details of his face regarding his genetic code. Unfortunate or not, he is beautiful in his own terrifying way. Even now, I can see how much his height towers over most around him. I know his size was off-putting, even to Josh. I scan his pants once more, looking for any sign of the small vial in one of his pockets. My head moves with my body, trying to get a closer look. Pulling away from his note, the unfortunate eyes meet my own. My stomach fills with sudden anxiety. Trying to play off my eyes' blatant exploration of him as nothing, he pulls his gaze away, ignoring Max and me entirely. Stepping back, I watch his broad shoulders move through the crowd of students parting ways for him like he carries the Earth's next deadliest plague. I can almost swear a smirk is lining his face at the sight of the other students' disdain toward him. Some physically turn away from him in an attempt to pretend that he is not there. I hold my bag close, feeling my sketchbook press against my leg.
I would love to see him crumpled on the ground like the woman from this morning, Max says.
We both begin to move as the unfortunate rounds the corner at the end of the entrance. Students begin moving back into the walkway, whispering with wide-eyed expressions. The layout of the building is straightforward. To the left of reception are all of the elective wings, and to the right are all of the primary classes. Anything toward the middle of the school revolves around dining and athletics. Max walks with me as I take a sharp right toward the elective wing of the school. I don't think you would go down as easily as the woman. My words come out with no given thought behind them.
Why is that?
It doesn't take a fortune teller to tell he was upset by that comment. You know, he's big, I finally say, raising my shoulders to mimic the unfortunate's towering walk. Max frowns, rolling his eyes. The walls shift from their muted, dull gray to the lively colors and drawings of the art wing. Despite being outside of regulation, the art teachers had convinced the school board to allow one hallway to be filled with color. Each year, the 5th and 6th years get to work on a mural on one of the walls. Right now, we are all creating concept paintings for what will replace the current art. Most people tend to take a more symbolic approach to their drawings. Depictions of the war are all symbolized by a single daisy breaking through the rubble and ash. For years, there was only vegetation made by man. That is, until the flowers began to bloom. Miles of daisies marked the earth, creating the first sign of hope after all the destruction. There isn't a part of New Haven that doesn't have the tiny white flowers planted somewhere.
I know for a fact he wouldn't have that cocky attitude if he were pitted against me,
Max clarifies, leaning his body into someone's mural from a few years back. And you aren't radiating a cocky attitude right now? I question with a smirk.
It almost sounds like you were defending him, Blackburn,
Max says sarcastically. I roll my eyes, nudging him with a grin. His casual lean into the wall falters at the gesture, making his hold of himself slip with a slide of his hand. Grabbing him, I stop him from trying to recover his position on the wall. His hands grip my sides, his grin consuming his face. Blonde hair falls into his face like a curtain covering a window. The warmth of his palms presses through my shirt. My hands work to fix his tie. He stays still, keeping his hands on me while I fix his mess. I would never defend one, but quite honestly, I would love to see what would happen if Josh tried to mess with him. I lay his tie flat on his chest, expecting his hands to leave my sides. They never do. Once more, my birthmark burns hot, making me wince with narrowed eyes. I stare into Max's eyes, trying to feed into whatever is happening between us right now. My stomach rolls in ways that only happen after I have had too many sweets. Forcing the feeling down, I finally address the elephant in the room. Your class is nowhere near this one. Max draws a deep breath, glancing around while he processes the best words to say. He furrows his brows like his sister, a telltale sign that he is deep in thought.
I might have become a tad jealous of your focus on a certain unfortunate today,
Max says, shaking his head.
I know it's ridiculous.
I don't allow him to finish his statement. Dragging his head down closer by his neck, I silence his silly thought with a gentle press of my lips to his. His touch only grows on my side before relaxing. His soft lips stay on mine, gently pressing down harder with each passing second. I ready my head to move away, feeling my stomach churn, followed by the unsettling feeling of all of my hair rising. I want to feel pleasure in this touch. Why can't I? His hands hold the side of my face, pulling me back into the kiss. My birthmark continues to run hot, only growing more painful the longer I allow Max to touch me. With a deep breath, Max pulls away from the touch, letting his hand linger on my own as he lowers his touch away from me.
You've never done that. Why did you do that? He questions, his cheeks red. I wish I had an answer for him.
I'm honestly not sure, I begin, glancing at his watch as we finally notice the time. But we can deep dive into it later. Pulling away, Max's hand grabs my wrist, stopping me dead in my tracks, our faces red from the exchange.
Did you regret that? He questions.
Lie. I shake my head no, wanting nothing more than for him to let go so I can escape this awkward situation. The pain in my mark dies down the longer I am away from the touch. I know I need to address it with my mom, but she shuts down every time I speak to her about it, ignoring my questions. This newfound pain may be better left unaccounted for.
I'll see you at lunch, Blackburn,
Max settles on saying. With a broad grasp, I hug him, easing his anxieties about whether he did the right thing by kissing back. With a quick motion, I plant one more on his cheek before turning away, smiling at the look of satisfaction plastered across his face. I force my back into the classroom door, spilling into the bright space with a loud sigh. Mrs. Auburn's eyes shoot up from her focused position at the drawing on her desk, relaxing only once she notices who has entered her space. Her red curly hair is wound in a mound atop her head, housing multiple pencils just waiting to fall away. Her maroon blazer is decorated in pins, all outside of regulation for her uniform, but somehow acceptable given her job here. Her face is smudged with graphite, traveling down her cheeks and the sides of her hands, stopping at the ends of each fingertip. Her green eyes pass over my own, narrowing the longer she watches me.
To think, I thought you weren't going to show up early today, she says with a grin.
Her petite body leans back in her chair, relaxing her feet on her desk, pulling her attention away from her drawing. Trust me, I did not get here without a struggle. I toss my bag on my desk, sighing while taking my usual seat toward the back of the classroom. Mrs. Auburn pulls away from her desk, sliding her chair closer with its wheels. She grabs a pencil from her hair, forcing my head up from its leaning position on the top of my desk.
Why are you red? You look like you've been running.
That would be because of Max Vega, I admit. I watch the gears turn in her head as she reflects on my words.
The blonde one? The twin? She questions.
That would be the one.
What did he do?
More like, what did I do? I may have fed into his little crush on me after we got off the tram. I kissed him, and I think it had done more damage than good. She smiles, looking as if she cracked some code.
Are your feelings toward him not as prevalent?
Maybe. I already know how much of a lie that is. But not enough for me to start feeding into his wants, I finish, feeling that familiar churn in my stomach.
All jokes aside, he is academically knowledgeable and not the most awful thing to look at. Maybe consider what influence a relationship with him could have on your judgment day.
It always comes back to that, doesn't it? How good do you look when our people's leaders decide where to place you after you're done with schooling? Even the people you choose to sleep with affect where you are placed. I'll consider it, I say through a strained smile. She looks satisfied at the response. Returning to her desk, she grabs a new piece of graphite, continuing her art piece, moving her head toward the array of canvases stacked on the shelf next to me.
You can continue yours if you want. I've been eager to see what you will do with it.
With a swipe, I grab the brightly colored canvas from the shelf, sprawling it across my desk with a heave. It is nothing more than layers of color, layered to create the start of something I have yet to finalize in my mind. I see the bright colors of spring seep through the painting. Most of the images on my canvas came from dreams, and sadly have yet to come together to form a complete picture. My usual paint palette rests on the shelf next to the paintings, along with my 2 brushes I use like no other. My brush swirls in a bright red, landing on my canvas in detailed precision as I begin building up what I can only assume is the start of a pair of hands at the bottom of the canvas. I still see them vividly from my dreams the night before. "Bring it over. I want to see," Mrs. Auburn happily chimes. Dragging the canvas over to her, I gently plant it on her desk, both of us leaning in to observe my progress. It's hard to decipher what exactly is going on in the painting. It is too morbid to be plastered on a wall in the school. The start of a pair of hands rises from the bottom of the canvas. Daisies grow from the palms in bunches. Something lingers in the back of the painting. Something I have yet to visualize fully. "Do you want me to get into the symbolism I see in this, or should I save it for another day?" Mrs. Auburn is nearly leaning over the painting, scanning it up and down for intricate details even I have yet to point out. "Maybe save your in-depth analysis for when it has one?" She laughs, backing away from the painting with a thud into her seat. A small chime on her computer sounds before a flash devours her screen. "A message from the Academy director." Her eyes are glued onto her screen as she reads. I stay silent, waiting for her to engage in our conversation again. The fiery-haired art teacher has become an enormous comfort to me this past year. Unlike all the other teachers, she genuinely loves her work. Her willingness to walk the line with regulations so often makes her a breath of fresh air. That's why I always make time to come to her class 30 minutes before I have to. Everything else in this school seems so confining. "Did you know some untouchables roughed up a baker from the unfortunate sector this morning?" she questions. "I was at the stop it happened at. Josh and Colton were responsible." I leave out the part where I shoved Colton to stop the delay. Serves the woman right. She should know better than to be that deep into her sector, although I'm sure those 2 boys didn't help the situation. I'm not the fondest of Josh or his list of violations. "You're telling me." She closes the message, finally pulling her attention back to me. I reflect on the older woman's frail figure once more. The image paints my mind in fleeting moments. "She didn't deserve what they did to her," I blurt out without thinking. Mrs. Auburn pauses, her face pulling into a look of confusion. Her brows crease inward, forcing her face into an expression I rarely see on her. "They always deserve it, Forrest," she says, placing her hand atop my own. I shove away my regrets, letting them melt away with each roll of her thumb over my knuckle. "You're right, I'm just shaken up is all." A voice clears behind us, jolting us away from our tender touch with one another. Mrs. Auburn's light, genuine smile leaves her face, replaced with the look I have never seen on her before. Her relaxed demeanor goes rigid. Her once slumped posture is now as straight as one of the pencils in her hair. Her hand, once on my own, now clasps her other so hard her knuckles are white. Her eyes are narrowed like a cat's. Any love radiating off the woman has washed away like rain down a storm drain. She's cold, distant, and utterly closed off. Where has this side of her always been? "Speak," she snaps. My hair rises once more, only prompting me to turn my head to meet his stoic expression. His eyes are dead set on the once lively art teacher.
My name is Fallon Markswood. I'm the student that was picked for the transfer program this year. My schedule said my first period was art.
He scans the plethora of items in the classroom.
I assume this is it,
he finishes. His voice is just as deep as I remember it. I can still hear his blatant threat in the back of my mind. He shuffles, crossing his arms while he waits for her to respond. Clearly it is, I pipe in, answering for her. His eyes finally reach mine, narrowing with a look I can only describe as hate. A section of the room is taped off, housing a few older desks for any unfortunates taking this class. Older art supplies lean against the wall. Worn and used canvases consume the space, leaving little room for anyone's things behind the tape. As you know, you have a section in the back of the room. My broken easels and canvases are under the sink. We have a few paints ready to go next to the new ones. Take what you need, then do your best to silently work in the back and leave my other students undistracted, Mrs. Auburn finally says. Unlike our first encounter at the tram, he offers no pushback as he moves past us, keeping multiple feet between us. He's silent with each of his motions. Fallon slings his bag over his desk, propping up the slightly less worn canvas he has chosen against it. He precisely picks out his color palette, steering away from the brighter colors. His palette is filled with a variety of blues and purples. I return to my seat, pulling my canvas away from Mrs. Auburn's desk. She looks distraught. Her hands run through her hair repeatedly in an attempt to soothe herself. Because I never had to worry about an unfortunate in the classroom, having my desk right before the line never seemed like an issue. Now all I can do is regret it with each movement of his body from behind me.
What's the prompt?
Fallon's voice questions. Once again, he is speaking with no permission. Mrs. Auburn is too preoccupied with her drawing to notice. I'm glad she has already found a way to deal with our unexpected visitor. You know those murals before you came in? I whisper, turning to meet his hateful gaze. He nods. We get to replace those this year. We all create something. Then the best canvas gets chosen out of the pool of the lot. As hard as I try to force the hate in my voice, it simply won't show.
To what do I owe the pleasure of getting a civil conversation with an untouchable?
He whispers under his breath. I narrow my eyes, letting my frown visibly grow. Go to hell, I snap silently, letting my foot hit his desk to jolt whatever stroke he was attempting on his canvas from behind the shield of his bag. Keeping my body forward, I try to collect my anger-filled thoughts toward the man. Without turning around, I sense his smirk pulling over his lips. Grabbing my brush, I let my anger direct itself to my work. The hands become less gentle with each stroke. The lively pinks now blend into more aggressive shades of red. Like a gunshot in the night, the bell's loud chime almost causes me to drag my brush across the length of the canvas. Even Mrs. Auburn's precision is disrupted by the noisy clamor of students entering their first period classes. Josh's large body barrels through the classroom door, stumbling into others as students fill the vacant classroom. Josh looks to the back of the classroom, holding his bag with delight. Internally, he has just decided to avoid his regular seat and partake in the one closest to Fallon and me. Ray stumbles in behind him, scrunching her nose at the sight of Josh and an unfortunate so close to me. I force my bag into the seat beside me, stopping Josh from getting closer. The other students whisper about the new eyesore in the back of the classroom. Fallon's eyes remain on his canvas, not once lifting away to acknowledge anyone. He is genuinely focused on the strokes he is creating. "Blackburn," Josh begins, slamming his hand hard on my desk to stop my focus. Ray slides into the seat beside me, eyeing the man with disgust. He lingers in my area, waiting to find my next button to push. "There is no scenario in which I want you anywhere near me," I hiss, shoving away his hand's hold on my desk. He isn't focused on the crude gesture. Instead, he stares down Fallon, who could care less about his presence as he continues his gentle brushstrokes. "What you painting there, pig?" Josh questions, kicking his leg forward to jolt Fallon's desk. "Josh, don't antagonize," Mrs. Auburn warns, removing her focus from her neat handwriting on the board outlining today's lesson. "You should listen. Enough slip-ups and you'll be working grunt untouchable jobs after your judgment day," I warn, narrowing my eyes at him. He swipes my paint cup from my desk, shoving me back into my seat when I try to reach for it. Fallon looks up, acknowledging the man's harsh hold on my shoulder. "Yeah? And where do you think they'll place you? Last time I checked, you're living in your brother's shadow," Josh seethes. There is no time for anyone to react. Josh drops the cup on Fallon's desk, snickering as the wet mirage of colored water explores his canvas and front. I grab Josh, pulling him away from Fallon's area. Reagan scolds the man, swatting his arm for making a mess. Fallon tears away the tuck of his shirt, trying to stop the water from soaking all the way through. A sliver of his back shows. It's hard to stop myself from covering my mouth at the sight of the multiple light white scars working over the surface of most of his skin. I am not the only one who notices. A few students gasp as their silent whispers fill the room. Mrs. Auburn begins to scold Josh while silencing the multiple spouts of laughter muffled behind people's hands. I can't bring myself to laugh at the sight. Fallon ignores the laughter, turning toward the class with lowered eyes. His shirt is covered in a splotch that will only aid in him receiving grief for the rest of the day. My face is as stoic as his. His eyes pass over my own before taking a seat once more. Mrs. Auburn motions Josh away, allowing him to drag a chair away from the front and next to me. "You should learn when to piss off," Reagan says, hitting Josh's arm in a way I know he took as playful banter. He smiles at the blonde, letting his eyes linger on her too long. He looks proud of his actions, like there is no consequence for the damage he inflicts on any unfortunate. "You look mad, Blackburn. Sad I embarrassed your boyfriend?" Josh questions. His lips hover over my ear as he begins his taunt. Reagan tries her best to eye down Mrs. Auburn. The woman is so involved in her lecture that there is no use in trying to get her to pause. "Give me one good reason not to slam your head into this desk," I whisper back. He plants his hand on the back of my neck, forcing my focus onto him. "You don't want to start making big threats like that, Forrest. You're already on thin ice in my eyes," he whispers. "Because you did nothing wrong? You're a saint in all of this?" "It's unfortunate. Of course I did nothing wrong." Does that stop them from being people? This kind of poisonous thinking has landed me in this position to begin with. They hate us, and we hate them. But his scars, all of those scars. How can someone only in his 5th year have so many wounds? They all laughed as if one of us couldn't have any. My fingers linger above the material where my birthmark resides. Are imperfections truly that uncommon? I pull my attention back to my painting, ignoring the growing pit forming in my stomach. Reagan silently works on her painting, doing her best to create perfectly straight streaks. I avoid turning around to watch Fallon's gentle strokes. Josh watches me, too enthralled with my work to get started on his own. The silent whispers from girls a few seats over break through the air. They cover their mouths, gossiping with stolen words like shifter and military. Foreign entities, otherwise known as shifters, are genetically mutated individuals scorched by the nuclear fallout after the wars. While some humans adapted genetically to the changes in their environment, like our ancestors, others changed for the worse. People's minds no longer were their own. Humans' feral instincts came into play as their bodies began to mutate, shifting from something human to something foreign. They are one of the main reasons we still have the wards, to keep them out. New Haven's military occasionally goes beyond the ward to flush out any that have gotten too close to our borders. I've heard the horror stories of some never returning home in one piece. My uncle went beyond the ward once and said he saw one. Took him and 3 of his men to take it down, Josh exclaims, interrupting the girls' once quiet conversation. Even Mrs. Auburn has paused her lecture to listen in on an entity we know so little about. A hand flies up in my peripherals, causing everyone's eyes to shift to the back of the classroom. Fallon's hand is held high, his back leaned into the chair in the most relaxed position possible. He looks to Mrs. Auburn, patiently awaiting her permission to speak. "Go on, Mr. Markswood."
You said uncle, so I assume he's an untouchable like you. Respectfully, the only people tasked with dealing with shifters are unfortunate military ranks. An untouchable has never had to go beyond the war to fight a foreign entity. It would seem your uncle has told you a lie, Fallon says with a large grin. The room is dead silent at the unfortunate, sarcastic taunt. Josh looks livid, clenching his palms in a sorry attempt to control his anger. "That's enough speaking from you today," Mrs. Auburn mutters, sensing an escalated situation. Josh readies himself to move. With a shove of my desk, I force my hand on his leg, letting Fallon's smirk grow at his pleasure and the anger he has created. I should kill you for that,
Josh spits, swatting away my hand, forcing himself to turn back to the front. In a tone so quiet I think I imagined it, I hear Fallon's silent comment.
I dare you to try.
No cares, no fears for his actions. He gets a thrill out of our hate toward him. Everything about Fallon would make you think he has no respect for his role in our society.
You're close with her twin, right?
Josh silently whispers after a few long moments of pouting. His eyes are on Reagan, who is too focused on her painting to help me out of this situation. Yes? Why?
He plays a role in determining who gets the next spot with the school student advocates. I wouldn't mind having that title under my belt to appease my father and the council when it comes time for my judgment day.
I can't stop the laughter from leaving me. "You seem to forget how much I hate you," I snap, pulling back to my painting. My stroke drags across the canvas at the feeling of his nails digging into my thigh. His hand encloses the skin, clamping down like the jaws of a bear trap. He watches me with no humor. I can't move away from him without his nails leaving marks up my thigh. Without turning around, I know I am not the only one watching this scene unfold. Fallon silently watches, observing the power Josh exerts with no fear.
You seem to forget you owe me, Josh whispers.
My mind races back to that night. The night I try so hard to shove away from my mind. I see the Untouchable's cold expression, Several odd moments ensued that night before there was nothing at all. Multiple silent seconds of staring over the edge of that roof. Many more pleading for Josh to leave me out of the incident report. It all comes rushing back. Even now, my stomach churns at the brief reflection I have allowed myself to recall. Talk to Max. I wasn't giving you an option. The bell rings, pulling away Josh's grasp from beneath the desk. Casually, he slings his bag over his shoulder, walking away as if he didn't just threaten me like he does anyone who has something he needs. Reagan finally pulls away from her gaze at her work, showing me the vibrant canvas. I try to force a smile. Not once does it reach my eyes. The students begin to file out of the room, leaving a flustered Mrs. Auburn a mess she has no interest in cleaning up. I linger behind, wincing at the dull pain in my leg. Ray decides to stay with me, even organizing the canvases against the nearest wall. I half expect Fallon to acknowledge what he had seen from behind me as he walks by. Instead, he tosses his canvas under the sink, letting it land face down and away from prying eyes. Delicately, Fallon washes his brushes, putting them aside for another use, far away from the other supplies. Like a knife cutting his skin, his eyes finally move past my own. His jaw is clenched. His eyes are deep blue, like an angry, ever-looming sea. Hate is the only thing that lingers in his gaze. Hate for me, hate for the school, and hate for the society his kind does not fit into. At that moment, that look was worse than any pain Josh could inflict on me. At least I know why Josh hates me. Not knowing why Fallon does is a considerably scarier feeling.
Chapter 4. Kaiden. Students swarm one another in sweaty groups of old gray tees and black shorts. Various blue mats coat the floor, ensuring none of the concrete beneath it is exposed. The shirts used for defense class run largely on me. Despite Max being a year younger, his body is considerably more filled out than mine regarding mass. If I weren't so tall, they'd think he was in his final year, not the other way around. The girls in the class stay pressed against the wall, avoiding any physical activity as best they can. The clatter of the metal blades colliding sounds off, dying down with each shout from the teacher about form and precision. My blade feels heavy in my hand. Though crafted by me, having such an intense weapon for such an unlikely situation has always baffled me. We started designing the silver blade during our first 2 years, and after it is built, we learn how to defend ourselves against foreign entities our last 4 years. Although extremely unlikely, the possibility of them making it past the ward and our military is something many still fear. I think that's why parents advocated for this class in the first place. It's a way to prepare everyone for a scenario none see happening. Years of wasted crafting and building silver blades to penetrate creatures no one has seen for eons. The chips behind the ears of those welding their blades blink green, linking each weapon to its owner. The blades immediately close if not connected to the correct chip. Max's blade is shorter than mine. His is meant for quick jabs rather than long slashes. He twirls it around in his hand, having a better grasp of the weapon than most. Like it's nothing, he swings the blade at the practice dummy, slicing its most vital points with ease. His blonde hair is pushed back and out of his face. Sweat marks his shirt beneath his collar, his grin consuming his face. I ready myself to swing my blade. Max corrects my form, adjusting my arms to get a better hit. "Your sister kissed me today," Max blurts. I missed a dummy, nearly getting my leg in the process. My blade closes, clattering to the floor in a sheath of silver. Forrest kissed you? Like without you asking? I question, wiping away my sweat with the drag of my shirt. Max raises his shoulders. His face is red, indicating the question is still a sensitive point for him. 1 minute I was babbling on like I normally do around her, and then the next, she pressed up against me at the Art Wing murals. I stow away the image of my sister in an intimate setting. Did you both enjoy it? The question rolls off my tongue unnaturally. Only sometimes do people speak of intimacy, considering it is so rarely permitted in a public setting. He looks hesitant to answer the question. His blade strikes the dummy again, inflicting more damage than he had the first time. I've been wanting to do that for years. I don't know if she regrets it. Max finally says. The dummy is useless once his blade strikes it for the 8th time. I can see the confusion in his eyes. Whatever happened between them conflicts with his emotions tremendously. Take it from someone who lives with her, Forrest is confusing. And stubborn. She wouldn't have done something unless she wanted it. Explore it. See what it means to her. I admit after a moment. Max chuckles at the response, shaking his head to stow away his spiral of thinking around the matter. You're right. I'm overthinking it. A series of large grunts sound behind me, pausing mine and Max's volatile attacks on the dummies. A few transfers from the unfortunate program hit the mats, rolling to avoid untouchable blades from meeting their skin. They wear a thick layer of protective gear along their arms. Unlike untouchables who get blades, the unfortunates are used for a more realistic approach in contrast to the dummies. Dull blades swing toward the moving targets, only causing growing laughter each time one of the bottom feeders is shoved to the ground. Their backs hit the mats in waves as untouchables tower over them with looks of pure ecstasy. Max and I can hardly control our laughter at their pathetic attempts to one-up us. A brunette unfortunate stands readying his hand to deliver a clean blow to an untouchable standing over his comrade. I sit back, watching the officials on standby utilize their sensor prods to force the brunette back with pokes to the stomach that send the boy on his back in a painful frenzy. The prods are thin, filled with electricity that comes to 2 points at its end with painful spikes. Non-deadly, but extremely deregulating if touched with one. Not once has an official allowed any untouchable to be injured by the lesser kind in any hand-to-hand combat courses, regardless of how often unfortunates have come close to getting a clean blow in on one of us. Unfortunates have to use non-physical contact if they want to avoid the prods. That bastard is already getting back up, Max whispers. The brunette pulls himself up, spitting on the mat while clutching his side. Unlike our more sophisticated lifestyle, the unfortunates lead more demanding lives, dealing with livestock and industrialization that we do not want to pursue. They can frequently take the hits better than we could. Most people blame it on their second layer of calluses and scars from their backbreaking work. Why do they do so much work? Max questions, observing the slight limp in the brunette's walk he had said he had gained from his lumber job in his sector. Many unfortunates were taken outside New Haven's borders during the Reestablishment Act. A lot of those unfortunates were parents. Left a lot of kids orphaned to keep the food supplies plentiful for us. Surely some parents made it. There has to be something beyond the ash. There is a reason I said were parents. No one made it back. That's why they started classes like this one, even for them. I clarify, feeling less eager to laugh at the sight of the boy back down on the mats. No use in crying for them now, Blackburn, Max says, clapping my back with his hand, twirling his blade again. A flash of blonde whisked past my vision, rolling away from others' attacks toward her. Her shoulder hits the mat, forcing her body away from the blades. Her leg swipes Untouchable's legs, causing them to hit the mat in thuds. Without touching any of them, she keeps them down, kicking their blades away from their grasp before shoving a dummy onto their fronts. They grunt, tapping their hands furiously against the ground. Her booted foot weighs down on the dummy, only adding to their struggles to get away. Officials watch with wide eyes, waiting for the moment she breaks regulation. It takes me a few solid blinks to realize she's an unfortunate. Her blonde hair is wound into a tight braid. Even from this distance, I can see the smile creeping along her face at the sight of their struggles. With 3 taps, the Untouchables give up, making her step away as they force the dummy off them. She doesn't bother kicking their blades back into arm's reach. Instead, she steps on their hilts, even breaking one. Her brown eyes scan the room, waiting for someone to yell at her, no doubt. "Valerie! On the wall for 15!" Our teacher yells, dragging the blonde by the collar to the nearest wall with a gentle toss. She smiles, leaning into it with a roll of her eyes. The Untouchables once pinpoint their blades at her in a taunt she hardly acknowledges. Someone told me she and that brooding asshole from the tram are companions. They both transferred in together. Max says. She stands aggressively, only narrowing her eyes once she takes notice of my curious stare. Figures they'd be associated, I say, driving my blade hard into the dummy, finally making a clean cut. Max nods in approval, observing the cut with admiration. "Getting better, Kai?" Max starts, motioning an unfortunate closer with impatient waves of his hand. "Want to try something a little more exciting?" Max questions, squeezing the shoulder of the oncoming unfortunate who clearly wants nothing to do with us. I run my fingers over my blade, thinking of the re-establishment act more than I'd like to. "I still need to fix a few things in my blade," I settle on saying. He doesn't look disappointed. In fact, he seems empathetic. "Next time then, Blackburn. Guess I can have you all to myself," Max mutters, dragging the unfortunate along with him. The blade's touch-up table rests on one of the walls closest to Valerie. I make my way over, resting my tattered blade on the wooden table, working quickly to fix its shaky hilt. Valerie watches me with crossed arms. She won't break eye contact no matter how many nasty glances I give her. She cocks her head at me, staring at my craftsmanship with watchful eyes. "What?" I finally question, slamming down my blade out of frustration. "You need to wrap your blade higher if you want to keep that hilt on," Valerie says, staring forward like we were the type to engage in casual banter. I look down at my binds around the blade, seeing the bunching around the base of the hilt. "Move it higher up the blade to get some resistance, or else it will keep breaking." She's called back onto the mats by a few Untouchables needing a new sparring partner. The previous one limps away with silent curses. Max repeatedly strikes down the unfortunate, delivering him enough blows he can't get up. I stare at his strikes, watching his back move with each precise motion. I imagine him and my sister. The visual of his lips on her is something I could never see her allowing. I let my gaze linger on him before returning to my now repositioned hilt. With each swipe, I slice it in the air, getting no resistance this time. She was right, I whisper with a small smile. "It wasn't me!" A boy shouts. My head spins, landing on the brown-haired unfortunate from earlier being dragged away by 2 officials. He thrashes his arms away from the men, trying his best to escape. They hold light sensor prods to his side, sending his back into an arch. His teeth grind in between shallow breaths. He struggles to take a full breath. His legs let off hard kicks in the air, eventually becoming a drag. "I didn't steal it!" the boy pleads, becoming less clear. "Save it for upper leadership, pig." An official spits, continuing his drag of the man out of the classroom and down one of the school's long hallways. I watched him through the window, hauling around the brunette as if he is weightless. The prod I've only seen used for a few seconds stays pressed to the man's side, leaving him immobile. Max wipes the sweat from his face, dragging up his shirt to expose a torso I'd rather not linger on. What was that about? I question, watching him take a few long drinks from his water. Some of the official supplies have gone missing. They assume unfortunates are stealing them to make a quick buck, Max says. I watch the other untouchables snicker in their small groups now formed around the room. You sure it wasn't one of us? I question. I know it was, Max says with a smirk. But what's the fun in telling an official that? Max finishes as his attention pulls back to the sparring groups. Valerie lies slumped, holding her side after receiving a harsh blow. I expected to find humor in the situation, as I always do. For some reason, my smile never reaches me.
Chapter 5. Forest. My brother's hair clings to the sweat on his forehead. Max's mane is pushed away from his face, only showcasing the Vega's naturally enthralling looks. Unlike Max's energetic walk, Kai drags behind the man, looking physically beaten from their last period. Kai's blade pokes out from his bag. The detailed wrapping around his blade clashes with Max's worn blade strapped to his leg. A few girls smile at Max, taking the time to observe his sweatier figure. I smile, giving him a thumbs up. His eyes only roll. Ray and I lean against the wall outside the art room, waiting for the boys as usual. "Ladies," Max mutters, standing closer than usual as he moves into an open space beside me. I mess with his blade, observing the small streaks of red coating its edges. "Hard day in class?" "I may have had some fun with an unfortunate," Max says with a grin. Kai shifts uncomfortably, only tucking his blade deeper into his bag.
"Sounds like you had as much fun with them as Josh did with Forrest," Reagan mutters. I hit her arm, narrowing my eyes at her angrily as both men now look a little less relaxed.
"What did Josh do?"
Max questions. The playful banter has left his voice.
"He wanted me to ask you about a student advocate position, and he might have taken a brash approach to convince me to ask you," I say, staring down Reagan even more.
Max's eyebrows raise, showcasing his frustrations as he looks to his twin for clarification.
"By digging his nails into your leg?"
Reagan questions. I shake my head at her, ready to toss her into the nearest wall for getting them both so worked up. Max reaches down to my leg, pressing down on each of my upper thighs until I wince. I slap his hand away, biting my bottom lip as I rub away the pain the pressure of his hand had left behind.
"There's no way in hell I am helping him with an advocate position."
The art room door opens, leaving Max's words floating between us. Fallon watches us all, keeping his hands buried deep in his pockets. I hadn't noticed till now how much taller he is than my brother. In most scenarios, Kai looks down on people, not the other way around. Fallon glances toward my brother, looking even lower at Max, whose chest is suddenly more pushed out than it was a few seconds ago. I keep my position on the wall, motioning for Fallon to move past us. With a gentle shove, I hold Max's leg back with my own, stopping the kick meant to meet Fallon's ankle. Fallon watches the motion, shaking his head at no one in particular, letting that familiar smirk line his face. His shirt still has stains. It is smudged, indicating he has tried his best to eliminate as much of Josh's ignorance as possible. As silently as he entered, he moves to leave, ignoring Max's frustrated grunts at the feeling of my back pressing him against the wall. Eventually, he lets up, letting me stay leaned up against him. "You can't stop me from beating his ass," Max whispers, letting his arms rest around my neck from behind. "Your hand is already destroyed," I say, motioning to his cut knuckles, now raised in both of our lines of vision. "That's enough for today," I whisper back, pulling away from my lean on him, only to feel the accidental brush of Fallon's arm on my lower stomach as he moves through the group. Like a fire scorching me, every defensive bone in my body burns hot, screaming and clinging to the brief touch. Every part of me heats, sending a fleet of fear and pain through me. I clutch my lower stomach, feeling my lungs' sorry attempt at breathing in between a strained gasp. Fallon continues his relaxed walk, turning into nothing in our vision once he turns the first corner down the hallway. I grasp Max, feeling the sudden pain slowly slip away with each passing second. Max's eyes explore me with nothing but worry. Kai and Reagan even pull away from their conversation to focus on my gasping figure. "What's wrong?" Kai questions, as if I have an immediate answer. The heat slowly fades away, starting from my core and ending at my fingertips. I take in a full breath, feeling a sudden emptiness as the fleet of emotions all leave me. "I got dizzy," I say through a lie, pressing my hand to my head until everything is normal once more. "Stop scaring us," Reagan sighs, nudging my arm. I smile at her, wrapping her into a hug as I stow away the longing to feel that fire burn through me again. What was it? And why did it feel so natural? The heat warmed me, filling me with emotions I had not felt since I was a child. Everything all at once, only to dwindle to nothing. It's a nothingness that follows me each day. "Well, if you're done scaring us all, we still have the rally in the event center. We're all required to go," Kai mutters, holding to his student advocate roots, spewing out their propaganda. "Classy man," Max scoffs, slinging his arm around my shoulders. Kai only mocks the gesture with vulgar hand motions. "Perfect. You two can keep loving on each other, and I will go with Forrest," Reagan says, pulling me away from her twin, leaving the two boys alone to cling to one another. "Sometimes I'm convinced your brother has a thing for Max," Reagan says jokingly, pulling me down the hallway and away from our companions' earshot. The two boys grab each other's heads, shoving each other around and into the walls. Kai's face is red, burning hot with frustration. "Who am I kidding? Kai is too focused on academics to notice anyone," she finally says after a few moments of silence. Oh, the irony in that statement. The event center is the epicenter of the school, housing multiple chairs and a grand stage, all lit by the school's natural lighting provided by the beautiful glass roof. The chairs are made of black satin, each individually handmade by a skilled sewer in the unfortunate sector. Students already begin occupying the seats, marveling at the spacious stage. Gaggles of officials linger off to the sides of the room, staring down the crowd. Specifically, the unfortunates grouped in the back. Fallon takes up 2 seats, leaning into the whispers of a blonde nearly on his lap. Her hair is up in a tight braid. I can see the judgment in her eyes as she scans the room. Her hand rests on his leg, showing they are more than familiar with one another. I stare at the sight, annoyed at her blatant show of affection in such a public setting. Ray and Kai join the other student advocates toward the front. Each student advocate clings to upper leadership's words of encouragement as if they are deities. Even Max has dispersed, joining a few of the athletes and speaking to some of the younger officials who have occupied themselves by reminiscing about their training. I stay away from it all, leaning against the farthest wall, doing my best to avoid speaking to anyone. Fallon's head turns my way, stopping his scan of the room once he notices my still figure. He cocks his head at me, narrowing his hate-filled eyes before being pulled away by the chin in the hand of the beautiful blonde. Her lips land on his jaw, kissing gently in soft motions. I narrow my eyes at him, feeling that increasingly familiar burn on my mark begin to grow.
How insufferable is all of this to you? A voice I hardly recognize questions. I pull my hateful gaze away from Fallon, landing on a pair of unfamiliar blue eyes looking down at me. The black material of an official uniform clings to the man's body. Unlike all of his comrades' slicked back hair, he keeps his blonde curls in their frame around his face. Where Max's hair falls more straight, his stays curled. Bright blue eyes and a tall figure encapsulate the man's figure. A bit of stubble lines the man's face, something often seen as out of regulation. His uniform is less put together. It's as if he has thrown it on without care for the pristine nature of the officials' clothing regulations. Because if you asked me, all I see is a bunch of pretentious assholes all having a reason to showcase their worst traits.
The man starts, pointing to Kai and Ray's group.
Overachievers.
His finger moves toward Max.
A bunch of idiots wanting to sign their life away to be a glorified hall monitor.
He lands on the unfortunates.
And people who never really had a chance at winning in this life.
He finishes. I hold on to his words, frantically looking around in a panic, waiting for someone to deliver him a new one for the first remotely kind words I have heard uttered from another soul regarding unfortunates.
And then there's you, alone in the back of an event meant to show off the students. You couldn't be any more hidden from it all, so is it as insufferable to you as it is to me?
He questions, leaving me halfway dumbfounded by his words. You just spoke about unfortunates.
Like they are humans? I won't tell if you don't,
the man mutters, looking over his nails as if what he said is the most casual thing one could say to another. I feel my mouth curl into a smile at his blatant lack of care toward the numerous rules he has just broken in a single conversation. He leans his head into the wall behind him, crossing his arms, waiting for me to say something. I think we spend a great deal of time making people feel seen when that's so far from the case, I finally say, crossing my arms to mimic his relaxed demeanor. He smiles.
Do you not feel seen?
I feel like I don't fit in. There's a difference. Maybe it's because I am seen too much.
And what's wrong with not fitting in with all of what I just pointed out to you? You want to be stuck in one of those bubbles?
He questions, smiling like a giddy first year receiving their first good measure to add to their scorecard. Says the official, I say, in a tone I would never dare say to anyone wearing that uniform.
An official who knows how to utilize the good parts of my job.
And what good parts are there? I question, watching his eyebrows furrow as he ponders the question.
Well, today I was supposed to be scanning the unfortunate sector for contraband. Instead, I got to weasel my way into a conversation with you simply because of how awkward you looked pressed against this wall.
Is that humor I am sensing in your tone? I question, nearly laughing at his expression of offense.
You seriously said that as if I am incapable of humor, the man mutters, shaking his head at me in disbelief.
You're the one who only speaks to me because of how I awkwardly stand, I say, quoting him in a deeper voice, making him laugh.
There might have been other motivating factors.
He winces as his voice trails off, a few of his comrades motioning him over. The school's upper leadership stands shoulder to shoulder on stage, directing the wave of bodies to take a seat as groups dissipate. The man moves to follow his companion's waves. I grab his sleeve, stopping him from getting too far. "What's your name?" I question, watching his eyes fill with sudden amusement.
Xavier,
he mutters, smiling as I lower my hand. "My name is Forrest."
I know,
is all he says before pulling away. I stand baffled, still absorbing the interaction with a wide grin I can't seem to shake. Reagan's cold palm closes around my wrist, dragging me along with her as she mumbles about an exuberant amount of useless information she had just learned while speaking to upper leadership. Xavier moves onto the stage, joining the other officials with small, playful shoves. His eyes land on mine, giving me a wink before pulling his direction to the wall of maroon-colored pantsuits clinging to each upper leadership member. Without wanting to, I force my head to look back to the unfortunates, expecting to see Fallon's hate-filled eyes still on me. Instead, he is looking toward the front, keeping his eyes on the waves of figures moving on and off the stage. The blonde woman continues pestering him. His hand holds her leg, preventing her from getting herself halfway strung across his front. The observance that holds his gaze is unlike anything I have seen before. Reagan pulls me down in a seat next to her. Kai quickly follows, seizing Max's opportunity to sit beside me.
Can all of the students please take a seat?
Mr. Pavlicek, the school's head, quietly directs in the loudspeakers of the mic. He stands in the center of the group on stage. Unlike all the others, a streak of gold coats his uniform, signifying his place in New Haven's government. Gold is stitched onto some part of each higher-up's clothing. Even the officials have cuffs stitched with gold thread.
Why is Dad here?
Kai questions. My father's familiar figure makes his way onto the stage, clasping hands with Mr. Pavlicek while acknowledging all of the officials. Xavier shakes my dad's hand, smiling ear to ear as the man cracks a silent joke. In this lighting, I now see what Xavier truly looks like. His hair is a wild frame around his face. His eyes are blue like the streams that once coated the ground of the earth. He is like a lion, intense yet very easy to look at.
He oversees most of the officials' day-to-day tasks. I'm assuming that has something to do with it,
Max responds, looking more interested. Mr. Pavlicek claps his hands, silencing the silent whispers spreading around the room. Something itches at me to turn to face Fallon's angry stare again. Still, I ignore the feeling.
As you all know by now, we would like to admire those amongst you reaching their final year here at the Academy, but also would like to speak on more serious matters scorching our community.
He pauses, extending his arm behind him.
Andrew, I think you should take it from here.
My father walks up to the mic, clearing his throat with a few grunts. I look to Xavier, who is already raising his shoulders at my confused expression. Even he seems lost.
Over the past few months, we have begun to see an influx of unfortunate crimes rising in our community. Theft, burglaries, and battery are only a few ways these deviants have managed to wreck the tranquility of our community. That being said, we have brought it upon ourselves to begin upping security measures. That includes more severe deregulation tactics than just detention prods alone.
My dad's body tenses up, losing his relaxed posture almost immediately. His hand clutches the mic, his lungs taking shallow breaths that do him no good. I lean forward, readying myself to stand. He swallows slowly, pulling his attention away from his begrudging stare toward the back of the room and back to the audience.
We will begin implementing on-site punishments for crimes committed inside this sector. This includes more extreme shows of force if any unfortunate chooses to try and resist the punishment given.
My father pulls out a hilt from behind him. A trail of leather sprawls out in thin straps from the base of the object.
These are generally only utilized within the unfortunate sector, but are now permitted within the untouchable sector of New Haven. For every crime committed, 20 lashings are permitted at any time by any official, regardless of rank. This has been decided.
My father finishes, staring back at the crowd with lowered eyes. My mind flashes to the countless scars coating Fallon's lower back. "We did that?" I whisper silently to myself, finally allowing my head to turn to observe the raven-haired man. I never expected to see where his gaze had landed. He eyes down my father, gripping the armrests of his seat as his blonde friend keeps his leg down, stopping him from getting up. My father's stare was not just at anyone. It was toward Fallon, and he was dishing it right back. The two men hold each other's eyes, each looking filled with something more profound than what is lingering on the surface. Fallon looks livid, only turning his head slightly once he notices my stare toward him.
"For the glory and grace of the New World Order!" a rambunctious student advocate yells, cheering on my dad's speech with a reiteration of our community saying. Just like the mind-numbing voices of the devices in our home, those around me repeat the saying, each smiling ear to ear. I hold my tongue, letting Fallon maintain eye contact, giving him a look of question. His hate quickly returns, backed up by a nasty expression from his blonde friend, now joining his hateful stare toward me. I turn away, meeting Kai's confused look at my utter silence. "Why didn't you say it? You always love that part," he starts, scrunching his brows with confusion. I pull away from the chair, watching the other students begin to file away at the sight of the upper leadership's small dispersal from the stage. I weave down the row Ray had dragged me down, feeling that familiar pressure on my chest I get each time Fallon stares at me with that hate. My body works past others, almost crashing into an official holding out their light sensor prod at the end of the row. People meander, conversing quietly, reluctantly moving back to their last classes of the day. "Forrest! Kai!" my dad says in a cheerful tone. His hand draws Xavier closer, clapping his upper back with gentle pats. Max and Ray join us. Max's arm finds its way around my shoulder much quicker than it has before. I shoot him a questioning look, but his eyes only stare forward. "This is Xavier Hayes, one of our youngest and most talented officials I have had the honor of overseeing," my dad chirps. He admires the man like he is a prized trophy. "The pleasure is mine. I have heard many good things about the Vega twins," Xavier says, shaking Reagan's gentle hand before eyeing Max up and down. I move Max forward, feeling his hand drop away from me. He accepts Xavier's handshake, doing his best to observe the man up and down similarly. The two men hold each other's hands longer than most consider comfortable. Even my father looks confused at the brief exchange. "And, of course, these are my two kids, Kai?
Kai shakes the man's hand with glee.
And my dear daughter, Forrest. We've met, but I don't mind introducing myself again,
Xavier says, grabbing my hand and letting his lips meet the soft skin at the top of my hand. The brief touch warms me, filling my cheeks with heat, my pulse picking up rapidly. I wish his lips would explore more than just my hand, I silently whisper in my mind. It's a brief thought I shove away, only adding to the red hue of my cheeks once I notice his smirk at my sudden fluster. I see how Xavier watches me. Unlike Fallon's hate and my family's disapproval, he shows only curiosity when he looks at me. He watches me as if I am the only person in the room. Everything I do sparks his interest. Even as my father speaks, he keeps his eyes on me as much as he can, and I do the same to him. It's as if I expect him to change at any moment and be an entirely different person. He watches me as if I am someone worth figuring out.
So, where's this new commander everyone has been talking about?
Kai questions eagerly. Not too long ago, New Haven's elder commander stepped down to enjoy his restful years peacefully. Rumors spread that a young and very strategic commander was appointed, taking on many responsibilities governing our people that used to take multiple council members. As far as we know, things have only been better since they stepped up, but they hardly show face due to their strenuous work. Once struggling to support us, now the market's shelves are nothing but stocked. Broken sidewalks and high crime in the unfortunate sector dwindled to nothing after their first month in leadership. They have spoken once and only once, using mediators like my father to communicate his word. Even my father has never once seen the commander in person. Only people with ranks a peg below the man, like Josh's father, have been invited to the commander's private meetings.
I can't say I care enough to keep track of them, Xavier blurts.
Kai's mouth drops, hanging open at the official's blatant statement. My father clears his throat, awkwardly adjusting his collar, glancing around to his mutuals who may have heard the crude comment. I cover my mouth, hiding the massive smile working its way across my face.
But who cares what I think?
Xavier finishes. In this fleeting moment, I realize why my smile has not left my face. Xavier's thoughts are entirely his own, filled with defiance and challenge in ways no one has ever dared to explore. At that moment, for the first time in a long time, my defiant mind suddenly feels a little less lonely. Chapter 6. Forrest. Kai fumbles with his blade, wrapping the hilt higher while programming better mechanics into the small hard drive of data linked to his chip. His fingers fly across the keyboard of his computer, inputting a series of codes I don't even want to begin to try and decipher. His chip blinks slowly behind his ear, pairing with the new set of commands written into his blade mechanic structure. New code always means improved advancements in our tech. I place my blade next to his, waiting for him to work his magic so I can pass this class with no grief from the teacher. Although not the best at physical activities like Max, Kai prevails in anything academically based. Programming code for their own blade would be delusional for most students. Each blade is assigned to everyone in the middle of their third year once the design process is complete. Kai designed and built his blade his first year, creating mine shortly after in stolen moments of the night. Not once has anyone questioned the legitimacy of Kai's work. We sit huddled in the back of the classroom, taking up 2 computers while only utilizing one. I spin my closed blade on the table, fidgeting with its hard drive and an anxious twirl between my fingers. Why the sudden need to rewrap your hilt? I question, breaking my brother's extreme focus.
It keeps coming loose, and someone suggested wrapping it higher up on the hilt to have more tension. So far, it's been holding together better.
His brown curls fall into his face, covering his focused gaze. Max seriously had a suggestion like that? I question, wondering how Max could do anything remotely strategic regarding craftsmanship.
Not him.
Kai's head is lowered, clouded with a shame I only see now. Then who? I question. Kai is not focused. He's far from it. He's avoiding my gaze as best he can.
I briefly allowed an unfortunate to speak to me today. The blonde one who is always hanging around your unfortunate.
The vivid image of the blonde all over Fallon reaches my mind. For starters, he is not my unfortunate. I should be questioning if the same Kai I know allowed an unfortunate to speak to him, I say, poking his arm in an attempt to lighten his mood. He doesn't budge. The bright light of the computer screen lights up his solemn expression. He stays silent, tapping his foot against the floor in quick patterns. My lively manner quickly dies out with the sound of our peers tapping their keyboards. Sometimes I wonder if we are doing the right thing. The words leave me before I can fully process them. It is now me staring forward, letting the bright light of the computer screen swallow me whole. His head raises, looking me over repeatedly.
You know you can't say things like that.
But why? Why can't we sympathize with people other than ourselves for a moment? I blurt out, stopping his train of thought. I feel my hands ball into fists, slamming hard on the desk before he can react. The table shakes beneath my touch. A bubble of anger swirls within me, clinging to every thought that enters my mind. The classroom is silent. Only a few glance back at the sudden loud noise before returning to their programming. Kai's hands lower onto my fists, stopping their slight shake beneath his touch.
Because they aren't people, Forrest. I was only telling you about that moment with Valerie, so no one threw it back in my face, Kai says.
It is a useless reiteration of the same ideologies New Haven has been cramming down our throats for years. Why can't he, for once, have a thought that wasn't decided for him? Why does everything I do feel like an astronomically unplanned fuck-up, and he just works with the flow of it all? Even now, his sense of sympathy died out in a matter of seconds.
Xavier seemed fond of you.
Kai interrupts my train of thought, pulling his hands away from my own to return to his code. Is that seriously what you want to focus on now? I question. He pauses, taking in a deep breath.
If you want to do what's good for us and your judgment day, I suggest you drop the topic of unfortunates and remember where our loyalties lie. You're starting to sound more and more like Mom, he says,
as if it is an insult to be compared to our mother. Because that's a bad thing? I question, readying myself to shove away from the desk. My hands grip the wood, stopping the push once Kai's hand rests on my hand once more. He closes his computer screen, his chips blinking, fading away with 3 small flashes. He turns his body, letting himself fully face me with a look of sorrow. I see it now. Our mother's gentle expression consumes his face.
I never said it was a bad thing. You walk the line in ways I wish I had the courage to. I know how hard it can be to see some of the punishments. Do you know what would happen if we let them do as they pleased in our sector? He questions, waiting for a genuine answer. His fingers press into my palm, tracing the lines in my hand. They would refuse to do work, stopping the flow of the economic structure we have created. We can sit here and question if what we are doing is moral, or we can acknowledge the fact their sector is just as new as ours, and they have their own people just as we have ours. New Haven assured us they would receive the same resources as us, even if they were worn, and as far as we can tell by the transfers, they are clothed, cleaned, and fed, Kai says, rubbing his hands up and down the goosebumps of my arms. I think of Fallon's scars. Each one is deep and calculated in where it is placed. But Kai, the woman from this morning, was a baker. That's why she looked so worn. Who wouldn't look worn after cooking nonstop? You see what you were worried about, but you don't seem to see their people's willingness to hurt us. I know you feel it when they look at you. The hate they can fill you with is suffocating. All it takes is a simple look. Do you think hate like that is worth defending? Kai questions. I'm starting to think it is not me he is trying to convince. Is this just about me? I question. Kai's hands clasp around his neck, holding his head down, pressing it firmly against the desk. Yes, that's the only answer I can give you that will aid us both, Kai says, keeping his head pressed against the cold desk. I feel my hand gravitate toward his distressed figure. Like second nature, my hand lowers on his upper back, gently rubbing up and down to soothe the tension holding him together. Not often do people show emotion in public. It's considered unmodest in many ways. Still, I feel his back relax into the touch, easing up with every drag of my hand. Don't stop questioning, Forrest. Don't ever stop asking questions, Kai whispers. He raises his head, watching my hands fall back into my lap with a clasp. Someone has to do it for us, Kai finishes before turning on his monitor and continuing his work on his code. The sound of his typing drowns out my millions of thoughts. His fingers move more rapidly, working even more precisely than he had before. Why would you say that? I question, watching his eyebrows twitch. A hint of annoyance passes over his face at the exchange. I didn't say anything, Kai mutters, keeping his focus on his work. You just... Kai's hand grabs my collar, silencing my words immediately. I feel him tug me toward him, pulling me free from my chair. I lean into his motions, forcing my head to meet his eyes. I didn't say anything, Kai reiterates, showcasing how far past his tipping point I have pushed him. He has done this since we were children. He always exerts whatever power he has to get a point across. He pushes me away whenever I think I am getting somewhere with him. Every one of his emotions feels like something I must earn to see. Everyone around me is entirely shut off, able to read me like an open book. I struggle to find my words, dragging myself away from his firm grasp, my shirt untucking. I force down the bottom, not letting the shirt pull out to reveal any of my skin. With a scoff, I swipe my hardware, shoving it deep into my bag with a grunt. Sit in silence alone with your conflictions. I hope Valerie repeats whatever she did to make you feel so morally defeated that you felt the need to grab me like that. I didn't realize you and Josh had so many similarities, I spit, ignoring my blade's warning not to leave without syncing new data to the blade's hard drive. I allow it to flash red, shoving past the classroom doors and spilling into the empty hallway. I should go back inside. I should apologize and let all of my anger fade. Sadly, leaving this bleak school is so much more enticing. The warm sun shines through the multicolored leaves. A once overcast sky is now filled with nothing but bright blue,
stretching well beyond the ward. With a quick slip past reception and a toss of my ID into Kai's bag, it was easy to get past the school's devices tracking my whereabouts. Beyond the chip behind my ear, there is no real way to follow us. And even then, the chips are entirely our own. Not even an official has jurisdiction over your chip. It's the one thing we can hold on to with no constraints. I rubbed the small scar on the back of my ear, feeling the tendrils of the chip snake beneath my fingers. My body hugs the side of the building, following along a small rocky path designated for leisure time. Koi fish follow me, letting their small heads bob to the surface with open mouths. I crouch down, laughing at the feeling of their tiny mouths latching onto my finger. I was hoping they would get more to eat than just the algae the school provides them. They look peaceful, swimming around their small pond with no cares in the world. Each one is the same, genetically engineered to perfection. There are no differences between them. Even you have no room for flaws, I whisper, gliding my hand over my birthmark with a frown. Voices sound off from the side of the school, clashing with the peaceful trill of the koi ponds. The voices are silent, consisting of nothing but whispers and argumentative words. I yank my finger away from the fish, silently apologizing while working closer to the sudden noise. I meet the corner of the school, peeking past it, hoping to see who else has decided their last period was worth leaving. My stomach drops at the sight in front of me. Fallon stares down at Valerie, keeping his tie loose around his neck with a sorry attempt at a tucked shirt held close to him. His bag is on the ground, wide open, and filled with a plethora of contents I cannot identify. I hold myself close to the wall, absorbing their exchange with close focus. "Are you going to stand here all day?" Fallon questions, crossing his arms as he looks down at Valerie. I see her eyes roll at the comment. Even from here, the scars coating her hands in numerous places only seem to radiate in this lighting. She reaches into the pocket of her pants, pulling out a small black metal cylinder that I have only seen in the hands of the officials. She clutches the light sensor prod, tossing it into Fallon's eager grasp. He catches the device, opening and closing it with familiarity. His arms swing the device around, handling it as well as some of the more trained officials. For the first time, I see his smile. It encapsulates his face, only creasing the crow's feet around his eyes. I want to look away from it. I want to loathe the way his eyebrows raise when he grins and despise the downturn of his mouth as he holds his smile. His straight teeth and gentle smirk only add to his look of glee. I could paint this image 1,000,000 times and still want to see it in person. He smiles in a way I know so few must see. Only a second has passed once his mouth drops into its typical flat look. I shake my head, pulling myself away from my vile perceptions of the man. He forces the prod into his bag, zipping it up and slinging it over his shoulder. He pulls Valerie into him, letting her arms wrap around his neck, whispering in her ear. I see her face fluster, only making my own grow hot with something more profound than embarrassment. It's something I can't quite pinpoint. I hiss as my mark burns once again. It feels like a painful fire in my lower stomach, growing the longer I stand here. "Fuck," Fallon curses, forcing my stare away from my birthmark. He clutches his chest, snapping his head in my direction. I have little time to push myself behind the wall. My body sinks to my knees, clutching my ears as an overwhelming sense of fear washes over me. Regardless of my grasp on my head, I hear their muffled tones. "What is it?" Valerie questions.
"Nothing. Let's go,"
Fallon says, pausing a great deal between the two statements. The fear only grows, making my heart race like the drum of 1,000 marchers. I dig my shoes into the earth, grinding my teeth as the noises around me grow angrier. The once tranquil pond now sounds like the waves of 1,000 angry seas. The clatter of dry leaves hitting the ground is now chalk on a whiteboard. "Quiet," I whisper, wishing every noise would silence. It becomes deafening, giving me no way to focus on anything but the sound of my heartbeat. It fills my ears and pulses. My blood pumps through me, clashing with all the other noise. "Quiet," I whisper again. Hitting my head hard against the wall, I feel a wave of dizziness come over me as the world suddenly becomes silent. Something wet coats my head before colliding with the ground in red droplets. I turn my head to inspect my cut in the koi pond, falling on my ass at the sight in front of me. Every beautiful fish, once swimming peacefully, now gasps for air, thrashing against the dying grass. The pond water slowly seeps into the dry dirt, touching the tips of my shoes and creating a muddy mess around me. Numerous fish lie dying, all unable to find water in the now drained holes in the ground. I look around, clutching the grass, forcing myself to my feet. I drag my hand over my head, reaching into my bag to find something to hold down on this tiny cut. I settle on a piece of fabric, stumbling forward as my muddy shoes cling to the dry grass. I step over the koi, watching their mouths gasp in pain, their lives slowly draining. It looks like the earth up and left, grabbing the water, leaving the life to fend for itself. I don't try and look around the corner of the wall. If they thought they were alone, then they surely don't now. I'm not sticking around to find out why they need that light sensor prod. My legs burn as I dash away from the destructive scene before me, trying my best not to see how many cameras caught my little stunt of smacking my head against the wall. I force myself through the closest side door of the academy, ignoring the visual of the desecrated pond flashing over my mind. I wanted answers. Now, all I have are questions. Chapter 7. Forest. 30 minutes were spent trying to wash the mud away from my shoes in the school bathroom closest to the back door. For reasons beyond my understanding, I thought hitting my head would stop the noise. I only managed to give myself nothing but a good-sized cut, easily fixable if I had my cure-all. I had managed to get the bleeding to stop, hiding it with my hair in a less-than-functional hairstyle. The brown locks coat the side of my face, being forced forward with a few straggling bobby pins. After the incident outside, avoiding class seemed like my best option. Either I stay outside and face Fallon, Valerie, and the mess around me, or force myself into a seat next to Kai, who will only pry. The knob on the door jiggles. I stop the running water, gathering myself in the mirror's reflection. "I'm almost done," I yell, fixing my uniform as best I can while cramming multiple paper towels in the overflowing bin. I grab my bag, hearing the automated chime of the last bell of the day. With a quick drag of the lock, the door swings open, nearly making the untouchable girl leaning on the door fall inside and onto me. I quickly move past her, not giving her enough time to examine my face closely. I keep my head lowered, avoiding direct eye contact with anyone who passes by. The eyes of those around me seem to linger. Glances now feel like full-fledged stares. I move closer to reception, moving past the scanners with the next wave of students making their way out of the building. My hands shove open the glass doors, pushing me closer to my group's usual waiting spot. Multiple people crowd around the side of the school, observing the destroyed ponds and dying fish. Officials stop students from getting a closer look at the carnage, giving students little to no reason about what caused the mess in the first place. My throat feels dry. The blame toward unfortunates instantly finds people's mouths, only adding to the hatred of them in this sector. But what really happened? What happened in those fleeting moments in which I let the noise become too loud? All I could do was harm myself to silence it. The meds were supposed to stop the blackouts. They were supposed to stop those moments of the unknown.
I've been wondering where you went off to.
Kai works his way from the front of the curious, growing group. Reagan and Max pull away from the swarm, noticing us the moment Kai's mouth opens. He looks perplexed at the sight, throwing me a questioning look that only motivates me to move toward the tram. "You pissed me off. I needed some time alone," I say, feeling the twins' growing presence as we all begin to move away from the busy schoolyard. "They're saying some unfortunates trashed the land. The worst part is they somehow fried the cameras in the process. They can't recover the footage," Reagan says, moving close to my brother, who eagerly awaits her presence.
"Give them anything nice and they ruin it," Kai says.
I can't help but scoff at his crude words after the ones he chose to share with me in programming.
"Bold of you to assume it was an unfortunate, knowing Josh and Colton live and breathe for a thrill like destroying property," Max mutters, filling me with relief. I know he says it to please me, but still, I allow my hand to trail behind me, reaching for his grasp with a squeeze. He lets his hand land on my own. Any tensions we had earlier melts away with the touch. Students gather near the stopped tram, clamoring to get on with shoves. Many linger by the empty ponds, slowly dragging along to catch the tram. Colton and Josh are leaning outside the tram, eyeing down all the women while they work their way up the steps. I keep my head lowered, pulling Max along with me, wanting nothing more than for them to be silent. Colton's hand reaches out, stopping my march toward the tram steps. The bus driver and I make eye contact, our heads raised simultaneously. "You think, after what you pulled this morning, you can just get on that easily?" Colton questions.
His face grows uncomfortably close. Max grabs his collar, shoving him back into the tram with a grin.
"Why don't you go and fess up for the whole mess you two assholes made so we can all go home?"
Max questions. Josh audibly laughs at the comment.
"Still following her around like a lost puppy, hoping you get a chance to get past that horrid uniform blouse. Open your mouth one more time, and I will make what you did to that unfortunate look tame," Max spits, pointing his finger at Josh's chest. All three men surround each other like rabid dogs. Kai balls his fist, waiting in anticipation for Max's next move. I glance again at the bus driver, feeling his worries increase about this new delay. It's his ass if we keep holding off his routes. "Max, let it go," I begin, motioning Kai and Ray to help me pull the blonde away from the devious men. With a release of Colton's collar, he backs down, moving backward and into my touch, even making it up a few steps of the stairs, beginning the flow of movement once more. "Go on and follow your dirty, unfortunate-living whore."
My hands meet Josh's arms, shoving him back into the tram as hard as possible. He stumbles, almost falling over, only to be dragged back up by my hand. I grab his face, holding his sharp jawline in my hand, forcing him to look at me. My hair slips away from its pinned position. The cut burns as the cool breeze moves past it. I hold Josh still, pinning his tall figure with my leg. I made sure to keep my knee in the one place he would rather not feel pressure. Colton moves, ready to grab me away from his idiotic companion. I put pressure on my knee, watching the arrogance leave Josh's expression. "Make him back off," I hiss. Josh pounds the side of the vehicle, stopping his friend's movements. Kai's hands hold the back of his head, his eyes wide at the exchange. Max stands still, unsure of what to do. Ray tries her best to deal with crowd control, but only meets dead ends as people begin to cheer on the aggression. "You have absolutely no idea of who I am. None!" I press down harder, watching his expression shift to pain. My lips move closer to his ear. His heartbeat pounds beneath my touch. "If you would like to see how dirty I am willing to get my hands to prove to everyone here how much of a bitch you are, please allow me. Call me an unfortunate lover again, and I will make sure you look as fucked up as every unfortunate who has ever received a violation. I suggest you stop mistaking me for the first year you tormented and back off," I finish, pulling my mouth away from his ear, only to meet his angered face. Pulling my knee away, I let him go. His body slumps forward, showcasing the force of the hold I had him in. I motion Max up the steps, playing off the whole interaction as if it had never happened. Josh grabs my arm, stopping me dead in my tracks. His fingers wrap around my wrist, squeezing with all he has. "Don't forget what I have on you." "Tell them. Maybe we can both get some fucking answers," I hiss, looking over the crowd with anger. "Show's over," I spit with anger. In the back of the crowd, his blue eyes look at me with something other than a scowl. A small smirk lines his face, eating up his expression like a mask. Unlike all the other times he has hatefully watched over me, he allows his smirk to show this time. His arms are crossed over his chest. His head cocks, challenging me to make him feel the hate he has shown me. I feel my body move forward, bowing toward the crowd while only looking at him. I keep my lowered gaze on him, letting my hate consume my vision before following behind Max. I expected that smirk to leave his face at my hateful expression, but it only seemed to grow. But maybe that was my own delusion. "What the hell was that? What does he have on you?" Kai questions silently while stealing the seat next to me. Josh and Colton stagger onto the tram, eyeing me down with multiple nasty looks that only fall flat in my eyes. "Do you suggest I continue to let them walk all over everyone?" "He has nothing, Kai. Calm down," I snap, waiting for his following snide remark. "She's right," Max says, sitting beside me. "It should have been us roughening them up after Ray said he hurt Forrest. Now is not the time to cast judgment," Max says, keeping his eyes on my furious brother. Kai throws his arms in the air, forcing himself back to his feet. His hand grabs Max's front, pulling him up and into a standing position. "If you're so adamant about getting involved, then you won't mind helping me convince them not to put marks on Forrest's scorecard for her outburst," Kai says, dragging Max closer to the two devils. They look unamused by my brother's presence. Still, he sits next to them, using his most professional tone to create a mind-numbing conversation that will only go over their heads. Reagan shakes her head, looking over her textbook to ignore her twin's vicious side-eye. "Thank you, kiddo," the bus driver silently whispers, smiling ear to ear at the sight of Valerie and Fallon on the tram. I press my head against the cool glass next to me, observing the silent banter between the trio meant for them and only them. My head's cut lingers with pain, throbbing every so often, indicating the start of a headache. Fallon pulls away from his conversation, looking over Valerie as she walks in front of him. I scoff at the sight, keeping my eyes away from his once they finally pull away from his blonde lapdog. My hands fidget with my bag, trying to find any source of distraction away from him and his judgment. A small piece of paper falls to my lap. It was so small I can hardly process where it came from. Fallon's hand quickly retracts to his side. He moves forward and down the tram car until he is again in his section. He doesn't acknowledge me once. I almost am sure I envisioned his hand dropping the paper toward me in the first place. Kai and Max continue to talk down the brutes. Ray's eyes are too focused on her textbook to notice the exchange. I tuck the note between my legs, opening its delicate paper to unveil its unsettling message.
I know it was you hiding behind the wall. Tell anyone what you saw between Valerie and me, and I will ensure everyone knows about your generous contribution of a bottle of contraband cure-all to an unfortunate. How long would it take an official to question how I got my hands on a bottle? Maybe Mommy should leave your name off the next one she slips in your bag. Wonder what a violation like that would do to you. Helping an unfortunate? For shame, little dove.
I linger on the name he has given me, hating it with every fiber of my being. The paper crumples beneath my hand, smearing my fingers in black ink. I cram the note into my pocket, feeling my chest's heavy rise and fall as I process his arrogant look. Her legs are strung across his lap, absorbing the small rolls of his thumb over her thighs. She takes up multiple seats, almost lying down to indulge in his touch. While her eyes are on him, his stay on me. His head cocks, watching me, waiting for some type of reaction. I lean forward on my knees, raising my head, mocking his movements with a challenging stare. His eyebrows gently raise, pulling the familiar metal vial casing of my mother's cure-all free from his pocket. He twirls the tube between his long fingers. Glancing over at Josh and Colton, he mimics the motion of dropping the vial right in front of them. If they find out I gave Fallon anything, I'm done for. I lean back in my chair, shaking my head out of frustration. He continues rubbing Valerie's leg, even dipping his fingers beneath the hem of her shirt to rub her lower stomach. I force my head away from the sight, feeling the start of a pounding headache creep through my mind as my birthmark begins to burn. I grasp my lower stomach, focusing all my energy on avoiding my pains. The headache seemingly grows, filling my mind with silent whispers that no longer feel like my inner consciousness. I feel something creeping into my mind, lingering in the empty spaces, waiting to find an opening. It grows the pain in my head, taking all of my rationality with it. There's no scenario in which I black out again on this tram and question how much time has passed. I draw in a deep breath, feeling my mind push back on the pain, forcing it away with each expansion of my lungs. "Get out!" I scream in my mind, forcing back the pain with shut eyes. It persists. Once more, my words fill my mind in a painful scream. "Get out! Get out! Get out!" All at once, the pain slips away, causing my heavy lids to become that much lighter. I finish my exhale, feeling a great weight lift away from my now lonely mind. The crowding of another presence in my head melts away, making me question how much of that pain was real. I turn my head. I expect this taunting stare to eat me alive. Instead, he looks out the window, running his hand through his wild locks, moving Valerie's legs off of him with frustration. She tries to speak to him, getting nothing but silence. His eyes are shut, his hand wiping something away from his face with a drag of his sleeve. Why is Fallon targeting me? What could he gain from tormenting one of the upper leadership's kids?
Did you hear me?
Kai's voice questions, pulling me away from my reverie and back into reality. What? I question, looking over his frazzled face.
It's dealt with,
Max says. He steals the spot next to me, forcing Kai to sit beside his twin. How did you...
Just trust us, Blackburn,
Max says, slinging his arm over my shoulder. He narrows his eyes at my head, wiping my cut. Red coats his fingers, touching the white cuff of his uniform.
What happened?
He questions, my eyes focused on the new color painting his sleeve. It's just a cut, I whisper, leaning my head into his chest, letting the sound of the tram's wheels in motion guide my thinking. He messes with his bag, utilizing some of his cure-all to fix the wound. I silently thank him, allowing his hand to rub up and down my back in comforting strokes.
It's never just a cut with you,
Max whispers in a light-hearted tone, leaving me forcing a smile at a statement I can no longer find the humor in. Chapter 8. Forest. The ride home was silent, filled with nothing but quiet gossip and multiple stares in my group's direction. My lean into Max quickly turned into sleep I wasn't aware I needed. Only 20 minutes later, we were waiting at our usual stop, ready to get off and leave the events of the day far behind us. I quickly worked my way off the vehicle, making sure to be the first one off to avoid Colton and Josh. Whatever Kai had said to them had managed to silence both of them. Even when they walked past me, they remained quiet, getting off without so much as a look in my direction. The twins and my brother were next, all drawing in sighs of relief. I expect the tram to begin its normal descent away. It lingers, waiting patiently.
I can break curfew, kid. Don't let it be, Mark.
Fallon's familiar voice demands. He is speaking to the driver, waving away his worries. Fallon exits the tram with a few untouchables, leaving Valerie to watch him from the window with a longing look. Mark hesitantly closes the tram doors, pausing before starting the vehicle and continuing his route. Fallon casually continues his walk away from the stop. You'd think he is an untouchable, given his few cares about what he does.
Your sector is across town. No dirty unfortunates allowed in our neighborhood,
Max says, moving ahead of the group. Fallon continues his walk forward, ignoring Max's words, keeping his back face toward us all. Let it go, Maxie, Reagan says, utilizing one of his least favorite nicknames.
An official will drive by and eventually deal with him,
Kai adds, only adding to my list of questions about why Fallon would want to get off at this stop. He was here this morning, but I assumed that an official dealing with transfers was the cause of that. Maybe I was wrong. Fallon! I yell, watching his body pause at my use of his name for the first time. His shoulders tense at the words. Even within his pockets, I know he has resorted to balling his fists. What are you doing here again? I continue, watching his head turn backward to look at me. His mouth opens as if he is ready to answer. Quickly, it closes, dropping into its familiar frown. He continues moving forward, giving us all nothing but silence.
How did you know his name?
Kai questions. Ray is quick to answer. We have art with him. Don't start deep diving into it. Max moves forward, his rage spilling free from him. He grasps his blade, filled with the need to expel a sudden need for violence. I press my hand to his chest, stopping his march of hate toward Fallon. I think of the vial. As long as he has that cure-all, I have to play nice. I think we've dealt with enough today, I plea, feeling his body relax the longer he watches me.
Maybe you're right, Blackburn. He pauses, turning toward our regular route home. If I am ever paired with him in defense class, I will paint the mat with him, Max finishes, guiding us away from the tram and closer to our plain, mundane home. My father's voice carries through the hallways, bouncing from wall to wall in angry shouts. The house's touch panel at the entrance confirms our presence, lighting green with a tap of our IDs. My mother and father's pictures are checked off, both home hours before us. My mother's figure is nowhere to be seen in the low-lit living area. More than one voice joins in with my father's shouts. The unfamiliar voice says my father's name repeatedly to calm him down. The wall closest to us shakes with a thud. I hear the men's volume grow, with words like deviance and unorderly finding their way under the door of my father's study. My mom's office door is shut. The small golden light of her lamp coats the floor. The twins tap their IDs on our touch panel, sending a signal to their house of their current whereabouts. I motion Ray to follow me, lingering by my father's now silent study. My body leans toward the door, pressing my ear to its cool surface, trying my best to decipher the hushed whispers of the men behind it. If they wanted us to hear it, the door would be open, Kai whispers, pulling me away from the door and guiding me closer to my room by my elbows. I stumble into the perfectly laid-out room, turning to hurl a whirlwind of curses toward my older brother. He moves Ray into the room with me, giving me a smile before closing the door on the both of us. Max stands next to my brother, shaking his head with his signature smile plastered on his face. The door closes just in time to silence me. I let the hateful words fade away, deciding maybe a closed door is best for everyone right now. Reagan hurls her body on my bed, looking up at my ceiling. Her blonde hair surrounds her head like a halo. Her natural beauty can catch me off guard even after all these years. Give me a good reason not to grab his curls and pin him down on the floor, I hiss, joining her on my bed. My back hits the soft sheets, my hands dragging across my tired eyes. Because he only wants what's best for you. She props herself on her elbow, turning her body to face me. And you haven't been the most cooperative today. Is something going on, Forrest? She questions. I long for an answer to give her. I want to say I am okay. I want to tell her I hate the hybrid program and am unsettled by the unfortunate's presence. I want to laugh at their pain with her and throw away all my corrupt thoughts that seem to spill into my mind each time I am alone. But I can't. If I tell you something, can you promise me it stays between us? I question, pulling myself back up into a seated position. Her interest is perked. Her body readjusts to get a better look at my worried expression. You should know by now you can tell me anything. I still haven't told Kai who is responsible for his broken blade hilt. The vivid image of my tossing his weapon against a wall after one of our arguments passes through my thoughts. I shake away the image, looking at the clock on my nightstand. Its camera blinks, watching over the room and all who inhabit it. I move closer to the device, pulling its cord away from the wall, timing the 5 minutes I have on Reagan's watch until it alerts either of my parents of its deactivation. I cover her mouth, giving her no time to try and question my actions. There isn't enough time for her to start hitting me with her line of questioning. You know the 2 transfers on the tram today? I question, still feeling the presence of the note in my front pocket. She nods, pulling away my hand from her mouth to whisper,
Yes. Fallon, she says his name as if it's poison on her tongue. He spent a great deal of that ride glancing over at you as angrily as Josh and Colton had, Reagan whispers, side-eyeing the clock lying face down. Why did you unplug? I saw them take contraband from the sector. The girl somehow got a light sensor prod and handed it to him. The deviants my dad has been worried about sneaking around our sector are already here, I whisper, watching her expression shift. She sits up more, holding my arms. Her head tilts as if she will retain more information the closer she is to me. They stole weapons? How the hell would they even be able to get one of those away from an official? Why haven't you reported it yet? She questions. Oh, no reason. I just have a supposed contraband item with my name plastered all over it. I have. The lie sounds convincing, even to me. Maybe that's why he got off at our stop today, to avoid his sector. Did you see them wreck the school grounds? She questions. That had to have happened after we all left. There's no way they could have done that much damage, I say, questioning my want to keep them out of the problem. You didn't see anything? Nothing that helps either of us. No, only what I already reported. I needed to tell someone. I needed to have a conversation that felt normal. Reporting unfortunates is supposed to be like second nature. Even now, I am questioning if I have revealed too much to her about the nature of Valerie and Fallon's interaction. My trust lies with her. It has to. Ever since we were children, she has safeguarded my truths. But now, watching her nose upturn at the mention of any unfortunate, I feel sick, like I've said the wrong thing. You could have said that in front of the clock. If anything, it would have helped you get them more violations, Ray says, moving to plug the device back in. I grab her wrist, stopping her from leaning over me. Her hand holds the cord close. The cure-all isn't banned in their sector, is it? I question, waiting for her quick comment on my ignorance and asking something so idiotic. She has been studying non-stop for the past 3 years, preparing for her medical exam to be placed in a position under my mother after her judgment day. The answer is simple. The cure-all is meant for all. That ideology is the very foundation on which my mother built her cure. You know already, Forrest. Your mom developed it for both sectors, Ray says, not giving me the straight answer I need. I move her back a bit, waiting for us both to reach eye level before speaking. I didn't ask who it was made for. Did our people ban its use in their sector? I question. The familiar pit fills my stomach, only growing my suspicions. The new commander felt the medical units were wasting many resources on funding lavishes like the cure-all in their sector. Last I heard, it was being pulled from their shelves. Most have to migrate to the untouchable med center and join a waiting list to receive a vial. A great deal of the people who need it don't tend to come back once it is finally their turn to receive a dosage, Ray says, tensing her jaw as she speaks. Don't come back? I question, pushing farther on the notion. Our priority is not to keep them alive, Forrest. The cure-all is a luxury. You know this. Where one unfortunate dies, 3 more stand. They're all replaceable. This isn't new information. We were giving them handouts for far too long, Ray says. My stomach twists at her words. Were children on the lists? I question. Her eyes answer the question before her words can. They're not people. They're not our people. Stop speaking about them as if they are, Ray says, moving past me to cram the plug back in the outlet. I tug my knees to my chest, reflecting on Fallon's note with a new perspective. Of all the things in that bag he could have swiped, he chose the cure-all.
There was a wallet in the front and an ID that could get him into any part of our sector. He stole a medicine untouchables use like it has no limit. Some spray it on simple paper cuts, using multiple doses in one go. He wasn't stealing it to taunt me, although it did work to his advantage. He was stealing it because he needed it. Ray's furrowed brows relax once the device powers back to life. She looks at me sympathetically, landing her hand on my leg with a genuine expression. You did the right thing reporting those deviants and telling me. You know I will always support you, Ray says with a smile. It does not relax me like I wish it would. The voices once trapped behind my father's door now linger in the hallway in loud laughter. I pull away from my position on the bed, swinging open the bedroom door, nearly crashing into him and his wild blonde locks. Xavier grabs my waist, stopping me from clacking heads with him. He smiles wide, letting his laughter trail off once he fully acknowledges who he is in front of. His large hand is warm against my side. I almost don't notice how dangerously close he is to the rough skin of my birthmark. I pause, apologizing silently at my sudden entrance. I lean up against the wall in an attempt to shift his hand away from my mark. He moves closer, allowing my father more room to occupy the hallway with him. Xavier's eyes land on his hand, pulling it away, letting it rub the back of his neck. Reflexes, he whispers, giving me his gentle, soft grin. I didn't mind, I whisper back, speaking without fully processing my words. He looks ready to say more, but my father's words and Kai's sudden presence with Max quickly cut him off. Kai and Max look curious, watching over Xavier with two very different expressions. Where Kai looks enthralled, Max looks displeased, maybe even annoyed. Xavier clears more space, joining me against the wall. How much did you all hear? My dad questions, looking around at the countless eyes on him. Do you want me to lie and say I didn't hear you yelling? I question, feeling Kai's annoyance even from this distance. He sounds grumpy when he's frustrated, doesn't he? Xavier questions, grinning wildly at my dad's gaze. That I do, my father says, smiling just as wide as Xavier. The two men's banter is unlike anything I have seen before. In most scenarios, that comment would have ended with crude words and shame from my father. Instead, he laughs along, seeing the humor in the statement for once in his life. 5 minutes alone yelling in a room together and you make him smile? I question Xavier. His presence might be growing on me, my father says, patting the man on the back. My dad's knuckles are coated in a thin layer of scabs. Only now do I see the matching wounds covering Xavier's hands. It's relatively fresh. Some knuckles are cut deeper than others. I grab Xavier's hand, examining it closely before dropping it with 2 pinched fingers. Just made conversation today? I question, watching Xavier's brows crease with a perplexed look. A few unfortunates needed a brief talking to today for being away from their sector for too long, my father says. All I can think of is the woman and Fallon's defiant walk straight into our sector. Looks to me like you two handled some deviant assholes, Max chimes in, moving closer to the young official towering next to me. I heard Forrest handled some assholes herself, Xavier says. My dad's eyes snap at me, waiting for me to confirm or deny the statement. Has she been fighting again? My father questions Kai, not once asking me for the truth. It was 2 boys taunting her. The ones with all the violations on their scorecards. Untouchables. I took the liberty of viewing the footage so you didn't have to. To me, it was justified. Possibly even lenient, Xavier says, saving me from having to pull together an excuse. I mouth a small thank you, watching his smirk grow at the praise.
He's right. Colton and Josh have been going at us all nonstop,
Kai says in defense. Even he is done with their thoughtless actions.
It was only those two you all dealt with today? You saw nothing else?
My father questions everyone in the group. Even now he tries to find answers for his leadership about the damage at the school. They genuinely have no idea what happened. They are as in the dark as me. I was hoping maybe he would have an explanation. Max begins to explain what he saw to my father, taking the claims of my other two companions as Xavier motions me to follow him. The four of them are engrossed in their conversation, not noticing our silent exit through my father's study door. Xavier adjusts the door, leaving it semi-open to continue listening to the conversations outside. My father's study is lined with bookshelves, filled with old literature long forgotten in the new educational systems. A perfectly filed cabinet is open, revealing countless names I have no relation to. His computer screen is dark. The small stand of bourbon and scotch is raised high next to his leather chair. Xavier grabs a vial from his pocket, moving closer as he pushes the hair away from the side of my face. I feel my cheeks warm at the touch. His fingertips linger over my skin, his free hand cupping the side of my face. I wince once his fingers meet the cut Max had failed to heal fully.
This room has no devices. What did you do?
Xavier questions, spraying my face lightly with the medicine. His eyes watch the wound, continuing his hold on my face long after the cut is healed. I tripped. I'm clumsy, I say, trying to feed him the lie everyone has believed all day.
Yeah? Is that what the twins believed?
He questions, dropping his hand from the side of my face. He keeps a piece of my hair between his pointer finger and his thumb as he rubs down its length. There's nothing to believe, I say, feeling the warmth spread in my cheeks once his eyes finally meet mine.
Is that why your face is so red right now? Honesty has never looked so guilty.
His free hand raises, cupping my cheek. He rolls his thumb over my skin in the same way Fallon had when he touched the soft skin of Valerie's thigh. I shove away the image of Fallon, letting Xavier's enthralling eyes coat my vision. The touch is gentle. It feels different than the kiss I shared with Max. Every touch from him makes me nervous, and he can sense it. I'm not guilty.
Then what are you? You've looked lost ever since you ran into me,
Xavier says, keeping me flustered. Nothing happened that you haven't already laid out, I whisper, pulling his hand down and away from my face. I expect to let his hand go, but I cling on tighter.
I don't believe you. Your heart is racing right now, he says,
seeking a genuine answer. His fingertips meet my pulse along my neck. His head lowers close enough to hear my shaky breaths.
Are you sure you're trusting the right people?
He questions, only accelerating my heart rate. My dad nudges open the door. Instantly, I retract my hands from Xavier's, creating space between us. My friend's eyes meet mine. Xavier holds his calm expression, shoving the vial back in his pocket. He smiles at me, easing my tensions on the note we left the conversation on.
You're all going to the screening tonight?
My father questions. What screening? I ask, shooting my focus toward Kai.
The school is playing Gatsby tonight. It's one of the old world's coveted films. New Haven refurbished enough of a found film so they could cast it tonight in the front of the schoolyard. I've been telling you about it all week, Kai says in defeat.
Actually, you only told me, Ray says, jumping to my defense at my brother's ignorance. You are going, right? Ray continues.
Of course she is,
Max says, rolling his eyes at his twin.
I believe she has words,
Xavier says, crossing his arms, cocking his head at Max. The tension between these two is suffocating. It fills my throat like a thick fog. Even my father takes a moment to observe the rise in testosterone surrounding him.
Forrest, your mother hoped to speak to you before you go. Why don't you stop by her office before you start getting ready? Xavier and I have a few more things to go over, and I'm pretty sure your parents would like you two to check in before you stay here any longer,
my father says, dispersing the group with just one statement. That's how my father is. The man is able to dictate a room with few words. Max and Xavier look away from one another, moving to their respective areas across the room. We'll be back over in an hour, Ray says, tugging her twin and leaving the study. Kai trails behind.
I'll show them out. Good seeing you again, he finishes, waving gently to Xavier.
Odd. He never gives anyone a second look. My father waits for me to back away. I take the hint, letting Xavier hold the door open for me with his typical smile.
Tell me it's a bad idea to continue trying to figure you out,
he quickly whispers, lowering his head to avoid my dad's ears. I can't do that, I say, pulling away from the study with a smile. My mother scans her files, covering her ears with a pair of muffs meant for winter. Her body jolts from my sudden presence. She pries away the soft barriers between the outside world and her. I kick her door closed with my heel, pulling up a seat beside her stressed figure. What's with the headgear? I question, messing with the soft bits of the headpiece. Your father and the boy were getting too loud. I don't like hearing about his work some days, my mother says. My eyes trail to her clock. I am shocked to see its plug pulled clean from the socket. How long have you had that out of the wall? I question. As long as your father has been shouting in his study. It's not too fond of my distaste towards talk of violence. It'll take the marks on my scorecard, she says, as she began shoving away the folder in front of her with a sigh. They were only speaking of unfortunates. She covers my mouth, looking around the room, silencing me with a raised finger. After a few seconds, she lowers her hand, drawing in a deep breath. There's no need to specify details right now. I want to talk about you. Kai mentioned to me you might be having a hard time. He says you have seemed a bit off, my mom says, glancing down at the portion of my shirt above my mark Xavier had managed to untuck with his grasp. I may have gotten enough physical interaction with an untouchable, I begin. She shakes her head, scolding me with a click of her tongue. You know better, Forrest. What have I told you repeatedly? She questions, pulling away another one of my hairs she has deemed too gray to be residing with my dark brown hair. Being in the shadows is not a disadvantage, I say, watching her sigh. So why would you go out of your way to torment someone? Why threaten someone out of a sheer power play? The hypocrisy eats me alive. I let them beat down an elderly unfortunate and watch, and all is well, but the minute I make them feel the same fear, I'm the problem? I question, cutting off her train of thought. She pauses, waiting for me to clarify. What? There was a woman this morning. Josh Seal and Colton Stark beat her down. Josh and Colton were the ones I roughened up. Let me make their actions justifiable by adding that the woman is unfortunate, I say, shaking my head out of frustration. I already got the speech from Kai. I don't need it from you too, I say, backing away from her dazed expression. Were you there? She questions, ignoring my statement. What? I say, pausing my hand's grasp on the doorknob. Were you there when the pawns got destroyed? She questions, keeping her head lowered. What does it matter? I start going and twisting the knob, ready to free myself from this conversation. You tell me if something happened to you, right? My mom questions. She speaks as if she already has an answer. Are you sure you're trusting the right people? His words swarm my mind. A blink from another device tucked away by the bottom of the door hits my foot. She eagerly awaits a response, joining my stare at my foot. Someone is always watching. I'm sure you can get the whole picture as you always have. My word has never been as good as their cameras, I whisper coldly, leaving her alone to reflect on her countless spiraling thoughts. Chapter 9. Forest. My school clothes litter the bathroom floor, coating the tile in shades of gray and black. My figure looks foreign in the large glass mirror. Weak is the only suitable word to describe how I feel. The bathroom door is locked, keeping away Reagan and her prying eyes. My birthmark rests above my hip, protruding for all to see. The skin of the mark is rougher and much lighter than any other part of my body. It rises above the surface of my skin, not running smoothly like the rest of me. 4 bruises from Josh's fingertips prying into my leg coat my thigh in blue and purple. Where there is muscle on most of the unfortunates, I see nothing but bone. Most of us hold slender bodies meant for anything but labor. The only way I managed to pin Josh was purely out of position. If my knee weren't lodged between his legs, I would have been done for. Even Max, who partakes in nothing but athletics, still holds a more slender build. My fingers brush over my mark once more. It's nothing more than an imperfection. It's as imperfect as the countless scars the unfortunates house. The small part of Fallon's back I saw is like a mosaic. He's covered in scars, some old and some much newer. Even Valerie's hands looked like they had been laid down on a cutting board and sliced repeatedly. What must one do in their sector to receive a punishment like that? The detention device my father showcased at the school is what they are willing to show us they utilize on unfortunates. But could there be more? Every citizen of New Haven, untouchable and unfortunate, has one thing in common. One imperfection that no one goes without. I stare at my right pointer finger, looking over the small white scar across its tip. Every single citizen has this scar. Every one of us is born with it to confirm our purity. I hear the whir of the machine. Their silent voices are stifled behind masks. The countless boxes of latex gloves drown out the smell of blood. I take a deep breath, blinking my eyes to focus on where I am. The sink faucet runs, splashing onto the counter. I twist the knobs off, feeling the haze of another blackout surround me. The vivid images do not linger in my mind, leaving as quickly as they seem to have arrived. At some point, between reflecting on scars and turning on the sink, I have lost time. It took only a few seconds to disorientate. Pulling on the leisure wear of black slacks and a gray tank, I move away from my thoughts, no longer wanting to be alone with them. I force my hair down from its straining position high on my head. It covers my shoulders, spanning down my front, only to be tucked away by a sling of my jacket over my shoulders. I reflect on the faucet once more, questioning when I had managed to turn it on. I spill into my room, looking at Ray's relaxed position leaned into my window frame. She almost dressed the same as me, choosing a white top instead of the traditional gray. Unlike me, she takes the time to style her clothes, carefully tucking and rolling each article of clothing to fit her just right. I look her over, anticipating some remark about my thrown-together outfit.
How do you always manage to look so disorganized? Ray questions,
moving away from the window to pinch my cheeks. I swat her hand away. Her graceful figure navigates my room with gentle steps. Each move she makes is as calculated as every other part of her life. If perfection were a person, she would be it. I do hope to one day achieve your level of put-togetherness, I say, as I continue fiddling with the necklace I can now have out in the open. She looks me up and down, giving me a suggestive smile. What's that look for? I question, turning away from her to toss my uniform in a hamper.
You and that official seemed close when we all interrupted your private meeting in your dad's study,
Reagan says, poking my back from behind. My cheeks fill with fire at her comment.
Xavier and me... Xavier? So you are on a first-name basis?
Ray says, adding a sound to her tone that children used to taunt each other about their harmless crushes. I turn to snap at her, her mouth gaping open with a grin.
Look how red you are. I was just taking a guess you two were getting handsy. I thought I had imagined his hand in yours,
Ray says, louder than I'd like.
Ray, respectfully, shut up, I whisper,
covering my ears to ignore her pursuit to taunt me.
I know we aren't supposed to speak on matters as egotistical as looks, but I can see the appeal.
I'm not deep diving into this right now, I say, pushing closer to the door she has decided to block.
Did you two kiss?
She questions eagerly.
No,
I say, going to reach for the door.
Do you want him to kiss you?
She questions further, only making my face grow more red. The door swings open before I can get to it. Max and Kai waltz into my room, sporting their normal leisure wear. The pair throw themselves onto my bed. Reagan continues poking me, whispering Xavier and my initials in my ear, humming small children's rhymes meant to antagonize. "What are you doing to her?" Max questions after a moment of undoing my made bed.
Just interrogating her on her wants to explore a certain someone's lips?
I cut her off with a shove away from me as I groan. Max's interest looks piqued. I try suppressing his words with a cutting motion to my neck, already able to tell his train of thought and his sister's are not the same. "You told her about our kiss?" Max questions. His twin's face drops immediately. Reagan moves toward me, ready to hit me with a new line of questioning. Surprise hides behind her expression, filled with countless questions I am unprepared to answer. I shake my head at her, spilling into my hallway through the open door, not giving any of them a chance to continue pushing me on the matter of Xavier and his lips, as lovely as they might be. The last thing I need is another reason for Max to release his anger onto unfortunates.
"Forrest?"
My mother yells from the kitchen. I seize the opportunity, pulling away from this god-awful conversation that was no doubt about to take place. She stands in the kitchen, examining my bag, fumbling through the pockets. My dad leans into the counter, trying to speak to her about her day, getting nothing but brief responses. Her focus is not on him. Her eyes move up as I enter the room, motioning me over with a nod. My friends' bodies exit the room, only motivating me to get away from them and closer to my mom's stern look. She shows me the bag and its contents, waiting for me to speak. "What are you looking for?" my dad finally asks.
"Where is your cure-all?"
my mom questions, running her fingers through the now empty pocket it permanently resides in. Shit. "It must have fallen out during my interaction with Josh," I whisper, looking back at my friends waiting in the hallway. "You didn't think to pick it up?" my mom questions. My mother is pushing harder than usual to pick apart my story. She's trying her best to find a hidden truth.
Katiana,
my father says, placing a hand on his wife's upper arm to calm her.
We can just get her another. Don't stress. Her friends are waiting on her,
my father says, trying to calm down my mother's strict attitude. She sighs, lowering the bag and running her hand through her hair. My father's phone screen flashes red, indicating an urgent message that requires his attention. A red screen almost always means he misses dinner and only returns in the early morning.
Deviant unfortunates spotted in our sector again outside of their work bounds,
my father clarifies, answering the call now coming in on the other end. I see Xavier's name flash over the screen. My dad's frustrations grow the longer he is on the phone. He turns away from us, covering his mouth with his hand to speak more clearly. My friends stay back, waiting for me to give them the okay to come closer.
Handle it,
my dad says sternly, ending the call with a brutal hit to the screen. I can't stop my hand from flying to my head, putting pressure on my temple in an attempt to ease the sudden pain behind my eyes. My father's eyes watch the action, looking down toward my hands clutching on my torso. My father reaches toward my mom, easing her tense body with a gentle squeeze up and down her arms.
It was a long day for everyone,
my mom says, finally sinking into my father's arms wrapped around her.
Please be patient with me, both of you. I had to deal with many meetings with upper leadership, and hearing one of your children got into an interaction does not make anything better, my mom says.
Disappointment clouds her words.
I scoff, backing away from my mother with a slow nod. My dad gives me a warning look, daring me to not continue my next action.
Good thing you have a perfect one right behind me. It balances out the fact you made a fuck-up in your little lab, I whisper, shoving my dad's shoulder, not letting him try and use his words to sway yet another situation in his favor. I tap my ID on the panel, leaving everyone behind me with a rough slam of the door. The tram waits at a dead standstill at the stop, running its usual evening route for any untouchables that want to migrate back toward the school. The school is no more than 10 minutes from New Haven's downtown shops, making it the perfect middle ground to drop off and pick up our people. I sling my hood over my head, staring at the clouded sky, wishing more than anything to be alone and away from my brother and friends' questioning. The tram looks empty. Mark's hunched figure sits at the wheel, flipping through a newspaper's black and white pages. I tap on the glass of the sliding door, keeping my hood up, making eye contact with Mark. He lowers his head, pulling open the doors with a handle.
You don't have to do that,
I whisper, lingering on the staircase. Mark raises his head. His hair is blanketed with gray streaks. Stubble surrounds his face, only adding to his aging process. A pair of green eyes similar to mine look toward me. He sits with a hunch, slender around the waist, teetering close to frail. The wheel has worn away in the places his hands touch most. He has been stuck in this position for years. If I had to guess, he is in his 60s, possibly early 70s.
You don't have to lower your head like that when it's just me, I reiterate, letting the smile on my face finally reach me.
His eyes widen. Never in the 4 years I've had him as my tram driver have I spoken to him like this. I keep my hood over my head, avoiding the camera at the front of the bus. He touches his throat, making my chest heavy, knowing he is trying to ask permission to speak.
Please, I hate being in silence,
I motion, touching my throat with a smile.
Are you okay, miss? You look distressed, he says.
His eyes move behind me as my friends pry open the tram doors. They all ignore partaking in the knock he would have appreciated. I draw in a deep breath, shaking my head. I don't know anymore, I whisper, gazing past him to look like I was staring out the window this whole time. Kai's hand reaches my shoulder, turning me around. Mark looks away again, starting the ignition shortly after everyone is on. Kai drags down my hood, crossing his arms, only following me once I walk away. I give him a cold shoulder, planting myself in a seat closest to the red tape. My shoes touch the red line of the unfortunate section, passing it once I relax into the seat. Kai doesn't seem to process my want to be alone. Instead, he sits, motioning the others to join in around me. I reach to conceal my face once more. My brother can't wait to stop me. You can be mad at Mom and Dad for whatever reason, not me. I'm on your side whether you realize it or not, Kai says, letting go of his hold on my wrist. He drops my hand, looking out the window to distract himself from my coldness. Where is everyone else? Ray questions, scanning the empty bus. Even she knows not to push me right now. There was another tram 30 minutes ago. A great deal of them were on the bus the first time around, Mark says, offering his input once we make eye contact in his mirror. There's your answer, I say, giving no one the chance to question Mark's sudden use of words. Everyone takes that as a cue to leave me alone. No one knows how far I am willing to go to make a point. This isn't the first time they have dealt with mood swings like this. They used to come over me all the time as a child, ending with countless yells from my mother and more uppings of the pills she seemed to love to cram down my throat. Max watches me as if I am unhinged. His look is so different in contrast to Xavier's curious eyes. I turn my whole body, staring out the window beyond New Haven and the ward. The darkening sky creates the beauty of the night and coats the open space above us. Dense trees, alive and dead, linger beyond the ward's sheer layer. Ash still lines the ground beyond New Haven, dusting remnants of what used to be valiant cities before the wars. For a moment, and only a moment, I could almost swear something moved, running beyond the ash and trees, looking toward New Haven with hungry eyes. But that's impossible. Nothing can live for more than a few days beyond the wards. Or maybe that's just what we say to convince ourselves we aren't in confinement. Chapter 10. Forest. A massive white tarp hangs between two aspens positioned side by side in the school's front yard. Bright yellow tape surrounds the area where the koi ponds once resided. The fish are no longer coating the ground. Nothing but 2 holes remain after the handiwork of unfortunate gardeners, no doubt. I half expect a smear of my blood to be on the wall after the events of today. Thankfully, I see nothing. Couples and groups join each other on blankets, huddling together to keep warm. Some wear thick jackets. Others resort to sitting on one another, hiding their risky touches from the watchful eyes of officials patrolling the area at a safe distance. A couple sneaks off into the thicker brush behind the school, touching each other in every way possible, only looking back at the group once before disappearing behind the bushes. A large projector plays nothing in particular, casting a blinding light over the white tarp. Some hold bags filled with popcorn, a buttery treat we so rarely are gifted due to the nutrition regulations in our food. The savory smell of the popped treat beckons me closer to the small booth the bags come from. I'm going to get us some, I say, motioning to the bag a boy holds as he walks past us. Reagan carries a bag filled with all we need to be comfortable tonight. Figure she would be the one to be fully prepared for the screening. Since the blow-up at my house, everyone has been cautious about what they say around me. My crude words on the tram have only made them question my willingness to cause trouble. Despite my negative nature, Max has still managed to stay close. Reagan begins spreading the blanket, pulling down my brother to join her. Kai does not fight her, letting his body lean into her more than he has in the past.
I'm going to talk to a few of my buddies, and then I can help you carry it all over, Max starts, grabbing my hand as if I will join him in speaking to his friends.
I've got it. You go ahead and socialize, I say, plastering on my best smile, yanking my hand back toward me.
Extra butter for me,
Kai exclaims, only half paying attention to the conversation as he hangs on to Ray's every word. I nod, moving away from Max. His hand limply drops to his side. I know it's confusing to kiss him like that in the hallway, only to ghost him once he gives me the same energy back. Max is one of those things that is perfect on paper but feels so wrong once I face it. He's safe. His family is safe. My parents love him. But I need more than perfect. I need flaws. I need something to feel real for once in my life. I pull my hood back up, moving past groups of people returning to their spots with their tasty treats. The white tarp flashes with unrecognizable images. The movie's beginning sounds off, filling the speakers with lively music and whatever they considered acting back in the old world. It baffles me how a whole society could idolize and overpay people for pretending to be something else in front of a camera. No one remains at the booth's small, shed-like structure. Everyone is too preoccupied with watching the film or conversing so loud they don't know what's being said. There's no in-between. A dark-skinned boy runs the booth, his eyes gentle, like pools of gold. His hair is tightly coiled, cut short but maintained well. He stands a foot shorter than Kai, holding his posture and shoulders back as he cleans the booth's small ledge where the treats sit on display. I creep up to the window, glancing back at the moving picture and my friends who only seem focused on their conversation.
Are we doing soda or popcorn?
The boy questions, pausing his cleaning to give me a warm smile. I don't recognize him. I've never once crossed paths with him if he is at the academy. His clothes are nice, covered by a white apron that has had some use. 3 popcorns, please. 1 with some extra butter for my brother, I say, shoving a few coins across the counter, meeting the boy's perplexed look. His mouth is in a straight line. His eyes dart to an official casually walking by. Was it not enough? I begin. His voice meets my ears, sending countless chills up my spine.
Your people don't pay our people. I'm surprised you didn't vomit when you said please to him.
Fallon's ignorant tone bellows. The boy working the counter looks nervous, pulling at his collar to allow more breathing room. I look inside the small booth. Fallon leans against the wall, sporting a black shirt and gray pants that seem to enunciate his better features. His arms are crossed, his eyes dead set on me. Don't listen to him, the boy begins, shoving the money back toward me.
I should have specified I was an unfortunate before I began speaking,
he snaps, looking toward Fallon with anger.
I would have personally kept it going, Fallon says, pushing away from the wall to get a closer look. She's much more tolerable when she treats us like we're people, Fallon finishes, looking me over angrily.
Fallon, shut up, the boy hisses, trying to silence his voice.
What's wrong, Hunter? Scared she will tell on us?
Fallon questions, fiddling with a small vial in his pocket he knows will keep me silent. Are you ever pleasant? Or are you always a selfish asshole? I question, finally addressing Fallon's snide comments.
Selfish would be assuming I like who I am, so no. But I can be quite pleasant given the right scenario, Fallon says.
Something lingers behind his words. It makes my cheeks grow hot with nerves.
Is your brother the tall one up front?
Hunter questions, breaking mine and Fallon's heated stare. I look back toward the group, watching Kai's arms wave in the air as he expressively tells a story.
Can't you tell? They look like twins. Speaking of, where's your blonde puppy dog? Fallon questions.
I look around for Max, returning my attention to the two boys once I spot him. I look inside the booth, scoffing once I realize who is missing. Max is with his friends. I thought you had a blonde lapdog of your own. Shouldn't she be licking your face right now? I question, seeing Fallon's cocky smirk drop at the statement.
Sadly, she couldn't join us. Maybe you can take her place since you're so curious about her,
Fallon says. My stomach fills with a wave of anxiety at the statement. Hunter physically drops multiple bags of popcorn, slamming his hand on the counter fearfully. He looks around for an official, forcing his attention back to me with a shaky tone.
Fallon, you ignorant, cocky son of a bitch,
Hunter begins, sweating from his fear. Fallon looks blissful. You know where to find me, I say, cutting off Hunter's rant toward Fallon. I should report Fallon. I should watch him get lashed with a prod for what he said. But I loved it. I craved it. I crave the fear he fills me with. It's a fear to walk the line. Fallon moves closer to the window, looking over my expression with furrowed brows.
What?
He questions. You know where to find me when you're tired of your lapdog? I mutter, letting my smirk finally meet my mouth at the sight of his dazed expression. Hunter is wide-eyed, looking between the both of us. Is there something so enthralling on my face that you can't break your pathetic stare right now? I question, pushing Fallon further.
Enthralling is not the word I'd use to describe what I feel when I look at you,
Fallon says, lowering his eyes as that typical sense of hate passes over his expression. Don't worry, I'm not too fond of you either, I begin, turning toward Hunter's worried expression. Your friend, on the other hand, is a breath of fresh air, I say, easing his tension with another smile. Fallon scoffs, shaking his head at the exchange.
He almost makes you forget we're not people in your eyes, right?
Fallon says, reminding me once more where we both land in this society. I never said you're not people, I utter, watching the pair's eyes wince at the statement. Why are you working this booth anyway? It seems like the last place either of you'd want to be, I say, trying my best to shove down the feeling of pain I get the longer Fallon's hate hits me.
The popcorn most of you are so carelessly tossing to the ground is banned in our sector,
Fallon begins.
We get to take home the scraps,
Hunter clarifies, popping a piece of the treat in his mouth. How could something as simple as this be banned in their sector?
Was that too much for you to process at once?
Fallon questions. Angrily, I look up at him, wondering just how much badgering I can take before going in there and testing to see if his strength is only an illusion.
Fallon, you're not the one who should be speaking on another's intelligence,
Hunter snaps, making the raven-haired giant's smile fade in a second. I can't stop the laugh from escaping my mouth. It's the first genuine laugh I have allowed myself in months. It sounds foreign once it leaves me. I force my hand over the noise, stopping myself from drawing more attention to the two than I already have by my multiple minutes of lingering by the counter. My smile falls away from beneath my hand. Hunter looks pleased, and Fallon, for the first time, doesn't look utterly pissed off by my existence.
Glad to know Hunter's shitty jokes are funny to someone,
Fallon says, pushing away from the counter and nudging the boy playfully in the arm. I had to guess, these two are more than casual friends. They're close, possibly as close as Ray and me. I have a feeling your humor wouldn't be any better, I begin, ready to challenge Fallon farther than I did the first time.
Whose humor?
Max's voice questions. I pull away from the counter, looking toward the blonde. His hands are deep in his pockets, his eyes on me.
Have you just been talking to yourself for the past 10 minutes? Every time I look over here, it looked like you were going on to yourself, Max says.
It doesn't surprise me that he assumes I've not acknowledged the pair of men staring at him from within the booth. Actually, Hunter here was telling me a funny joke, I begin, full of smiles. Max pauses me, pinching the bridge of his nose as his frustrations grow.
You fucking spoke to her? Outside of your regs?
Max questions to the two. I feel my smile drop. Max's eyes focus on a nearby official, ready to wave him over.
Sir,
Hunter begins. Fallon is going to open his mouth and escalate the situation. I move in front of Max, placing the treats back on the counter to nudge him back several feet. I grab his chin, dragging his eyes down to face me. I asked him to speak to me. Let it be me if you want an official to be upset with someone. I broke regulation, not them, I say, holding back his hand, ready to wave over the man dressed head to toe in black.
Why the hell would you do that? He questions.
I pause, a bit dumbfounded by the nature of the question. I just wanted to tell them thank you.
We don't do that, Forrest. We don't thank them for anything. Without us, they would have nothing. The least you can do is take the food and leave them to wallow instead of giving them a smile and a laugh, Max hisses.
His face is flustered and his eyes are wide. This isn't about me speaking to them. I shake my head at him, grabbing the bags from the counter with a frown toward the two men. Fallon crosses his arms as he watches the exchange, eyeing down Max with a similar hatred he often has when he watches me. I whisper a silent, "I'm sorry," to Hunter, which grows his look of confusion. I turn back toward Max, powered almost entirely by annoyance. "I don't need a lesson on law from you regarding regulations," I spit, shoving his bag of popcorn in his chest, mocking his childish emotions.
"What are you smiling at, bottom feeder?"
Max yells. His voice almost carries over the sound of the actors in the film. Fallon's mouth is upturned, watching the exchange with a relaxed demeanor.
"You still haven't gathered how little she wants you, have you?"
Fallon questions. My heart drops. Max looks ready to tear the man apart. It takes all I have to pull him away from the booth while avoiding the official's lingering eyes. Hunter grabs Fallon, moving him out of the window and returning him to the back of the shed to fill new bags. I yank the blonde toward me, dragging him closer to our friends while balancing their treats in a tight hold. Max grabs me harshly, straining against my touch, nearly bruising my arms in the process. "Let it go," I whisper, trying to get him to calm down.
"That son of a bitch! I will kick his fucking teeth in," Max begins.
I land my mouth on his again, feeling my stomach recoil at the gesture. I do my best to feed into the touch, feeling his hands move away from my arms and to my sides. A few students whistle. Ray and Kai's voices question what is going on. Even Colton and Josh egg on the action, telling Max, "She bites," as they whistle. His lips are like poison on my tongue. Every part of me wants to get away. It's like 1,000 hands are pounding on the door of my mind, screaming at me never to let him touch me like this.
"Hands off,"
an official yells, making us break apart. Many eyes are on us, a pair of blue ones from the booth lingering longer than others. I fight the urge to wipe my mouth. Max looks more relaxed, grabbing my hand and lowering me on the blanket with the others. I look behind me, seeing his anger momentarily melt away. Max grabs my waist, pulling me closer to him. Fallon shakes his head, moving away from the booth window once more.
What was that about? Kai questions, grabbing the bags from my lap and dispersing them. Two dirty unfortunates who don't know when to be quiet, Max says, shaking his head like Fallon.
You instigated that, I say, feeling Kai pinch my arm.
You're right, Max says, drawing in a deep breath. I'm sorry, he whispers after a few moments.
He gives me his soft smile that I have come to find comfort in. I ease up on my tension, leaning into him. So, are you two exclusive? Ray questions.
I observe her lean into my brother, scoffing at the statement.
Are you two?
I question back, watching Kai scoot away from the girl out of embarrassment. You are incredibly unpredictable, you know that, right? Max questions, returning to his light-hearted nature.
I am fully aware, I whisper. So, tell me about the film, I finish, nudging my brother with my foot.
As far as I know, Gatsby.
My brother's words fade away as quickly as a fire drenched in water. Every one of my hairs rise, working from my legs to the length of my arms. My mark burns hot, painfully exploring my whole torso. The dull aches behind my eyes are like hammers pounding a concrete wall. Something creeps over the space. It is watching us. It is watching me. I don't feel the air enter my lungs. My hands shake, my palms filling with a buzz as if they have lost blood flow. Kai's nothing more than muffled noise. My skin fills with so much heat that Max needs to check me with the back of his hand. Kai, something feels off, I whisper, grabbing my brother's wrist. A blood-curdling scream fills the air, nearly bursting my eardrums. Everyone shoots to their feet, looking around for the source of the torturous sound. The untouchable woman from earlier, who snuck behind the bushes, looks as pale as a ghost, running toward the screen with a staggered step. Crimson coats her front, drowning her scream in a pool of blood collecting in her throat. More people join in on her screams, backing away from her as her knees collide with the grass. She clutches her throat, holding back the blood that's trying to escape from the massive slash of skin torn away from her throat. I feel my lungs finally exhale, urging me to move forward. Max grabs my coat. My hands fumble with the zipper to tear myself away from his grasp. The jacket slips off. I run toward the girl, feeling my brother follow close behind me. Hunter and Fallon step out from inside the booth, watching the sight in front of them with looks of shock. Anyone previously near the girl is backed away. Officials begin moving closer, each one of them fiddling in their pockets for medkits. Claw marks work down her front, each one deeper than the last. Her body is torn, and her skin is charred. It's like a burning blade had slashed her up and down. The officials continue fumbling, listening to the pleas of students begging them to grab their guns. Another body stumbles from the bush. The boy the girl had snuck off with. He clutches his side, bleeding just as profusely as her. He runs toward the closest official he sees. Hunter stays back, trying his best to pull Fallon toward him. I help apply pressure to the woman's neck, watching her wince in pain. The twins stand still, trying their best to get at least one official to back away from their trance on the devices they all now hold. They are re-regulation devices, meant to stop unfortunates in aggravated states. A foreign warmth radiates beside me, filling the space around me in a mere few seconds with equal feelings of uncertainty and security. Only a few moments pass before the clarity of who has made their way over to the mess sprawled out in front of me finally settles. Fallon kneels, moving my hands to help the woman breathe. He grasps a corner of his shirt, tearing away the bottom, helping me raise her head before tightening the thin piece of material now around her neck.
What the hell are you guys waiting for?
Kai yells toward the officials, joining in on the confusion clouding the area. I feel my heart race. Fallon continues his hold, looking around at the numerous men inputting code into their devices.
Fuck,
Fallon whispers, looking up at me in pure terror. The girl's hand grabs my front, pulling me down closer to her. Her blood streaks my shirt, dragging up and down its light material in a drag. Her voice is filled with fluid, barely understandable, regardless of being only a few inches away from her mouth. Her lips press to the side of my face. The groan of pain in her voice is miserably hard to listen to. I saw it, she says, gasping in between breaths. I look up at Fallon and Kai, trying to decipher her words. Saw what? I question, watching her consciousness slowly leave her. A few officials work their way over, taking over the holds of pressure both Fallon and I had on the girl.
Did she say what attacked her?
One of them questions, looking to me for an answer. Her voice is cracky. She is unable to get a word out. They focus their attention back on her, their pockets blinking as the screens of their devices flash white. I move around a bit, feeling Fallon's hand drag me away from my kneeled position next to one of the officials. They crowd her, letting the others aid the boy, now unconscious. I move back with Fallon, staying on my knees as Kai tries his best to ease the crowd. A pain passes over my head once more. It makes me slump forward, pressing my head into the ground. I claw at the earth, trying my best to stop a scream from escaping my throat.
Get up before they notice,
Fallon whispers, yanking the back of my shirt, forcing me back up. He acts as if he isn't speaking to me. His eyes are only on the officials. What's happening to me? I question silently toward him. He offers me no answer.
Shift,
she tries to say. Her cough that follows paints the grass in red.
Shift?
Kai questions. Fallon's eyes are wide, watching the officials all dial in on her words.
Shifter!
She screams in a voice nothing short of a nightmare. That's not possible, I whisper. Feeling my voice shake, I look up at Fallon for confirmation. Fallon's eyes grow dark at the statement, finally filling with the one expression I have yet to see on him. Fear. Chapter 11. Forest. My feet dig into the ground, kicking me farther away from the group of officials now swarming the girl in a ring-like formation. Fallon moves with me, scanning the area repeatedly. My head is filled with an indescribable pain. Clutching my mark, I feel its burn grow with each passing second. I grab a fistful of Kai's shirt, doing my best to pull him back with me. Kai looks dazed, as if he has no idea where he is. The group begins whispering, all stagnant, waiting for someone to ease their worries. Some try to leave, only to be stopped by the wave of new officials beginning to fill the area. Fallon's hand still lingers on me, grabbing the back of my collar to stop me from slumping forward in a pain-filled scream. Ray and Max observe the girl, both wide-eyed and nervous, not even batting an eye in our direction. "Shifter!" the girl on the ground yells again in a groggy voice, escalating the whispers into a full-blown panic.
God damn it,
Fallon whispers, grasping his head. He began grinding his teeth with a look of pain. His hand retracts, holding his chest with a fist bang to the ground. Kai turns toward me, barely acknowledging Fallon's proximity to the both of us. Hunter stays back by the booth, hiding behind the structure. Kai grabs my face, letting his panic overcome him in shallow breaths. I feel his pulse work against the side of my face from his wrist. His hands shake, lined with nervous sweat. Did she just say shifter? His words are cut off by his own eyes rolling in the back of his head. His mouth hangs open, losing his voice seconds after he begins to speak. His hands drop away from my face. His body slumps backward, hitting the ground with a loud thud. His chip blinks green behind his ear. The scream is ready to leave my lungs as I move toward my brother's motionless figure. Fallon's hand drags me back by my collar again, forcing my head and body harshly into the ground. His hand presses on the back of my neck, keeping my body still from my squirms. His eyes are barely opened, his chip blinking in the same way as everyone around me. I see the glow of my chip in his eyes before he shuts them. Feeling the dirt coat my face, each official holds out their devices like remotes. Everybody begins collapsing like Kai, only to become still on the chill ground. All the students are motionless. All except the girl, who still screams in pain, begging for a sense of relief as she slowly bleeds out. "If you want to stay alive, close your fucking eyes and don't move," Fallon whispers, letting his body go as limp as my brother's. I let my eyes shut nearly all the way, only allowing a tiny sliver of vision to pass through the slit in my eye. His hand is warm against my neck. I try focusing on the heat it gives off rather than the fear encompassing me. The officials drag over the girl's partner, letting his blood trail along the grass as they toss him next to her. She grasps her throat as tight as possible, clinging to life in every way she can. Why have they not started treating her? Why is no one moving? The officials kick the feet of the boy, cocking their heads at him, ignoring the girl's loud, painful grunts. Dirt coats my mouth. My breathing has slowed despite my want to hyperventilate. Kai is still motionless. The twins are slumped on one another, looking as peaceful as they do when they sleep. Each student's chip blinks. No one is awake. No one except us. Fallon looks peaceful, only convincing me of his consciousness with tiny peeks of his eyes at the officials swarming the two injured students. His thumb moves every so often, running along the bare portion of my neck, keeping me from screaming out in pain. Why are we awake? Why are the officials just standing there when these untouchables need help? And how did Fallon know what was happening?
"Can he be saved?"
An official questions, kneeling toward the boy with a curious expression.
"Yes,"
another says, spinning around his re-regulation device with a grin.
"Without any recollection or proof of it, just like the rest of these sorry idiots,"
the man says, mocking every student utterly unaware of what is happening to them. My throat feels dry, as if it will close on me at any moment. I don't move a muscle. In every scenario, I should be running to these men, begging them to take me home and bring me to safety. They're officials. Their sole purpose is to protect the untouchables and regulate the peace. But now, at this moment, all I want to do is get far away from them. They smile as if a girl is not bleeding out in front of them. The girl spits up her blood, hitting the leg of the official closest to her. Her blood reaches my face, coating my lips in her red paint. Fallon's hand clenches my neck, stopping my flinch caused by the red fluid. I remain still, listening to the curses of the official as he scolds the girl for dirtying his pants. Help me, she spits up, watching the men use my mother's cure-all to begin healing her partner. Another holds a device close to her partner's head, letting the pairing light sync up with his chip before inputting a series of codes I cannot see. The boy's breathing begins to regulate. The men left him with nothing but a deep scar.
Make him think he got it from hopping a fence to spend some alone time with her.
The official closest to the girl begins with a point toward her. If memory serves me well, that voice is Adam, Josh's father, a man I have seen my father with several times.
She still looks terrified and conscious. Have you not run the commands yet?
Adam questions, looking over the man waving a device over the girl in the same fashion as her partner.
I already put it in, sir. She should be unconscious like the rest of them.
The man holding the device says in a tone that suggests nothing good. Adam looks thrilled, kneeling to observe the girl with a careful look. She continues gasping, trying her best to push away his hand, which has now found itself exploring up her front. Grasping her shirt, he tugs away at its bottom to reveal her slender torso. I hold back my vomit at his actions, biting my lip as hard as I can, tasting my blood in the process.
Sir?
The man holding the device questions, watching Adam tug up the girl's shirt. Adam pauses, stopping at her collarbone as all the men take a sharp breath. Her chest rises and falls at a rapid rate. She's barely able to take a full breath with the weight of Adam's hand now holding her down on the ground. His finger traces below her collarbone, finding a blemish that makes my blood run cold. A mark. It's the exact mark I bear.
No wonder a shifter attacked her. She's tainted,
Adam says, forcing his knee on her chest, motioning the other men around him to look closer.
Holy shit, how did she slip past her expulsion test?
One person questions, getting only a scoff from Adam.
Katiana has been getting lazier and lazier with those tests for years. If you ask me, she is letting them roam free to ruin this society, just like the rest of those unfortunate fucks.
Adam seethes, spitting on the girl's face. He just defaced an untouchable as if she were an unfortunate. She writhes away from the crude gesture, wincing as Adam grasps her jaw.
What do we do now?
The man holding the re-regulation device questions. Adam says nothing as he jabs his fingers into the girl's wound, coating his fingers in her blood and letting her screams fill the air once more. Adam quickly swipes the re-regulation device away from the man, placing her blood on a small test strip often used to test blood sugar in older untouchables. The screen loads as Adam remains crouched over the girl. My anxieties grow. Fallon clenches the back of my neck so tight, I think he might be trying to suffocate me. Given how hard I am biting my inner cheek, I know it is nothing more than fear driving his touch. The device sounds a chime, the screen flashing red, coating Adam's face in the light from the device.
What a shame,
Adam murmurs, reaching into his coat pocket.
What did it say?
One of the men questions, looking over the screen with wide eyes.
You, my dear, are only 12% tainted,
Adam starts, looking over the girl with a wide grin. She claws at him, only hurting herself in the process.
Sadly, that's not enough to keep you alive,
Adam hisses, pulling out the pistol from his holster and pointing it straight at the untouchable's head. The loud bang fills my ears. It takes everything inside of me not to flinch away. I feel something coat my face and land on my lips. Her blood covers my face and Fallon's, streaking our cheeks in red. I see the smoke exit the wound in her head. The horrific scream in my lungs only festers at the sight of her fragmented brain scattered across the lawn. Her eyes are dull and lifeless. Her blood coats the ground around her. Adam's face is splattered with her blood. His smile remains plastered as he draws his weapon back to his holster. All of the men look unamused, conversing about after-work activities as if this is all nothing to them. There are no words to describe what I feel at that moment. If Fallon weren't touching the back of my neck right now, I would have vomited right there on the spot, outing myself to the murderers who have always been our protectors. But they killed her without a second thought. They killed an untouchable who was supposed to be protected by the very man who pulled the trigger, all over a mark that paints my torso like her blood now paints the lawn. Chapter 12. Forest. The rough texture of a rag moves across my face, making my skin tingle with pain. An official wipes repeatedly, even working the rag through my hair to rid my front of any evidence of the atrocious murder they just committed. My eyes are glued shut, not once daring to peek open once they turn their attention to anyone else who might have been hit with the girl's blood. I feel them work on Fallon, rubbing more aggressively than they did with me. "Look how pathetic this is," one of the men says, pulling Fallon's limp hand away from my neck. I hear his body roll as they move him onto his back. "That unfortunate running the booth had his hands all over this pretty little untouchable," the man says, running his fingers through my hair, working his touch dangerously close to the top of my chest. My stomach rolls with nausea, sweating uncontrollably the more his fingers fumble with my shirt. "Mind your touch," Adam snaps, stowing away the hands of whoever was about to run their fingers beneath my bra strap. "That includes leaving the sewer trash alone," Adam continues. A thud of Fallon's head meeting the dirt fills my ears. "What's one more little cut on him? His back is already torn to shreds," the man messing with Fallon questions. I want nothing more than to take his prod and beat him over the head with it. My mark's pain grows at the idea of hurting all of the men standing around us. "Get the hell up and start cleaning. You aren't getting paid to make more of a mess," Adam spits. The men hovering near Fallon sigh. Their knees pop as they stand, following the order of their superior. Like fire in my hand, a man's booted foot stands on my wrist, putting all his weight on the weak bones. It takes all I have not to wince. The pressure increases as the man leans his weight into his hip. Rocks dig into the top of my hand, scratching and tearing the skin. My fingers are numb, growing more pained the more prolonged the blood flow is restricted. The sound of trash bags flaring open is heard. The men grumble, spraying bottles filled with a robust solution that burns my nose. A wet feeling hovers over my front, increasing the strong smell of chemicals surrounding the air. "Aren't these two Blackburn's kids?" one of the men questions, standing closer to Kai as he acknowledges my exposed face. My last name leaves his mouth like he is one of my family's closest friends. I feel a body move closer, bending down to observe me, warming my body with its sudden presence before moving back into its standing position. "Yes, you dense moron," Adam says, shoving back the man standing on my wrist. "So get off her hand before her father has a fit when we give him the rundown about tonight," Adam finishes. My father would never support this. He would never support the murder of children. "Blackburn created a beauty like that?" a man sneers, getting uncomfortably close. "Yes," Adam says, grabbing the material of the man's jacket. "And he wants her, so keep your fucking hands off and finish cleaning," Adam says, dismissing all of the men crowding us.
What do you want us to input for the others, sir?
Someone questions about all of the students, still face down on the ground. It's the voice of the man who held the re-regulation device above the girl.
Make them think only a few seconds have passed. They all zoned off during this miserable movie, but can't acknowledge it. As far as they know, all they did was blink and they lost track of time. How much longer until we are cleaned up?
Adam questions.
10 seconds, boss, and then we are good to clear out,
another official says. A human life is cleaned up and disposed of in no more than 10 minutes. All those memories, all of those connections she created, stolen by the hands of a lie we let them put inside our heads with no second thoughts. Or did we let them?
Time to go, boys. He wants us back in time for the lottery bids,
Adam explaining, dismissing the group, their feet dragging across the ground as they move. My eyes slowly creep open at the sound of their exit. The man in charge of the re-regulation device hits a screen, watching the chips of those on the ground blink once more. The land once coated in the girl's blood is spotless, concealed by the bloodied paper towels now shoved deep into one of the many garbage bags the officials hold. Adam slings the girl over his shoulder, pulling her dead weight with no issues. The group moves farther from the screening, one of them hitting the projector as they start the movie from where it was before the attack. 5 black official cars are parked, each one of the trunks being filled with their supplies. They finish loading the trunks with her body, throwing her in with careless motions before slamming the trunk shut with a thud. The men smile, some laughing as they each file into their car. Their headlights light up the area, each revving their engines before disappearing in the night as if they were never even here. I pry my head away from the ground, gasping as I struggle to take a full breath. My voice is nothing more than a scream. My mouth salivates, pushing away nausea clouding my system. I grasp the front of my shirt, clawing at its material as I linger on the official's touch. The blood sure to have soaked my front is now nothing but the clean gray shirt I had come here in. My hands rub my face violently, trying my best to wipe away the blood no longer there. My mind keeps reflecting on the moment her life left her eyes. He pulled that trigger with no hesitation, watching her blood explore us all with a look of satisfaction.
Calm down,
Fallon says aggressively, grabbing my bruised wrist as my eyes begin to water. He immediately readjusts his grip, holding my jaw hard, forcing me to stop my panic to look at him. I see now the small cut lining his forehead. The official had managed to mark him up despite Adam's wishes.
You need to breathe. They are going to wake up any minute, and you can't be panicking when they do,
Fallon says, pressing his hand to my chest.
Take a full breath. Don't think about anything else. Breathe. Focus on my touch. Breathe from here.
He continues applying more pressure to my chest. His hand takes up a great deal of my front, helping guide my breathing as he inhales with me. I comply, feeling the air enter my lungs in greedy, shallow breaths. Fallon continues holding my chin, dragging me closer once my breathing has regulated. His eyes grow narrow, holding me still with such a brief touch.
I could care less if you expose yourself to your officials, but you're sure as hell not bringing me down with you,
Fallon hisses, shoving me back and closer to my brother as he pulls himself to his feet. I watch him quickly move past the bodies. Some begin twitching, moving their limbs slowly as they gain consciousness. Fallon kneels next to Hunter, dragging him farther behind the shed, not giving me a second look.
Forrest?
Kai's voice questions, pulling me away from my dazed stare toward the shed and back to my brother as he blinks away his confusion. Once abnormally blank and void of expression, his face now watches me like I am foreign. He is standing, looking at my dirtied figure kneeling on the ground. "Kai," I say in a sob. I force my arms around his neck, pulling his hands around me before pressing my face into his shoulder. "Are you okay?" I question against his neck, mumbling against the material of his shirt, squeezing him as tight as possible. I narrow my eyes at his chip. "Yes, crazy," Kai says, speaking like normal as he begins to pry away my touch. I stumble back, taking a long look at my brother. He looks completely fine, even brushing off some dirt from the front of his clothes. All the others around him are on their feet, some still trying to watch the movie, the twins included. "You've just been staring off into space. I've been trying to get your attention for like 5 minutes, Kai says, rubbing the back of his neck as he pursues his anxious fidget. I clutch my damaged wrist, shielding it from his prying eyes. Officials return to the area, casually glancing around as they once had, letting their eyes linger on the crowd they so easily manipulated. You don't remember?" I question, knowing the answer long before he dares to say it. "Remember what?" Kai questions, looking back at our friends, giving them a look I know is meant to mock my current state of sanity. Hunter and Fallon are back in the booth. Hunter happily continues serving the treat. Fallon watches me, crossing his arms, waiting to see what I will do. He looks unbothered, as if nothing has ever happened. The space around me feels smaller as the eyes of neighboring officials seem to linger on my brother and me. Everything seems tighter, the very area around me closing in. My stomach churns as I reflect on what I saw. The visual of a fragmented skull painting the grass in puddles of red still lingers. My stomach twists at the visual, which might not be real. I skipped my meds this morning. Maybe all of this is in my head. Perhaps it's just the hallucinations again. My focus moves to my hurt wrist and sore jaw from Fallon's touch. No, not in my head. I clutch my stomach, covering my mouth and backing away from my brother. "Forrest, what's wrong?" Max's voice finally questions, creeping up behind my brother, finally inserting himself into the conversation. "I don't feel so good," I say honestly, unable to fight back the salivation I want to turn into something much worse. I force myself away from the pair, letting my knees hit the ground. Breakfast and lunch leave me in a hurl, consuming the ground beneath me. My spit trails out of my mouth, making the pain in my stomach only grow once there is nothing else left to expel. Even though the ground is clean, it is forever tarnished in my mind, making me sick in every way it could. A few straggling officials move closer, looking genuinely concerned, as if they don't have pistols ready to use on any of us. Kai and Max reach their arms out. I force myself up, stumbling backward, backing away from the gentle touch of one of the officials I had seen laughing at her lifeless body. "It's the popcorn. Too much grease," I say, dismissing the official's concern with a simple statement. My shaky hand covers the quiver in my lip. Many watch me, all observing my humiliating display on the lawn. "Are you sure you're all right?" the official questions. His voice perfectly matches the one of the man who stepped right on my arm. "I need to go home," I say, turning away from the numerous eyes on me. I shove past my brother and Max, pressing my arms to my body in a cross as I work farther away from the screen's light. My head continues to pound, my scar only growing hotter as if it is ready to burn through this shirt and expose me. "Now," I finish, watching the roll of the tram's wheels as it stops at the bench outside the school. "Forrest, wait for a moment," Kai begins, grabbing my elbow. "Don't!" I yell, looking at all of my friends and anyone else who feels like staring. "I want to be alone." I hiss, yanking away my arm with a great deal of aggression. Kai does not push it, even putting his hand on Max's shoulder, telling him to let it be. He whispers something in the blonde's ear, ending his statement with one of her episodes, solidifying the fact he has no faith in my sanity. I take that as my opportunity to leave, trying my best not to feel the fear that resides with each long stare from the officials trailing behind me. My hands bang on the tram doors, startling Mark from his small cat nap in the front seat. I aid him in opening the doors, clawing them open in an attempt to get into the vehicle faster. I stumble into the warm tram, watching his body rigid as I move closer. Please take me home. I will take full responsibility for whatever grief you get for running an early route. Get me away from here, I plead, hearing the grovel of emotions threatening to break me. I fight back the tears that want to escape my eyes, wishing for a distraction to pull me away from this nightmare. Boring movie? He questions in a light-hearted tone. Something like that, I admit with no humor. I can make a quick route toward your neighborhood for you, Mark begins, pulling the handle to shut the doors. I can always call an official, too, if you're feeling unsafe. No, I yelled, covering my mouth in embarrassment at my sudden rudeness. I hear a slam behind me. Both Mark and I silence our conversation. His large hand grabs the door, stopping it from closing fully. He looks as casual as he did when I first saw him tonight, only pulling me further into the theory that all of this derived from my own delusions. He glances at me with his standard look of annoyance, leaving room for Hunter to get in the vehicle first. I back away from the men working their way up the steps, grabbing the first chair closest to the back as I can. I try to find the slightest bit of comfort in the presence of the only other person who might have seen what I had to only moments ago. Hunter moves past me, taking a seat in his bus section. I pull my knees up to my chest, pressing my head between my legs to silence the noise of the tram's engine. Mark converses with Fallon, glancing back at me before returning to the tall, raven-haired boy. Fallon moves closer to Mark, whispering something in his ear while placing a hand on his shoulder. I rock my body slightly, letting Hunter's raised brows rise higher the longer he stares at me. My tears coat my face, hidden by the position I have tucked myself into. Did you enjoy the movie? Hunter questions, lowering his head to meet my hazy eyes. I sniffle, wiping my tears away with the back of my hand. No amount of acting can hide the emotions rolling through me. Fallon joins his friend, observing the same wave of emotions Hunter does, leaning back in his chair as he does so. Neither man knows how to approach my sudden display of emotions. It wasn't my favorite film, I admit with a small laugh, rubbing my thumb along my injured arm. Fallon cocks his head at the gesture, moving one seat over Hunter, working himself closer to my balled-up position on the seat. He reaches into his pocket, fiddling with his one leverage over me. Now, more than ever, the idea of him outing me to an official is horrifying. I think the film can be a tad bit overpraised, Hunter begins, leaning into his knees with closed eyes. So does my brother, I admit after a few moments, continuing to watch Fallon's adamant stare in my direction. Your brother is quite the talker. I overheard him babbling on to that blonde. I don't think she listened to a single thing he said. There were times I was ready to break regulation to put my input in on his horrible analysis of the plot, Hunter says. I smile, wincing as my hand stabilizes me from the tram's sudden start. How bad does it hurt? Fallon questions, motioning to my wrist. He cuts off the conversation topic, focusing on the wound I have tried my best not to look at. He has already treated the cut on his face. Nothing but a faint scar remains.
What did you do?
Mark questions, looking in his rearview mirror for some clarification. I begin, feeling that familiar well of emotions form in me as I recall his boot pressed firmly on my arm.
She fell, carrying food back to her friends, and landed square on a rock. On top of being arrogant, you're also one clumsy little untouchable. Aren't you, little dove?
Fallon questions, propping his arms on his legs like Hunter, who can't seem to take his eyes off his brash friend. The alibi flows off his tongue like nothing. He's covering his ass just like he promised.
Fallon, watch your tongue, man,
Hunter begins. Why do you call me that? Little dove, I question, cutting off Hunter's justifiable line of questioning.
Answer my question first, princess,
Fallon says, waving away Mark's frustrated grunts, signaling Fallon to quit pushing. Though low quality on these trams, the cameras can still pick up enough to dish Fallon a heavy violation I'd rather he not see, even if he does deserve it. It feels like someone stepped on my arm. So yes, it hurts, I hiss, holding my wrist with an inevitable anger. He nods his head at the response, clenching his jaw, running a list of things to say to me through his head.
Give me your arm,
Fallon says after a few moments, catching everyone off guard. I pause, keeping my hold on my knees in hopes he will retract his statement.
Unless you want to keep pathetically wallowing in pain for this whole ride, I suggest you comply,
Fallon continues, ignoring Hunter's punches to his arm.
You just don't know when to shut the hell up,
Hunter hisses, watching Fallon's hand reach into his apron's front pocket. He pulls out a small jar labeled with masking tape and words I struggle to realize. He quickly unscrews the lid of the jar. The smell of lavender and mint hits my nose as he gathers some cream onto his fingers. Hesitantly, I lean my arm past the red line, letting his fingers work on the tender skin of my wrist in small, circular motions.
Hunter's grandmother makes medicine even better than your people's cure-all. The only thing is she needs the money to continue creating it,
Fallon says, pressing down a bit harder on my bruise with a glance up at me.
You might know her as the woman you watch get beat by your schoolmates,
Fallon continues, closing the lid of the jar. I feel a great shame and the pain that flashes over Hunter's face at the mention of his grandmother.
Consider this me making sure my tracks are covered,
Fallon whispers in a tone only I can hear. Pulling his warm fingers away from their hold on my arm, I yank it back, watching the skin's deep bruise fade into something much more tolerable. Why the nickname? I question again, rubbing my wrist with comforting motions. Fallon leans back in his chair, pondering the question despite Hunter's urge to get him to quit speaking to me. Hunter nearly tore away his shirt, trying to get him to stop applying the cream. Even Mark has resorted to slinging his hat over the camera, hiding what most would consider treason.
When there was religion, the dove used to symbolize innocence and purity in a world scorched with floods and fire,
Hunter says, taking the words away from Fallon.
What Fallon won't tell you is how you were the first untouchable he had observed say sorry to someone like us. It was abnormal, and clearly an act to garner peace for your personal turmoil. I liked the irony in nicknaming you after something as gentle and innocent as a small dove,
Fallon says, raising his arms above his head, riding up his shirt, exposing a torso that is not so rough on the eyes. Much like his back, his front houses scars. I try to look at his hip bone, meeting nothing but skin. I was hoping to see a mark like mine. What irony are you speaking of? I question, forcing my eyes back up to meet Fallon's. He smirks at the visual of my wandering eyes. The irony in how much violence you hide within yourself, Fallon says, smirking ear to ear, keeping his arm above his head. And that's where you and I become the same. No unfortunates, no untouchables, just two humans pretending to be something they're not, Fallon scoffs, referencing more than just an innocent nickname. He knows so much more than he is letting on, and he's using that knowledge to torment me. Go to hell, I hiss, forcing my knees back to my chest. I cover my ears with my hands, staring out the window blankly. My head is pressed against the cool glass, balancing out the burning fire within me. Mark stares back occasionally, debating whether or not it is worth scolding the boy for how he spoke to me. Still, Fallon focuses on me, forcing a raise of his mouth each time I look back to see if he is still watching. Hunter apologizes profusely to his friend, eventually giving up once he realizes no one is registering his words. This is all part of his game, isn't it? Seeing how far he can push me before I break. Despite what we saw together, his hate for me runs true, and can I blame him after what I saw? Those were my people. His hate for me runs deeper than what he saw. I see it every time he looks at me. His hostility for me is deep-rooted and has been growing for longer than I think. Stop looking at me, I hiss, holding my head tighter to stow away my negative thoughts. Hunter nudges his friend, urging him to quit aggravating. Still, Fallon pushes, continuing his blank stare. See something that scared you, little dove? He questions, pushing me further. My head pounds with anticipation, spilling countless emotions I have yet to understand. His touch, the girl, our marks, all memories forced into my mind with no way to rid myself of them. That feeling of another presence inside my mind returns. It holds my thoughts, trying to go deeper than what lingers on the surface. I no longer feel alone in my thinking. The scuff of one's feet dragging along the surface of my mind echoes in my head, growing the pains behind my eyes. I entwine my fingers with my hair, inhaling deeply, forcing away the pain with all I have. I focus on the open door that has seemingly found itself in my mind, taking the unwelcoming presence's hand and forcing it far away with a slam of the door. Fallon takes a sharp breath, grasping his thigh, forcing his head back into the seat behind him. With a raise of his hand, he grabs his head, clutching his temple with angry curses. My hand shakes, wiping away a bit of blood that is trying to escape my ear. Hunter questions his friend, looking over his pained expression with confusion. I now see Fallon's grasp on his chest, higher than where my mark has taken residency. If tonight has taught me anything, it's this. The impossible is entirely plausible. I can't trust anyone, even my recollection of my memories. And the worst revelation of all, I might be losing my mind. Chapter 13. Forest. I keep my body leaning away from the pair, repeatedly reflecting on tonight's events in hopes to try and piece together anything I might have missed. As much as I try to blame everything that happened on my faltering mind that often leads to blackouts, I can't deny the blood the officials have shed, even if I so desperately wish it was all in my head. The slightest bit of red touches the bottom portion of my shirt, barely noticeable to anyone not actively looking. It looks brown now, after being touched by the oxygen in the air. You'd think I dropped a bit of chocolate on my front. Fallon has been silent ever since he leaned his head back. Much like my unbearable headaches, he seems to have found his own, only adding to my list of suspicions around the man and my list of reasons to continue breaking regulations to figure out what he wants from me. There has to be a reason he has been willing to violate the law so often to torment me as much as he has. Hate has to derive from something, even when reflecting on our roles in this society. Hunter lies asleep on his friend, tiring himself out with his non-stop scolding toward Fallon, who could care less about his actions or their consequences. My head dipped down a couple of times, clouded with exhaustion from the energy I exerted doing my best to play dead. The weight of my reality is draining, holding me down like rocks in my shoes as I sink to the bottom of the ocean floor. The tram rolls to a stop, jolting me away from my wave of thoughts. The streetlight illuminates my neighborhood, casting large shadows across the pavement. Each of the house's curtains is drawn, lit by the soft glow of bedrooms as people begin to unwind. Some living areas are busy with screens, though only some use their televisions, often relying on music due to its lack of blue light. Unlike the rest, my house has few lights, possibly only one dully lit from my father's study. Even from here, I can see how still the massive house is at this hour. I pull myself to my feet, letting the dizziness fade away before continuing my slow pace toward the front of the tram. My head's pain is tolerable, fizzled down to nothing more than the usual minor pain behind my eyes. Mark retrieves his cap from the camera, planting it on his head to hide his silver hair. "Thank you again for going out of your way to bring me back," I say, smiling at the older gentleman whose presence has seemed abnormally comforting.
"Anytime, sweetheart. I promise you it's my pleasure," Mark says, his eyes flashing with something unfamiliar. For a moment, and just a moment, he opens his mouth, ready to say more. He quickly shuts down, letting his head drop with a sudden look of sadness. I don't try to dive deep into his change in emotion this close to the camera. With a few backward steps, I am off the tram, rubbing my chilly arms to fight back the cold. The walk to my house seems longer now. It's a straight path filled with a poorly lit sidewalk that seems that much more daunting, knowing a black car could pull up at any moment, ready to hit me with a line of questioning over my abnormal behavior over the last few days. I stand still, deciphering if going home is even the best move. "You better start running, little dove. You never know what's lurking in the shadows," Fallon says with lowered eyes, stepping off the tram after a brief acknowledgement to Mark. Hunter is slumped into the window, sleeping blissfully and unbothered, his snores heard from where we stand. "Why are you getting off here at this hour? This isn't your sector," I say, turning to face him as the tram begins to pull away, taking the light with it. Mark pulls far away from my neighborhood, looking back only once in his rearview mirror before disappearing into nothing but a speck in my vision. "I'm not making Mark stay out past curfew to drive me back to my portion of the unfortunate sector. Hunter is right at the beginning of town. I am much farther back, and that road is not one you travel at night at his age," Fallon says, kicking the concrete with his heel. "So what, you walk home?" I question, watching his eyes roll at the statement. "Some walking, some stealing. You untouchables don't put up much of a fight, sadly. That's probably why you had no problems pinning down that arrogant asshole against the bus," Fallon says.
I think back to Josh and his cocky attitude. Josh may be arrogant, but that move I pulled put a target on my back, I utter, hearing him audibly scoff at the statement.
Excuse me if I don't have much sympathy for people targeting you, he says,
motioning to the neighborhood.
Clearly you are well off in your sector thanks to your asshole father's nice job.
Is that why you hate me? My father? I question, cutting off his words. He is silent, watching me with a look I can't pinpoint. I saw how you two looked at each other during the rally. My dad has never so much as given an unfortunate a second look, but when he saw you, it was like his whole world shifted on the stage, I say, watching Fallon's jaw clench harder.
Your father took away everything important to me for his self-gain and paraded his perfect family around as if he didn't shed countless blood to create the life you live. That house you so desperately want to avoid, those clean clothes and that full stomach you have, that pretty face and those perfect, uncalloused hands were built on the backs of the people you have called bottom feeders for years. Your father may be the source of my hate, but you did the rest all on your own. You're one of them. You will always be one of them, Fallon says, making my heart sink with a shame so deep it threatens to break me. I don't know what my father has done to you, but I'm sorry he hurt you, Fallon, I clarify, watching his eyes wince at the comment. I continue rubbing my arms, feeling the goosebumps glide along my fingers. Your words mean nothing to me. Hunter may believe that load of shit and maybe even Mark, but not me. I won't let you convince me you're anything but the untouchable I know you are, he says, sounding like he is convincing both of us of the validity of his words. Was any of what happened tonight real? Or was it all in my own head? I question, watching his mouth curl into a deep frown. I grasp my lower stomach, feeling the rough skin of my mark from above the shirt. I don't know what you're talking about, Fallon whispers, turning on his heels, ready to leave this conversation as quickly as he entered it. I see the bag he clutches. It lingers at his side, much like the one I carry. It's the same bag he shoved the prod in, waving it around with a precision I have hardly seen in any official. I move forward, reaching my hand into the bag with a drag, closing my hand around the prod before taking several steps back and away from Fallon's sudden, flustered figure. I hold the prod tightly, holding it out between Fallon and me. My thoughtless acts guide me. The linger of a blackout touches my mind as I feed into my actions. You can hate me, Fallon. You can hate me so much you think of nothing but my last breath and how you may take it from me, I start, shaking the prod in my hand. He moves forward, my head instinctively lowering like his people have done for us so many times. He grabs the prod from my hand. I easily give it up, letting my eyes reach his own. If justice is what you want, stop dancing around it. Strike me as many times as you need to satisfy your hate. Call me names. Continue tormenting me. But please. I take a step toward him, watching his eyes scan the display in front of him. Don't make me alone in all of this. Don't let me be the only one who remembers what they did, I whisper, keeping my defiant position in front of his flustered figure. His nostrils flare as his jaw clenches even harder. His hand shoves the prod back into his bag. Grabbing my arms by the elbows, he pulls me. I let his touch guide me, feeling the familiar linger of my sudden loss of consciousness. I quickly shove it away. He leans into me, letting his eyes meet mine as he bends down. His breath brushes my face, warming my cheeks in the cool air. You will never allow someone like me to harm you like that again. It's pathetic, he hisses, yanking me tighter. You're better than that. I never want to see that from you again, he spits, scanning my face with anger before pulling away completely.
He creates several feet of space between us. My heart beats out of my chest, my face flush and warm. My arms still feel the places his hands touched. Only now am I taking a breath. Even his scent lingers in my nose. He runs his hands over his face, letting out a sigh of rage as he turns away.
2 weeks ago, I would have begged to have you in a position like that,
he says, not once fully glancing back at me. And now? I question, hearing the wave of emotion in my tone.
Things sometimes look better on paper,
he mutters, continuing his walk forward, leaving me wanting nothing more than to scream into the void of darkness. The house is as quiet as it appears on the outside, offering little to no indication of my parents' arrival. If the front door's sensor panel didn't show their check-in times, I'd be sure they are both still at work. Shakily, I dig my hands in my pockets, reflecting on the words I exchanged with Fallon. It was so close I could see every detail in his eye and map every scar on his face. I wish his words could paint the fragmented picture in my mind. Why shun the opportunity to get revenge for his people? Why not make me suffer for the things my father supposedly did to him? There must be an explanation for why all of this is happening. Everyone seems to have answers except me. My dad stumbles out of his office, staring over the bright phone screen flashing red across his face. His eyes scan its message repeatedly, only growing angrier the farther he moves his eyes down the phone.
Katiana, there was an incident,
he yells, nearly dropping his phone once he realizes I am standing in the hallway. I lower my eyes at him, feeling a thought pass over my mind, clawing its way from the farthest part of my thoughts. If you regulate all the officials, did you know what they would do to that untouchable? What are you doing when you say you are helping the unfortunates?
Forrest, my father says, touching his chest with a laugh. You startled me. I wasn't expecting you back so early, he begins.
My mother's head pops out from their bedroom door, staring at both of us with wide eyes.
Why are you back so early?
My father questions, working to hide his phone behind him in the depths of his back pocket. Were you on your way somewhere? I ask, completely deflecting the line of questioning he was ready to throw my way. I know how rough I must look to both of them. Dirtied clothes and scraggly hair, all tied together with scuffed knuckles that Fallon had missed amid his threat. I keep thinking about how far away his sector is. Though I've never been to the unfortunate sector, it is no short walk from where he stopped. And given the tensions created at the screening, I would assume officials are on the prowl for deviants more now than ever. I haven't even tried to deep dive into what attacked the girl. The officials seemed hopelessly unfazed by her mention of a creature we have been told nearly ended the human race.
No,
my father finally says, crossing his arms, looking me over head to toe. My mother presses her head to the doorframe, closing her eyes as she listens to the interaction unfolding before her. Her hair runs down her back, covering her arms and front in beautiful waves. A white nightgown is hugging her, holding itself close to the body I now see shows every sign of stress one can have. Her eyes have circles much darker than a week ago. Her ribs pressed to the gown's material, able to be counted, not just touched. She looks exhausted, wobbling from side to side as she tries to stay awake. You told Mom there was an incident before you noticed me. What kind of incident? I question, pushing him further. His pocket buzzes, only increasing the numerous messages he already has.
Nothing I don't normally deal with. Just an altercation near the school.
He pauses, leaning in closer, lowering himself down further to scan my face.
You didn't see anything tonight, did you?
My father questions, tapping his finger on his leg as he anticipates an answer.
Andrew, that's enough. You're needed elsewhere and she is exhausted, my mother growls,
hitting her hand against the doorframe. Her sleep-filled eyes finally open up again. My father steps back, eyeing my mother before looking toward the front door.
Maybe you're right. Should I expect to see your brother home soon? My father questions.
I shake my head at him, seeing through his blatant lie like a window. If this is how easily he is willing to lie to me, what else has he kept quiet about in the name of his work? Is it even his choice? I question internally, thinking of the chips once more.
You can ask him when you see him. He's still at the school,
I start, seeing panic flash over my father's face.
But I'm not feeling the best. I'd like to get to sleep, so if you'll excuse me, I continue, moving past my dad only to feel his hand wrap around my arm as aggressively as Fallon.
You'd tell me if something was happening I needed to know about, right?
He questions. I stare at him, pulling my arm away with a scoff.
Someone is always watching, I start,
pointing to the numerous cameras in a single living room.
You don't need me to tell you anything. You already know,
I whisper back, continuing my pace forward and closer to my bedroom door.
That wasn't a yes or a no, Forrest,
my father says, continuing his stare toward the front door.
My mother watches us, waiting for me to give him the answer he wants. Yes, Dad.
Do I even have a choice? I question, grasping my handle and waiting for him to say something.
He says nothing before moving forward and closing the front door with a slam.
By some miracle, I had urged my exhausted mother to return to bed despite her wanting to bug me about my rudeness toward my father. She didn't put up much of a fight once her head hit the pillow. I stayed with her sleepy figure, ensuring she was warm and covered until her grasp on my hand became light and weak. With a click, I shut off the lamp, allowing myself to be alone with my thoughts. I tear my clothes away, shoving them as far down in my hamper as I can. I force the face of the clock down. Despite the promises that they never use the cameras to watch us in our bedrooms, I now have no faith in them. Acknowledging the scratches working up my stomach from the graveled ground and the few faint bruises left on my wrist from the foot, I quickly pull over an oversized white sweater, smelling the strong scents of linen and the warm material. My pants are next. A pair of soft leisure wear clings to my legs. My knees are red from where I met the ground so many times today. My mark is fully covered. I let my hair fall from its hold, looking at the numerous gray bits trying to peek through the brown. In most scenarios, I would have torn them away, not waiting for my mother to dye them for me. I leave them this time, even looking over a few brighter pieces. A single pill sits on my nightstand. This is my mom's way of telling me she no longer trusts me to be taking the doses as accordingly as she would like. I grab the morsel, wanting nothing more than to put it between my lips and make the blackouts and pain stop. I raise it to my mouth, thinking over the blissful euphoria of being entirely normal. No headaches or unexplained events, just school and wondering what to wear on my judgment day. The pill presses to my lips, ready to explore my stomach and mind.
Fuck, I whisper,
pulling my hand away from my mouth and marching into my bathroom. I throw the pill into the toilet, feeling my hand shake out of frustration. Forcing the lid shut, I flush away the bit of sanity with a slam of my hand into my leg to ease my mind. I crouch down to my knees, shaking my head at my inability to decide what is best.
I don't want things to feel so empty again,
I whisper, hitting my thigh repeatedly to calm my mind. A silent patter hitting the ground outside my window stops my assault on my leg. A breeze moves through the bathroom. The tranquil smell of rain fills my nose, relaxing my whole body as I drive out my frustrations, listening to the increasing amount of rain exploring the side of my house. A small roll of thunder lights the clouds outside and flashes of lightning. The rain carries away my every thought, leaving me nothing but it to focus on. My mother must have opened the window to let in the fresh air today and forgotten to close it. I looked down at the bathtub before glancing at my bedroom. Tearing away the sheets from my bed, I dragged them along the floor with a few pillows, moving closer to the large bathtub. With precise layering, I fill the tub, positioning my pillows against its side, giving myself a place to lie. Taking the heavier blanket, I pull it over my body, allowing my head to press to the soft feather pillow, continuing to let the sounds of the rain surround me. I take a deep breath, feeling today's events melt away as I indulge in the one place where I can listen to the rain without the house alerting my parents of an open window. This window's broken sensor has proved to be one of the biggest comforts when I do not know it's needed. For once, my thoughts were quiet, leaving me with nothing but the bit of peace the sky had brought me. Chapter 14. Forest. My eyes fly open at the sudden movement, nearly sending my head forward and into the side of the bathtub. My legs are to my chest, keeping my body in a fetal position comfortably positioned within the bathtub. A hand touches my upper arm, nudging me awake with gentle motions. With a turn of my head, I see Max's eyes, looking me over with a grin, cocking his head in amusement at the sight in front of him. "You slept here last night?" Max questions, observing the entirety of the bathroom as he kneels next to the tub. "I guess I did." I rub my eyes, ridding myself of the sleep. "I was just trying to listen to the rain. It must have knocked me out," I admit, reflecting on his slumped state against the ground as the statement triggers the memories I had managed to keep away for a night's rest. "I should have followed after you last night," Max says, rubbing the back of his neck in shame. I pull myself up entirely, meeting his eyes as he grips the side of the tub. "You just seemed so upset, and I already felt like I had done something wrong. I just figured you needed your space away from me. I don't know if I did something to make you uncomfortable." I grab his hands, rubbing my thumbs over his knuckles. He notices my worn hand, ready to comment on it. I force my head in his line of sight, getting him to focus back on me and not the wounds I have no way of justifying to him right now. "You did nothing wrong, Max. I got sick and honestly didn't want to put a damper on anyone else's night," I say, easing the boy into a more relaxed position. "Are you doing okay?" I question, surveying his face for any marks a careless official might have created while trampling over the students. My hands touch his cheeks, feeling his smile rise beneath my fingers. "I'm sorry if what I said to those unfortunates upset you. It's hard trying to look past your sudden sympathy for them," Max begins. I grab his face, stopping the train of thought I know is unbearable for him to say. "Don't apologize. I'm the one who has been off, not you," I admit, pressing my forehead to his as I draw a deep breath. "Just give me a little bit of time to figure myself out. I promise you I am doing my best to pull myself away from this funk," I whisper, running my thumbs over his cheeks, regretting my decision to flush the pills at this moment. Had I taken it, maybe this moment would be what he needs from me. So many girls would fall for him, feeding into his touch, happily being what he wants. It just can't be me. "I need some time to figure out my headspace before dragging you into it with me," I finish, pulling my head away from his, not allowing him to try and explore another kiss. He looks slightly disappointed, not letting the look linger as he grabs my hands, hauling me to my feet. My legs feel wobbly as I use them for the first time. I stagger, almost falling into him before fixing my posture.
I don't think I've met someone clumsier than you, Max says, returning to his usual light-hearted banter. Now, let's go make you a proper bed, he says, helping me gather the comforters and pillows with a smile I know he struggles to force. His disappointment is the only thing keeping him away from a reality I have yet to understand fully. It's better this way. It has to be. My brother's voice fills the hallway, going on about rules and regulations and how he thinks he can improve them. Max shoots me a backward look, already curious how my brother could be this passionate this early in the morning. I smooth down my uniform, readjusting my tie for the millionth time. Max had patiently waited outside my room while I changed, tapping his foot against the floorboards in a rhythm. My hair is pulled back in a ponytail, showcasing the shadows on my face even more than when I had it down. I look as drained as my mother. Once more, I flush down my morning pill, clutching it with as much hesitation as the night before. The sleek official uniform makes me pause. My hands shake as I watch them lean on the counter, listening to Kai's extravagant rant. Ray sits on our couch, gawking at the official with love-struck eyes. The official lowers his hood, revealing the familiar set of blonde curls, washing away my anxieties with a few deep breaths. He was never there last night. Given his less-than-traditional views, I would be surprised if they even allowed him to know anything. Kai's eyes dart behind Xavier, landing on Max and me with a nod. This is the first time he has seen me since last night. Everyone but Max decided that giving me space was in their best interests. Xavier turns around, tuning out my brother, his eyes landing directly on me. I feel a sudden comfort in his smile, wanting nothing more than to break away from Max and pull him aside to dive deep into all that I saw despite the uniform he wears. He half listens to my brother, giving him small answers to satisfy him. His eyes move past Max, scrunching his brows before returning to me. Kai gradually takes the hint, excusing himself from the conversation once he takes notice of Ray's stare at the intimidating blonde. I see now the other officials lingering in my home. Some in the kitchen, others spilling from my father's study. I try not to make eye contact with them, recognizing a few from last night's screening. Much like last night, they all smile, blatantly unaware of my knowledge of the sins they have committed. One in particular stands out, making me sick to my stomach by their comfort level in my home. The man who had stepped on my arm now stands in my kitchen, drinking a large cup of coffee from one of our mugs, taking seconds from the pot my mother had brewed for us this morning. The man smiles at me, one that is impossible to reciprocate back. "Good morning, kiddo," the man says, trying his best to make me respond to his gestures. I touch my wrist, remembering his words after stepping all over me. I didn't know it then, but I know it now. It was him. "Blackburn created a beauty like that," I hear him say in the shadows of my thoughts. His sick voice clings to my mind as clearly as the image of him watching the girl's lifeless body. He laughed with a careless ease, not once batting an eye as her life slowly slipped free from her. Xavier steps in my line of vision, blocking my blank stare toward the man indulging in the pleasures of our home. He waves his hand over my eyes, drawing me back to reality with a warm smile. Max has joined his twin on the couch, looking over Xavier and me with a less than pleasant expression. "How are we this morning, Blackburn?"
Xavier questions, looking back again to see the man's continuous gawk in my direction. More specifically, my arm he had damaged.
You have a report to run, Nick. Why don't you go busy yourself and mindless stare somewhere else?
Xavier says, snapping at his superior with a relaxed posture. The man's uniform is threaded with multiple stitches of gold vinery, showcasing his rank with the officials. I expect Nick to snap back at Xavier, questioning why someone so young would be so bold. Instead, he nods, setting the mug in the sink without another word.
He was making you uncomfortable, right?
Xavier questions quietly, watching Nick leave the room with a lowered head. I can't say I like being looked at like I am a meal. Any particular reason he let you speak to him like that? I question, watching Xavier's mouth curve upward once more.
I may or may not have some proof he partakes in unfortunate backroom dancers on his days off,
Xavier says slyly. Prostitutes? I question silently. I expect him to tell me it was all a joke.
Funny how they walk on such a moral high ground above the unfortunates until their uses benefit them,
Xavier scolds, crossing his arms with a shake of his head. I can tell by Max's sudden tenseness he heard the comment. A small camera lingers by the cabinet near Xavier's head. Despite the two factors, he still speaks with no care. I think the untouchables' self-gain is their only priority, no matter who they hurt. It's selfish, I utter, expecting him to disagree with me immediately.
It's nauseatingly selfish to act like we've done any unfortunate a favor,
Xavier whispers, holding my eye contact with nothing but a genuine expression. You believe that? I question, watching his eyes move toward the camera before returning to me.
Don't you?
He questions, moving his body in front of the watchful government spy. I give him my first genuine smile, confirming his hypothesis with no words. Xavier's presence is like a breath of fresh air. He's the first person I have found myself wanting to be around. Everything about him only draws me in. Every sly comment, every small joke, and every stolen moment alone with him makes my years of being alone with my thoughts feel worth it. I cling to our interactions, wishing nothing more than to be alone with him and away from all the noise.
What did you do?
He questions, breaking me free from my reverie. His fingers gently touch my wrist, grazing over what's left of the bruises from last night. I wince at the touch, taking a mental note of the countless cameras and officials swarming my home. He looks displeased by the sight, running his finger over the textured pattern the boot had managed to make in my forearm.
Is that from a shoe?
He continues, keeping us turned away from my friends and their wandering eyes. I want to tell him everything. I want to scream into his chest and reflect on the horrors of the night. But Fallon's words close my throat, stopping the truth from escaping.
If you want to stay alive, close your fucking eyes and don't move.
It was not unfortunates who pulled that trigger. It was not unfortunates Fallon feared. It was my people. As much as I want to tell Xavier, he is still not safe. And until I know he is, there's no way I can throw all of this onto him. Knowledge has created a target on my back, with a death sentence that has no reason. If I tell Xavier, I just put him on the chopping block with Fallon and me. No, I begin, letting his finger continue tracing over the skin.
She fell at the screening, Max says, answering for me in a vindictive tone. Thank you, Vega. I didn't realize you were also the beautiful brunette standing next to me, Xavier says. My stomach does a flip, filling with heat at his words. I can't stop the smile that spans across my face, housing the red cheeks now on full display for everyone.
Xavier continues to eye down Max with his taunting smirk, keeping his hand on my wrist as Ray and Kai exchange a look. Max scoffs at the man, turning back forward, defeated and unable to find a response. Xavier's hair falls onto his face, moving with him once he looks back at me. "Beautiful?" I whisper, nudging him gently, poking fun at the comment.
"Would you rather I lie, Ms. Blackburn?" he questions.
My want for him to move his hand from around my wrist to around my waist doubles.
"But seriously, are you okay?"
he questions, gently dropping my wrist and crossing his arms. I pause, reflecting on his words. I don't know how to answer that, if I'm being honest, I admit, walking the line between a lie and the truth.
"Kai, my boy!"
Adam's booming voice yells, making Xavier wince as he takes several steps away from me. I angrily stare at the man, watching him clap my brother on the back with genuine familiarity. His pistol is attached to his side, the same pistol he used to end the girl's life before hauling her away like a sack of trash. Nick and my father gravitate closer to my father's study, deep in conversation about affairs they'd rather no one else hear. I hold the bottom of my skirt, forcing it farther down than it already goes, not wanting to have either man see any part of me. Without thinking, I moved myself back to Xavier, making my way behind him to shield my father's mutuals from getting a good look at me.
"Are you going to tell me why you seem so scared right now?"
Xavier questions in a whisper, turning back toward me. I shake my head, darting my eyes to the two men, now suddenly aware of my presence. Adam pulls away from Kai, motioning for me to move out from behind Xavier. I clench my jaw, standing my ground. Xavier does not try to force me out from behind him.
"Forrest, socialize,"
my father orders, waving his hand in the air toward me. I swallow slowly, taking several steps away from Xavier, continuing to hold my skirt down.
"Forrest, you remember Adam,"
my father says, moving his companion closer, smiling along with the murderer standing next to him.
"What's it been, a few years, kiddo? I always see your brother during the student advocate tours of the official headquarters. It's like yesterday your father was carrying your little self around,"
Adam says, completely lighthearted. He killed her. He killed her in cold blood. I don't find much interest in things as trivial as student advocates, I say coldly, hearing Xavier's stifle of his gentle laugh. Adam's eyes dart to the man, his brow twitching before pulling back to me.
"To each their own, I suppose,"
Adam begins, scanning over the students surrounding him.
"How did you all enjoy the screening last night?"
he questions, making me feel that the question is only directed at me. I can't say it was my favorite event the school hosted, I say, cutting off anyone else from being able to answer.
"Any particular reason why?"
Adam pauses, taking a step, looking down at me with curious eyes.
"That movie is painstakingly predictable. Can you blame her?"
Xavier says, shoving himself into the conversation, de-escalating the growing tensions.
"I suppose you're right,"
Adam says, backing away as his more lively attitude returns. Nick finally pulls away from his conversation with my dad, moving closer to address Adam directly. I clench my skirt tighter, making my knuckles grow white once Nick glances at my wrist to look for signs of his ignorance.
"Your question reminded me,"
Xavier says, grabbing my elbow to guide me farther away from the man and closer to my front door.
"Do you remember the flowers I was telling you about? The ones that grow in the fall?"
Xavier questions, diverting the conversation to something completely foreign. He narrows his eyes, trying to signal me to go along with it. Yes, vaguely. I might need a reminder, I say, letting him lead me closer to my front door.
"Your father took my suggestion and planted a few. Do you mind if I show her what's already sprouted? I don't want to forget,"
Xavier says, reaching into his pocket to grab his ID and check out on the panel.
Go for it. Guy seems more eager to speak anyways,
my father says, dismissing us with a smile.
You all join them outside in 5, or else you'll all be late for the tram,
my father says, watching me tap my ID with a smile before Xavier and I spill out into the cold air. I scan the flower beds in front of the house, looking at the empty pots filled with nothing but the daisies each house is regulated to have.
I was hoping you forgot I never planted anything,
Xavier says, rubbing the back of his neck before pulling me off the front steps and closer to the side of the house. He stops his pull on me, crossing his arms while he watches me.
Why are you suddenly so aware of Nick and Adam? They've been in your house countless times, and only now are you avoiding them like the plague,
Xavier says. I glance up at the house's side camera, clenching the material of my skirt vigorously. Xavier peers up at the tiny spy, dipping down to grab a handful of rocks.
What are you?
He hurls the rocks without warning, shattering the camera and pulling me away from the fragmented glass that hits the ground. Its pieces smoke, crushed further by the heel of his boot, now pressed down on it.
It's just you and me,
Xavier clarifies.
So please, tell me what really happened last night,
Xavier pleads, watching me lean into the side of my house. My hands drag down my face out of frustration. I can't, I whisper, thinking of the implications of outing the true nature of the chips behind everyone's ears. He grabs my arm again, holding it up in my vision.
Who did this?
He questions, pointing to the house.
Was it one of those 2 idiots? Don't you dare try and lie. I can tell when you're lying to me.
He takes a step closer. Unlike everyone else who has been this close, I do not want him away from me. His scent engulfs my nose with notes of cinnamon and oak. I want to yank him down to me, exploring if his face is as fun to touch as it is to look at. But still, I remain silent.
Was it Adam?
He questions. I offer him nothing. He pauses, touching my chin, pulling my direction back up to him.
Was it Nick?
He questions. Without thinking, I grasp his forearm a little tighter at the mention of the man's name. Xavier nods, clenching his jaw, letting his gentle expression melt away. I watch his frustrations grow, festering the longer he looks at the wound.
That arrogant asshole. I swear your father and I can get him in tremendous trouble, starting with me dragging him across your living room, he begins, moving back toward my house.
No! I yell, yanking him back toward me, watching him stumble in an attempt to stabilize himself. I hold him with all I have, hearing my rapid heartbeat fill my ears as he now stands over me, both of his hands on the wall above my head. If you tell him I know that he did it, it won't be safe for either of us, I whisper, grasping the front of his uniform with shaky hands.
Forrest, I need more than that.
I can't tell you, I begin, pressing my head to his chest with a large sigh. But please trust me when I tell you that I want to so desperately, I say, as my voice filled with many layers of festering emotion. There is a pause between the two of us. It's a moment where the silence is close to deafening. His hands come over my head, gently running his hands through my hair, starting from the top of my neck and trailing down the length of my back. Instead of pushing me away, he pulls me closer into the leaned position I have found on him, moving his hands from my hair to my waist, touching the bones of my hip with his large hands. I try and deflect his hands graze over my mark, nearly losing my breath once his fingertips glide over the top of the rough skin. Like fire in my blood, something awakens inside me, clawing free from the depths of my mind, sending all of me into overdrive. It coaxes my mind, making every part of me burn hot. Every emotion flows through me. Pain, fear, power, and lust all come together to sink the teeth into the comforts of my mind. His hand grasps tighter, pulling me in closer, seemingly unable to see on the surface what is happening within me. I close my eyes, letting myself sink into his touch. Once more, my mind does not feel alone, housing one another, barely able to keep back their creeping presence. I focus on that foreign energy within me, expecting to want nothing more than to shove it away. But instead, I embrace it, feeling the mix of pleasure and security it brings me the more I allow it to explore my mind. His hands move up from my hips, traveling to the side of my face, touching my heated cheeks with even warmer hands. I grasp his front, feeling the muscular torso lingering beneath the black uniform.
"Where were you just then?"
he questions, running his thumbs over my cheeks in gentle motions. "With you," I mutter, smiling against the rolls of his thumbs over my face. The feeling fades away, leaving as quickly as it came. Unlike every other time before this, my mark fills with pleasure, exploring my body in relaxing waves. Is it him? I question internally, looking over Xavier's kind eyes. Was it you just then? I whisper, seeing his eyebrows pull into a look of confusion. Several footsteps scuff the ground of the earth, growing closer with each passing second. Xavier looks ready to say more, but is promptly cut off by the sound of my friend's mindless chatter.
"This conversation is far from over,"
Xavier whispers, pressing his lips to my ear, sending a wave of chills through my body. He pulls his hands away from me, taking a step back. He puts his hands back into his pockets. My father and friends round the corner of the house, looking between the two of us with wide-eyed gazes. Xavier leans into the wall, looking down at the shattered camera my father has now taken notice of.
"What happened?"
my dad questions, moving to get a closer look.
"I'm assuming a bird hit it. Can't trust those genetically modified flying rats,"
Xavier says, deflecting away from his vandalization. I smile at his quick response, watching him shrug his shoulders in amusement.
"I guess maybe we should have just kept them as target practice for officials in training instead of letting them breed and explore New Haven,"
my father says, shaking his head at the broken camera.
"Officials get to do target practice?"
Max questions, relaxing his rigid posture.
"That and so much more,"
Xavier says, flashing his mesmerizing grin at Max.
"How hard is it to be placed in the official training program after you complete Judgment Day?"
Max questions, stepping closer to the man he wanted nothing to do with moments ago.
"Why don't you three get to school? Xavier can take Max back once they are done with their conversation. Only one of you needs to be late,"
my father says, urging us forward and away from the side of our house with a nudge of my back. I don't argue, giving Xavier one last look of empathy for the conversation he is about to dive into.
"If you want to make it, you'd better go now,"
my father says, pulling my attention away from the two blondes gradually getting deeper into a conversation. I don't try to linger, allowing myself to follow behind Ray and Kai's quick walk to the tram, leaving the events and stolen moments on the side of the house in the safest parts of my mind. Kai's eyes avert to me every few steps, ready to hit me with a line of questioning he knows is sure to piss me off. It is not very often Kai is as quiet as he has remained for the duration of this walk. Instead of taking long strides to walk ahead with Ray, he lingers behind, messing with a thread on his sleeve while making no attempts to start a conversation. "What is it, Kai?" I question, unable to bear the longing look he gives me whenever he thinks I don't notice he is staring.
It's nothing.
Already, he is undermining my ability to tell when something is off with him. You've been staring at me this whole walk like I have "unfortunate lover" written across my face. We both pause, looking over one another with varying expressions. So spit it out, I finish. Ray is too caught up in her pursuit to make it to the tram in time to notice our sudden stop. I tear away the thread on his sleeve, giving him nothing else to focus on.
You and Xavier were inches apart when I saw you two together. Are you sneaking around with officials now to piss off Dad? Kai questions.
His utter lack of ability to recall anything about what the other officials did is becoming increasingly unbearable, especially when he speaks of them as people I would like to spend my time with. I'm not sneaking around with anyone. My voice comes out angrier than expected. You can't even begin to understand what the hell I have been dealing with. Xavier has been helping.
By cozying up to you when you are clearly having issues that make you more vulnerable?
Kai throws back at me, stopping my train of thought. I'm not having issues, I whisper, feeling the pain linger in my chest from his comment. He crosses his arms, looking down at the pavement with sorrow.
Are you getting the hallucinations again, Forrest? Kai continues, not looking up to address me. If you're seeing things again, I'm sure Mom can up your medication.
You knew about the meds? He looks startled by the question, covering his mouth as if he was not supposed to speak of it to begin with.
Listen, it doesn't matter what I know. Even the wealthiest untouchables sometimes have to medicate. If you tell Mom and Dad you are struggling, maybe they can take you in.
My anger washes over me like a tidal wave. I'm not struggling, I yell, forcing myself several feet away from my brother, touching the scar that lies behind the back of my ear. Even Ray pauses her walk, turning back to see just how far ahead she has gotten. Kai is dead silent, clasping his hands together patiently. You may think you have all of this figured out, Kai, that you're above everyone else when it comes to understanding how the world works, I begin, pointing at his chest. But you have no idea who I am, and I'm tired of you pretending you do, I continue, angrily backing away from him with small grunts.
So what? He questions angrily. You spend 2 minutes whoring it out with an official on the side of the house, and suddenly you're too much of an outcast for me to understand? Do you think you're the only person who struggles to find their place, Forrest? Because you're not. Your whole life has been handed to you, yet you walk around like you don't want it. I don't want it! I yell, watching his body tense up at the remark.
You can follow along and play the perfect son. You can listen to the rules and pretend that you've had a choice in where you stand in this whole fucking ant farm we live in. But what you won't do is pretend for a second that you understand how I feel. Because if you did, you wouldn't be looking at me like you are right now. You wouldn't be looking at me like I'm crazy.
Maybe you are crazy. Mom and Dad should have never relied on those pills when you started seeing things that weren't real. Kai spits.
Angrily, his eyes drop, narrowing in a way I have only seen reach Fallon's gaze. I scoff at the comment, nodding as my feet begin to back me away. A small laugh leaves me, supported by the countless emotions encompassing my chest the closer I move to Ray. I can see the regret wash over my brother's face as his hand runs over his tired eyes. Maybe I am crazy, Kai. Go ahead and add it to the list of reasons you look down on me instead of being my brother, I whisper, turning my back on him and moving straight past Ray's solemn expression. There is more he wants to know. There is so little he has chosen to say. Every word he spoke to me felt like another weight on my chest. I don't even try and talk to Ray as I move past her. Nothing she can say will make any of this better. The tram is already filled with students, some more lively than others. My legs burn as I continue my rapid pace forward. His dark black curls poke out from beneath the hood of his jacket. He grabs the railing, readying himself to get onto the vehicle. His head is craned in my direction from my yells, giving me a look of confusion the closer I draw to his paused position on the steps. I grab the metal railing, taking a few steps ahead of Fallon to make myself taller. I drag down his hood as I move up the steps, moving in just close enough that the words between us will only be our own. Turn me in. I don't care. I am not begging for your answers anymore. I know you know the truth, and you will give it to me, one way or another, I whisper, watching his jaw clench at his utter inability to speak freely with so many eyes around. Mark looks over the exchange with wide eyes. Still, I offer the gentleman a soft smile, ensuring he knows it is for him. My shoulder shoves past Fallon, meeting a chest much harder than I expected. A few of the regular riders peer at my smile toward the driver, giving me a few looks of surprise the closer I move to my standard seat. Fallon clenches his hands as he sits at the end of the bus. I stare at him, only pulling my attention away to eye down a fellow passenger whose eyes have yet to leave me. I've seen them around the academy a few times, but not frequently enough to put a name to them. What? I questioned toward the watchful passenger. The accusation lingering in their stare is enough to make anyone snap. Utilizing their better judgment, they look away immediately, guiding my gaze as I watch my brother and Ray get on board with no acknowledgement to Mark. Not that they ever do. Since when do you smile at that nasty man? One of the girls asks in a genuine tone. I'm caught off guard by her question, cocking my head at her with annoyance. I'm not sure. Maybe I am feeling generous, I say, not knowing what else could be said in this situation to improve it. Even from here, I can hear Fallon's small scoff at the comment, making my blood run hot with anger at the idea of me bringing him any joy. Kai and Ray sit next to me, neither one of them trying to engage back into a conversation with me for the duration of the ride.
Chapter 15. Kaiden. Angrily, I hike up my jacket, wanting nothing to do with the brisk weather or the task of trying to find a few perfect leaves that haven't been trampled by the feet of my companions. The grounds are so well kept you almost wouldn't know it was fall, or that only a short time ago, the grounds have been destroyed by an unnamed deviant unfortunate wanting to ruin perfectly good koi ponds our parents had petitioned for months prior. Remnants of the movie still linger, with a few missed popcorn bags tucked away beneath the booth window used solely to distribute treats to untouchables. Since last night, I have been fighting back an unbearable headache. Ray mentioned having one this morning, and Max was too preoccupied with my sister and the officials even to acknowledge my question. I sometimes pity his utter want to satisfy her. I'm half convinced the only reason he is interested in speaking to Xavier about his job is due to my sister's sudden want to always be around the charming blonde who isn't him. I know she was hoping I didn't see anything when I saw them on the side of the house, and for the most part, I didn't. Never in my life has she willingly allowed someone to be that close to her. The way they looked at us when they pulled away, you'd think they had just committed a crime. Maybe Forrest finding some sanctuary in the man would suit her in many ways. She can't spend her whole life making poor decisions and hoping I will be there to help her brace for the fall. Maybe if she cozies up to an official, he will have more luck regulating her sudden mood swings than I have been able to. I drop another broken leaf, questioning how possible it is to get away with just taping two similar ones together and making my teacher work with it. A small area of the grass in front of where the tarp once stood is withering away, pale and void of color, dying while everything around it thrives. I run my finger over the dry grass, raising my hands to meet the intense bleach and weed killer stench mixed into one vile concoction. I quickly shove down the gag, trying to reach my throat, doing my best to wipe away the residual odor on my pant leg. Motion of activity in one of the farther bushes lining the grounds creates a clatter of noise. I stop my disgusted scowls, looking over the moment with curiosity. Without thinking, my legs begin moving for me, pulling me further away from the patch of chemicals on the lawn and closer to the shaking branches. My hands are tucked deep in my pockets, far enough away from my nose I don't have to catch another whiff. The uniform-clad figure is kneeling behind the bush, covering themselves in the dirt around their white stockings. I see her brown hair wound tightly into a ponytail on her head. Her sharp jawline and green eyes scan the area in front of her, clawing her hands into the surrounding dirt to make more room for whatever is in front of her. I have to stop myself from yanking her back by her ponytail, ready to question how she could dig around the ground at 10 in the morning. Forrest? I begin, ready to hit her with a line of questioning while dragging her away from the foliage. Her body shifts away from its position, giving me a clear look at what it is that has her knee-deep in the earth. Her eyes shift up to mine. Her jaw clenches as she gives me multiple moments to observe what is now in front of me. 3 significant claw marks coat the ground beneath her knees, managing to cut through a few of the rocks with a black singe. The wood and greenery around the slashes are scorched, all burned away as if a lighter had lingered on the space for multiple minutes. The indent of an animal's paw is pressed into the earth. She has made a space for the wreckage, making it more noticeable. I think I saw something hiding here last night, Forrest says, pausing as she looks over the space around her. I see now just how many branches are broken. Something large had to be standing where she now kneels to cause the amount of damage inflicted. It must have left this behind in the process, she finishes, rising from her knees to finally join me on the other side of the bush. I help her wipe away the dirt from her clothes, trying to prevent a brown smear from coating her legs. Wouldn't the officials have noticed something big enough to leave these marks? I question. Her nose scrunches at the mention of officials. It upturns how it usually would have had I mentioned an unfortunate. It's uneasy to look at the scorched space. Her hands fumble in her bag, pulling out her sketchbook as she begins to trace a quick image of the area in front of us. Her hands work quickly to be as detailed as possible. I finally hear her small scoff leave her throat once she fully processes my question. I don't think the officials even knew it was there. They must have been too preoccupied handling other affairs last night, my sister says, hiding many emotions within such a brief statement. What are you even doing outside of class? I question, pushing the bush back to its normal concealed position to stop her rapid sketching. She looks over the paper with little satisfaction before shoving it back into her bag. Her hands are coated in her charcoal. She glances toward the wilted grass. It never showed up to my first period. Why are you out here? She states, keeping her eyes on the bleach stain in the grass behind me. I need some leaves for ecology. What happened there? The ground is covered in chemicals. I question. Once more, her nose scrunches anxiously, giving me my answer on whether or not she knows more than she is letting on. As I said, some people were preoccupied handling other affairs last night. She reiterates. I reflect on how close we sat to that patch of worn grass. We were feet away from that spot. I feel like if they decided to spray chemicals last night, I would have noticed. And don't feed me that bullshit that it happened after we left. I can see it all over your face that something is wrong. What aren't you telling me, Forrest? I push, half expecting her to hit me with the truth and ask me for whatever advice I can offer like she always has. Instead, she stands her ground, looking me over with lowered eyes. I can't tell you. They won't let me. She whispers, only adding to my list of questions for her. Who won't let you, Forrest? I question, grazing her goosebump-ridden arm with a gentle touch I know she needs right now. Her eyes dart behind me, causing her to pull away from the touch. I look behind me at the 2 officials walking outside, both deep in conversation as they exchange a few laughs. I keep my eyes toward them, ready to motion them over. Maybe they will know what to do about the tracks. I begin, raising my hand above my head as I wave. I look back at Forrest, dropping my hand instantly as I watch her foot cover up the track and the soot with multiple kicks from her shoe, coating the track in a layer of dirt. She pries the branches back to their original unbothered position, even going so far as to shove me a few feet forward along with her. farther away from the bush. She covers the damage like it's nothing, giving me no time to react as the officials finally take notice of our presence. Forrest, what the hell? Kai, shut the hell up and let me talk. She hisses in a tone I've never heard from her. I close my mouth without thinking, letting my line of questioning die off the closer the two men approach us. The two men are ones I have seen occasionally in passing. One younger, the other Adam. Forrest still grips my shirt, clenching it with white knuckles. She shifts uncomfortably where she stands. The men pause in front of us, looking us over with equal looks of confusion. Adam's gaze lingers on my sister, watching her much longer than what I'd considered comfortable. She holds her head high, offering him a small smile once he clears his throat. What are you both doing out here? Adam questions, only looking at my sister as he speaks. I was helping my brother with an ecology project. We were trying to find some... She trails off, unsure of the nature of my being out here. Intact leaves, but the grounds are so well kept we've been having some difficulties. I finish for her, finally getting my first glance from Adam and the man beside him. Forrest nods in agreement at the comment, drawing in a deep breath. I suppose we might have lost track of time, Forrest admits, tapping the watch on Adam's wrist. I know she could care less about what period we are in. Adam's cold stare turns into a soft smile. He relaxes as he observes her, looking around the area before landing his eyes in the air. I watch his hand rise as a leaf twirls down from one of the high aspen trees. Its golden yellow color coats its surface as his finger carefully grabs the greenery. Adam places the leaf in my sister's hair, tucking it behind her ear. Once more, I watch her nose scrunch. It's a gesture I'm starting to realize only those who observe her often would notice. I'd say that's intact enough. You both had better get back to your classes, Adam says, pulling his hand away from my sister's face. Once again, she gives him another smile. I feel her hand tug my shirt, pulling me along with her, both of us giving the official a slight nod. Of course, sir, she says like usual, acknowledging the other man with a curl of her mouth before dragging me farther away from the pair. I watch her hand claw away the leaf from her hair. Her eyes look wild as her slow breaths become quick heaves. Her hand is clenching my shirt so hard with anxiety, her palms sweat coats my front. Only once she has made it past the side doors with me does she pause, dropping the leaf in the front pocket of my shirt. I ready myself to speak to her, watching her finger press over my lips, silencing me again. This isn't a problem you can fix this time, Kai, she whispers, pulling away from me and moving down the nearest hallway she can. I stand in silence, feeling the leaf beneath my touch as I fumble in my pocket. I still feel the place her hand clenched on my front, feeling the wet material brush my torso as one question lingers in my mind, louder than all the rest. What was she so afraid of? Chapter 16. Andrew. My pen twirls between my fingers, not once hitting the surface of one of the many forms I know I need to begin filling out regarding incident reports involving the events that unfolded at the screening last night. Forrest's sudden shift in personality haunts my mind, eating away at every waking thought. It's as if there is something I'm not seeing. I still see her eyes and how they looked at me when she got home last night. Nothing about her has been the same since this new school year started. His haunting blue eyes still swarm my vision, flashing over my mind each moment I am alone with my thoughts. 5 minutes alone with her is all he would need to make amends for the sin I committed that was not her fault. He looks at her with hate I know is for me. I never thought I'd see the day he'd learn to hate her. I was beginning to think it was impossible despite the code. I look over the file of the tainted they had to expel last night. As far as I know, the execution was far away from my children and their companions. Only after I had seen the itinerary of all that attended did I realize Fallon and another unfortunate were there. Had the shifter not gone after a tainted and ruined the night, I wonder what the blue-eyed boy would have done. He bribed multiple people to get that position working the booth. Finding out his plan has been nothing short of hell. I left you like this 30 minutes ago, yet everything is the same. My wife's voice whispers. Her arm wraps around my shoulders from behind, resting her head on my own as I quickly shut the file, closing my computer screen with a wave of my hand. I can feel her mouth pull into a frown at my secrecy. Her heart is far too big to involve her in the news of an unfortunate child's death, even if they were tainted. Thankfully, she was not tasked to do the autopsy. And now you're hiding your work, she says with a sigh, pulling her head away from atop my own. I grab her wrist, stopping her from walking away from me. With great hesitation, she lets me lead her closer, pulling her onto my lap. I feel her small figure pressed into my chest. A few wrinkles encompass her face in all the right ways, aging her with a grace and beauty even the richest untouchable struggles to find. I run my thumbs over her cheeks, knowing in every way possible she chose me, and I chose her. Not everyone can say that. I'm not hiding things, Katiana. There are just some parts of my work I think are best to spare you from seeing. I admit, knowing any conversation about last night would only lead to countless worries regarding our children. I've seen plenty of death, Andrew. You seem to forget who's in charge of the expulsion tests, she says with a large frown, touching the scar behind my ear with lowered eyes. She looks over my face for a reaction, feeling my mouth curve as it falls into a more prominent frown than usual. She pulls her legs up higher, stringing them over my lap as she presses into me more. I feel her head land on my chest. My hand cups her head, feeling the small indents of her ribs beneath my fingertips. You must focus on yourself, my love, I whisper, smelling her familiar scent of lavender. She pulls away from me, cupping my face between her warm hands while she observes me. Says you. You look like you have not slept for days. What's on your mind? She questions, holding my gaze to her own, never letting up. Our daughter, I admit after a few moments. She has been getting into a great deal of trouble recently, and I can't help but wonder why. I say, half expecting her to question me about how silly I am being. She has always been defiant, Andrew. We both know she got that from you, she says, not once trying to convince me of our daughter's innocence in her actions. You know what defiance leads to, I say, brushing over her scar, her eyes growing slightly wider. An untouchable can only receive so many marks on their scorecard before re-regulation devices are used. Have they used one on her? She questions, not giving any of my points a second thought. Not too long ago. Yes. I begin. My wife's nose scrunches, only making me question the nature of her curiosity more. But they used the devices on a group, not just our girl. It was for her safety and the other students. She was fine. I admit, clenching my jaw as I hesitantly grab the file that can answer all of the questions I am sure she has. I glance at the nearly closed door, making sure the space around us is private as I hand her the yellow file. In most scenarios, showing her this file would only result in my superiors screaming at me. But given her close tie to the tainted's expulsion tests and our children, it is something she deserves to know. Her hands fumble as she breaks open the file. I see her cover her mouth at the image of the girl that had to be dealt with. Multiple pictures of the grounds were taken, all to ensure a quick and effective cleaning of the area. The students' motionless figures all stand out in the photo. Our own children's still bodies were enough to scorch my mind with unpleasant imagery. It was just the one girl who was marked? Katiana questions, holding it together much better than I expected. We call them tainted now, and yes, just the one. One too many. I sigh, running my hands up and down her side. Her eyes narrow at one of the pictures, flipping around the file to point to my daughter's familiar figure sprawled across the ground. Her brother is only feet away from her. "Who is holding her neck down?" she questions, pointing to the figure inches from my daughter on the ground. I feel a pit form in my stomach at the sight of the dark-haired man pressed against my daughter. They both lie still. His hand rests on the back of her neck. It's a gesture so few know will calm her. I keep thinking about his sudden presence, making me question the validity of how much he truly remembers. Is it possible he never forgot? "The unfortunate from the transfer program," I say after a few moments, still trying to process what I see. There were quite a few moments of panic before the attack. Chances are he wanted her to get down before she got hurt from whatever went after those two kids. I say, unsure of how true that theory is. Katiana slowly nods her head as she closes the file. I watch her raise her eyebrows, pulling herself deeper into her train of thought. "Is he the unfortunate?" she questions. My only response, a nod. She clenches her jaw in dismay. "You handled it the first time. There's no coming back from what you all did to him. Don't let your paranoia ruin you. There's no way he remembers," my wife says, speaking with disgust, not directed toward Fallon, but toward the people I work with daily. "From what we all did to him?" I question, throwing her words back at her as she takes a deep breath. "You know how I stand on the situation," she says coldly, reminding me just how little of a say she had all those years ago. I don't mean to interrupt. Xavier's familiar voice says, nudging open the door to my study with a look of pure embarrassment, as Katiana quickly pulls away from my lap. Sneakily, she puts the file back where it belongs. Katiana pats down her clothes, adjusting any areas I might have untucked with my gentle motions. "You said you wanted to meet around noon? I could always come back if it is a bad time." Xavier finishes, unsure of how to react to the situation he has stumbled upon. "I still have some work I need to get done. I was just about to leave," Katiana says, making her way closer to the door with only a brief look in my direction. I mouth an "I love you," watching the smile spread across her face as she slips past the door. Xavier rubs the back of his neck, moving closer once I kick one of the open chairs in my study closer for him to sit in. He takes a seat with a heave, dragging himself closer to me and my flustered figure. "You seriously could have told me to piss off," Xavier says, trying his best to stay on my good side given the interaction I saw between him and my daughter this morning. No one has mustered the courage to speak to me on the matter. I am starting to think maybe it's better that way. "I asked you to stay here to keep me on track. There's no use in having you leave now," I say, pushing past my annoyance at his sudden presence due to my lack of time management. The boy looks tired, holding his head in his hand to stay upright. I see how young he appears while looking years older than Kai. His uniform is put on messily, yet he still always finds a way to be a charmer for all of the women he passes. Unlike most egotistical, untouchable men, he holds himself on no pedestal, never participating in anything materialistic, even when his comrades urge him to. I turn toward my computer, switching it on once more, letting its graphic images pass over my eyes and Xavier's. I see the countless unfortunate elders lined up at the edge of the ward. Each one is taken out slowly, all by the hand of their own chips. Xavier watches the graphic images displayed in front of him with wide eyes. I watch his throat gulp. It's a sorry attempt at digesting the information in front of him. "It's the release," I clarify, clicking away the video before checking off the files of each elder laid to rest, confirming their passing. "What the hell does that mean?" Xavier questions, looking at me with a brief touch to the chip behind his ear. "Don't worry, untouchable chips are not designed to harm us in any way. The new commander requires all unfortunate elders 70 and above to be released to conserve resources. It was their people or ours, I say, listening to Xavier scoff. The same commander who has shown face 0 times since being appointed by the council? Call it whatever name you want. It's public execution. Xavier says, sounding much more like Katiana than expected. Would you rather it be our people? I question, silencing his rant as quickly as it had started. I can't stop Xavier from grabbing the file Katiana had placed down. He scans its contents, letting his eyes linger on the same photo that had drawn Katiana in. I watch his eyes absorb the material, giving me little time to try and pull away the confidential information from him. The chips can't kill us, but they can be used to manipulate your children? Xavier questions, yanking the file closer to him and away from my grasp. Because you are a saint when it comes to re-regulation devices? I begin, watching his face drop into a frown. I've seen your file, Xavier. I know why you could work your way up so young. I admit, waiting for him to respond. It doesn't mean I agree with what I did to get here, he says, most likely reflecting on the countless unfortunate executions he had to take part in to show his loyalty. I know you don't take comfort in it, I say, drawing in a deep breath. That's why I like you, I finish, relaxing into my chair as I watch him scan the file. How much do you know about the tainted? I question, watching him look over the picture of the girl and the claw marks that encase her chest. I know your wife runs the tests that are supposed to keep them out of our population. I know that occasionally some with low levels of mutation in their DNA can get by the tests. Shifters are attracted to them, right? He questions, running his fingers over the marks left on the girl's body. As far as we know, shifters can use the tainted to return their forms to a human-like state. Their DNA is far past the mutation we see in the tainted. Unlike the tainted, they do not possess unknown abilities. All they possess is a bloodlust that we are unable to satiate. We knew there were some tears in the ward. The real question is, how does a shifter of that size make it that far into New Haven without anyone noticing? 2 minutes alone with our weaponry and it would have been down. Xavier closes the file, looking at me with a look of question. What is it? A few men said they went back to the grounds to check for any sign of the events of last night. Not that I knew what the hell they meant since I was running unfortunate sector watch. They said it looked like something large had been sitting in the brush around the school, farther away than where the girl would have been attacked. I had no idea what it meant then, but maybe I do now. Xavier says, running the gears in a brain I know has only caused him to receive praise. And? I question, pushing further. Maybe the shifter was watching, and the girl and her partner just happened to stumble across it. If it wanted to wipe out more students, it would have. I don't think it intended to be seen, considering how far it got into the sector. Xavier says, painting the picture of last night in my mind. What could it have possibly been watching? I question. He looks confused by the question. I'm not too sure. What are they most drawn to? Xavier questions. Tainted, more specifically the blood of them. I say, watching his shoulders shrug sleepily. Maybe there was someone worth hunting that we don't know about. Xavier says, making a chill run down my spine like a cool winter morning. Xavier opens the file again, grabbing the photo of all the students and pointing to my daughter's figure. Her hand is bruised in the photo. Xavier says, grazing his finger over my daughter's still figure, not once mentioning anyone else around her. One of your dipshits stepped on her hand last night. Xavier continues, I reflect on her wary figure as she held her hand close to her last night. By some miracle, she thought it was her clumsiness. Xavier finishes, drawing in a deep breath as he watches me. I look over the photo, feeling angrier the longer I think of the image of my men trampling my children. If you find out who is responsible, let me know, I say after a moment. Xavier smiles at the comment, giving me a wide grin while throwing his head back with closed eyes. His body leans into his chair, making him look much more relaxed. It wasn't hard to piece together that it was Nick, with all his arrogant table talk in our unit. Let's just say I might have been late today in between eating lunch and dumping laxatives in his morning brew. Xavier says, causing me to suppress a laugh I didn't know I had in me. They told me you had a few cares. I think I am starting to see that, I say, trying my best to keep my professionalism. I have too many cares, Andrew, Xavier says, pulling himself closer to my computer. I think that's part of my issue. He finishes, looking over my tab of to-dos lining the side of the screen. So, are we going to keep talking, or will we get this done? Xavier smiles, clapping me on the back as he opens the video files of today in the unfortunate sector. He crosses off review footage of deviance from my list, both of us wincing at the footage in front of us. The muddy ground and rotting buildings coat the screen. The feeble shopkeepers and sickly children toss around mangled toys while weaving in between barbed wire fences that are not upright anymore. Countless thin citizens work through the streets. Some shops are lively. Others are decorated with slumped-over citizens lying on the sidewalk. I look over the life we have created for these people, rehashing the facade of lies we tell the untouchables about their living conditions to make them feel better. Every day, nonstop labor for our gain is forced onto them by a chip they think is in their head to help them. For the glory and grace of the fucking New World Order, Xavier says in a scoff, shaking his head at the screen in disgust. Glory and grace for some people, I whisper, worrying once the room fills with silence. I always thought that motto was a sham anyways, Xavier says after a few moments, joining me in one last smile before reviewing hours of less than pleasant footage that only few can stomach.
Chapter 17. Forest. The uniform for defense class is an oversized gray shirt and soft black pants, meant to maximize our comfort when working in hand-to-hand combat. This is one of the few classes I have without my brother or friends, leaving me backed away into the farthest wall to avoid Colton and Josh's malicious stares in my direction. The pure thrill those two get from dragging unfortunates across the mats is hard to watch. Keeping my stare forward toward the constant movement around me is all I can do, hiding each wince as another untouchable's back meets the floor. A few officials linger around, waiting to use their prods on anyone but our people. I try my best to avoid contact with them, keeping my head held high to luck out on a partnership, hopefully.
They're looking at you like a meal,
Fallon whispers silently. I turn my head to meet his stoic expression. His back is facing away from the group as he raps his knuckles, bracing his hands for the hard work his people have to go through today. He is silent enough to avoid any looks in his direction. I watch him work the gauze around his knuckles, observing how his arms move. He focuses on his large hands. The gray shirt, unlike me, fits him nicely, clinging to a build I'd rather not try and challenge one-on-one. His shirt is written up on the side, showcasing a worn back and enticing front.
My eyes are not down there,
Fallon says in a snap, forcing my eyes away from my gaze over him and back to his face. My cheeks fill with heat at the comment, only growing redder once I realize how little amusement he has found in my quick look over him. He pulls down his shirt, hiding whatever part of him I had allowed myself to see. "Who's looking at me like a meal?" I question, keeping my head down as I speak.
"The two idiots dragging my people over the mat like they are nothing,"
Fallon says, finishing up the gauze around his hands. I now see Josh and Colton's presence is not only a nuisance to me. Trust me, their existence is less than pleasant for me too, I sigh, pulling my face back up to meet the smirk that has found Fallon's face. It fades as quickly as it came, leaving me questioning if it was even there to begin with.
"You're finally starting to see how I feel,"
Fallon says, returning to his typical negative attitude. The smell of vanilla hits my nose, followed by a flash of blonde hair swaying in my vision. His blonde whore, Valerie, joins next to him, running her hands over his own with a look of satisfaction. I watch her hand reach under his shirt, gently caressing the skin above the waistline of his pants before pressing her lips to his arm. I roll my eyes at the exchange, knowing she had only requested they be sparring partners to get as close to him as possible. Her eyes flick up to me, watching my sarcastic gesture regarding her over-the-top need to be all over him. "Is there something I can do to make you happier?" she questions toward me in a sincere tone, grinding her teeth with hate as she tries to stomach a genuinely kind response to my aggravated figure. It's the most typical thing an unfortunate can say, yet she has made it so backhanded. I look at Fallon, watching him gently move her hands away from beneath his shirt as he stares down at her with a smile. He rubs the tops of her wrist with his thumbs, calming her down. His hands know her body like a map. I watch his lip curl as the rare smile encapsulates his face. I feel something deep within me fill with anger once his smile drops the minute he looks back at me. "Get a room. Not everyone likes watching you be a slut," I admit after a few moments, pushing myself away from the wall, allowing the anger and all of my frustrations to pour out of me in a single statement. I grab my blade from the rack, strapping it to my side, leaving her gawking at me with her pitiful excuse of a confused expression. I don't even try to look at Fallon, only letting my shoulder hit him as hard as possible as I make my way closer to the mats.
"Marks with Danvers, on the mat now,"
our teacher calls out, forcing Fallon and Valerie away from their insufferable moment together. Valerie sulks to their designated mat, giving the teacher a hidden nasty look before pulling her direction back to Fallon. He looks focused, looking over her every moment with curious eyes. People begin to move closer to observe the pair. Rumor is that Fallon has yet to lose to anyone, even untouchables. He is supposed to give them an upper hand. My body moves with the crowd, looming closer to the front than I'd like. Fallon provides the crowd with a glance, letting his eyes land on me for a moment longer before returning to his scan of Valerie.
"First one down for 5 seconds yields," the teacher says, pushing up the glasses on his nose as he looks over the pair. "Better yet, the first one to get the other unconscious wins," Josh laughs, causing many others around us to play into his hateful banter. Even the teacher laughs. The heads of many unfortunates lower following the comment. Fallon looks irritated, unable to say anything back to the man. "Would you say that while pinned under my knee?" I snap, watching Josh's wide grin drop once he realizes who is speaking. Once more, Fallon lowers his gaze as he hides a small look I can't explain, forcing it away with a shake of his head. Josh lowers his eyes at me, giving me a grin that is nothing but good. "Shouldn't have opened your mouth," Josh hisses, filling my body with pure adrenaline. "Sounds like you're scared," I mutter, hearing his friends egg him on with playful side comments and slaps to the back that only get him more worked up.
Multiple grunts pull me from my hateful looks toward Josh and back onto the mat. Unlike all the other unfortunates, these two fight precisely, making sure to hit one another in the places that will keep them down the longest. Where most gently tap, Fallon hits with rigid motions. His hand grabs her wrist, stopping her from delivering the clean blow to his side. All of those careful touches from him fade away, and he forces her down onto the mat by her neck. She lets out a heave of air, growing angrier the longer the man has her on the ground. I watch her slender leg drive into his side, getting a slight wince from him before he moves his hands away from her neck and to both of her wrists, forcing them above her head with only one of his hands. His free hand pins down her waist, letting his knee hold down her legs as she tries to writhe away from the position he has her in. I watch his grasp tighten on her wrists, holding her down as if she is weightless. Something inside me stirs at the image of him in control, wanting nothing more than to shove it into the deepest parts of my mind. She does her best to escape, but is met with more pressure from him. Untouchables begin hitting the mat, counting the 5 seconds for Fallon. He only lets up off her after 5 seconds, immediately pulling away with a wide grin as he helps her back to her feet. She gives him a playful shove, eating up his smile with her own as he wraps his arm around her shoulder, pulling her close to him. Once more, I feel an anger rise within me at the sight, only making my want to collide with Josh grow.
Per usual, Markswood wins,
our teacher says with a small clap, acknowledging the man with the tiniest bit of praise. Fallon looks back at the formed group, stepping off the mat as she leans into his front. We meet each other's gaze. It is becoming increasingly more challenging to watch him with her rubbed up against him in every way possible. Even when pinned beneath him, she looked like she was having the time of her life. His touch is nothing new to her. Every look she gives me mocks the emotions that encompass me. They're feelings I can hardly understand. All he has is hate for me. Hate that she does not have to feel.
We're up,
Josh whispers nastily, shoving me onto the mat. I break my concentration away from Fallon, feeling the aggressive shove of the man once he realizes just how many people are watching us. Our teacher does not try to protest, even going so far as to look over our pairing with amusement. I stumble onto the mat, now unsure of my ability to take down Josh at this proximity. Although smaller than Fallon, he is still much taller than me, having every advantage.
Not so cocky when I'm in front of you, are you, Blackburn? Are you as cowardly as Daddy?
Josh taunts, making my blood boil. I slowly turn my head back toward the crowd, watching the shake of Fallon's head as if he were warning me not to push the man any farther. I take a mental note of where my mark lies on my body, fully aware of how much the black trousers can cover all of it. I tug at the annoying gray shirt, feeling the dark gray compression shirt beneath my clothes cling to my body. Without thinking, I pull away the gray shirt, revealing the much tighter shirt concealing my frailer body. Josh scoffs at the gesture with a look toward his buddies, giving me a pair of raised eyebrows once I toss my shirt off the mat. People whisper in groups. Each pair of eyes is on us like wolves stalking prey.
If I wanted you to strip, I wouldn't have asked you to do it here,
Josh says, getting a few disgusting laughs from his friends who have been known to get too handsy with a woman. I pause, looking over his relaxed position with curious eyes. He thinks he is going to win this. There is no scenario he has played out that ends with him on the ground. I can feel the arrogance rolling off of him. I step toward him, gently touching his chest and giving him a sincere expression. He looks down at me with a cocked head, waiting for me to beg for his forgiveness in front of all of these people. You never asked me why I took my clothes off for you, I say, watching his pupils dilate at the statement.
Why did the untamable Forrest Blackburn do that for me? He questions, letting me in on a nickname I had no idea I laid claim to.
Only one of my shirts needs your blood on it, I hiss, watching his expression change to shock as I raise my fist, driving it as hard as I can into his jaw. His eyes roll around his skull with confusion. His body staggers back, ready to try and swing at me once his vision becomes clear. People gasped with surprise around me. Still, I charge forward, driving my knee as hard as possible into the man's stomach, forcing him down by the front collar of his shirt. His hands claw at my sides, dragging me down with him and onto the floor. I hear his flood of curses as we begin to tangle. My necklace, sure to break the dress code, untucks free from my shirt, dangling in front of us like a toy for a cat. His nail marks burn my sides as he attempts to lean back up. Once more, I grab his collar, forcing him back down into the hard mat. His warm blood coats my knuckles, trailing free from his nose.
You fucking bitch,
he begins, grabbing the front of my collar, already tearing down a part of the front of my shirt. I bite my cheek out of frustration, feeling the burn of my mark as a new feeling enters my blood. Strength. Officials swarm closer, unsure how far they will let this exchange continue. I think of the helpless girl and the life that left her so suddenly. I think of how alone I am in all this, and how the one person who can help me can hardly look at me. I am alone, fighting a battle that has no explanation. I drive my fist into his face again, feeling his hand's grasp finally released from my side and front. My fist raises again, ready to deliver him the final blow that will ultimately shut those malice-filled eyes. My hand pauses in the air next to my face. Even now, in the corner of my eyes, I can see their hands resting on their sensor prods. One more blow, and I am detained. Josh squirms, ready to grab my sides again through the fog of the blood coating his vision. Stay down, I whisper silently in my mind, feeling a flood of energy pass over me. Like he read my mind, his hands slap the mat, meeting his shoulders as they press firmly to the ground. I watch his eyes widen as he struggles to move. He looks perplexed, looking me over as I straddle his defenseless position. Slowly, the officials moved away from their devices, pretending they weren't ready to drag me away from him. I hear the loud yells as students begin to count down for us. Josh remains still, watching my jewelry dangle between us. Turning to look at the crowd, I watch Fallon's back move farther away from the group, leaving Valerie behind so she can watch the scene in front of her.
If I go for her necklace,
Josh's voice utters silently. It sounds distant, quieter, and more faded than I am used to. I turn to look at him, watching his fingers wiggle as he continues to struggle to move in the position I have him in. Your hands aren't getting anywhere near my neck, you cowardly man, I whisper next to his ear, hearing the final few seconds sound off from the mouths of our companions. Josh looks petrified by my comment, physically kicking himself away once I move off of him. He grasps his chest, looking at me like I am a monster as his friends help him back to his feet. I look at him with confusion, wiping his blood on the top of my compression shirt. His friends harp on him for being defeated by a girl. He does not engage with any of them. Instead, he shoves them away, lowering his head out of frustration before moving away from the crowd. I look again for Fallon, watching him give the room one last look before slipping away. A few untouchables begin cheering me on, joining me on the mat with a few words of encouragement at my ability to take down a man so many have wanted to see bloodied for years. The few officials watching over the class look amused, some more than others.
Looks like Markswood has competition,
our teacher bellows, only making my face grow redder as the pain from Josh's nails finally begins to register. Like Kai coming off a caffeine high, I feel drained, already feeling the start of a headache at the sudden lack of energy. I shove past the crowd, already ready to watch the next group. It only takes a few seconds to find myself moving closer to the doors Fallon had managed to slip away from. I listen to the crowd once more get riled up, doing my best to avoid the gaze of my peers and the officials once I realize just how many minutes of class are left. Josh's blood fills my nose with hints of copper, drawing my nauseous stomach closer to release as the memories of the screening begin to resurface. I do my best to shove them back, hitting my shoulder into the door and spilling into the empty hallway. Fallon continues walking away from me, burying his hands in his pockets as he weaves closer to what I can only assume is the art room. He had been watching that whole time, looking unamused every passing second of that fight. I continue forward, forcing my clean shirt over my body, not once bothering to change into the dreaded uniform. Fallon has also decided to keep his defense clothes on, offering me little room to catch up with him given his quick strides. A few seconds after he has, I turn the corner down the art corridor, watching his body disappear behind the colorfully painted art room door. He does not so much as give himself a final look behind him. I am ready to hit him with multiple questions, all starting with why he even decided to talk to me today in the first place. The closer I get to the door, my quick walk turns into a dead standstill. Two officials work their way from the other end of the hallway, twirling re-regulation devices as they look forward. I turn back, half expecting them to be looking at some unfortunate as they always have, but instead, I am met with nothing but emptiness. They aren't heading toward an unfortunate. They are heading straight toward me. Chapter 18. Forest. I try to continue my walk toward the art room, keeping my head down, watching my feet, hoping more than anything they will look past me and keep walking. They both move past the art room, allowing Fallon the opportunity to loom in the doorway in a way that will keep him concealed. I watch his eyes pass over the men's devices, only widening momentarily as we finally make eye contact. He presses his hand to his chest, signaling me to breathe once he realizes who the two men are moving toward. Hesitantly, I take his advice, allowing the first full breath of air to enter my lungs as I ready myself to move past them. Taking a deep breath, I feel the material of their uniforms brush over my arms. I am almost in the clear. A firm hand grasps my arm, stopping me from moving any farther. I pause where I stand, forcing my head away from Fallon. I try to narrow my eyes at him, hoping he takes the signal to move out of the doorway before they stop him, too. One of the men is ready to turn around at my gesture. Quickly, I grab his free hand, stopping him from being able to turn, giving Fallon a chance to conceal himself more thoroughly. Fallon looks confused, questioning why I did that in the first place. There is no way for me to tell him I need a witness for whatever is about to happen. "Is something wrong, sir?" I question, motioning my eyes to the man gripping my arm as harshly as Josh had. His nails dig into my skin, making my eyes flood with tears. "You're not in uniform, Ms. Blackburn," the man says, motioning to my overly baggy display of clothes I have neglected to change. I recognize his voice. He is the one who input the code on the night of the screening. "I wasn't feeling too good, so I decided to leave class early," I admit, sounding as convincing as possible given the men's demeanors. Fallon watches the sight with lowered eyes, gripping the edge of the doorway with a tense hand. "May I ask why you felt the need to grab me so aggressively?" I question, pulling my arm back toward me, allowing myself to step away from the men only to be met with the body of another official now closing in behind me. I hold my arm to my body, feeling the sweat collect on my forehead with each stolen glance at the pistol attached to the men's sides.
"Pardon me, miss. Sometimes I don't know my strength. People get hurt without me meaning for them to," the man says, making my blood run cold by the way he has chosen to deliver the statement.
"Well, I still need to change, so if you'll excuse me," I begin, wanting nothing more than to be as far away from these men as possible.
"Why were you and your brother snooping around the grounds this morning?" the man questions, yanking me back by the collar of my shirt.
So, this is the true nature of their exchange with me. Instinctively, I swat his hand away, looking at Fallon in pure panic. For the first time, he takes a step, pausing once I shake my head at him not to interfere. He looks frustrated, gripping his leg while his foot taps impatiently. "Jesus Christ," I hiss, shoving away the man who continuously grabs me, watching his cocky attitude melt away at the brief gesture. "I was helping my brother with a project and neither of us minded the fresh air," I say, trying to ignore just how close the man behind me is.
"You know, you have been quite the troublemaker recently, Forrest. Your scorecard has seen more marks in the past week than it ever had in previous years," the man in charge of coding growls. His last name is tucked away under his collar. I'm barely able to make out the last name.
"Haywood. You're questioning me as if I am an unfortunate," I say, feeling my hands shake.
Haywood nods his head toward the man behind me.
There are not enough words to describe the feeling that resides in my stomach the moment the man behind me grabs my waist, forcing me back and into him with a wrap of his arm across my chest. His hand slowly moves over my chest, brushing over my breasts as the intense fear of where he is choosing to hold me grows. His hand works its way under my shirt, nearly grazing my mark. Something chill presses to my lower stomach. I feel the hilt before I realize his blade touches my skin. I stop my squirm, feeling the man's hot breath kiss the skin of my neck. He feeds into a maniacal laugh. Fallon has now fully stepped away from the doorway, clutching his side, ready to do something that only leads to them trying to kill him. All I can do is mouth for him to go. The man holding me clenches my jaw, forcing me away from my sideways gaze to Fallon. My mark burns hot, making me want nothing more than to deliver as many hits to both men as I can. Fallon darts behind another indent on the wall, moving closer with quiet steps. "Get the fuck off of me, you nasty pig!" I shout, feeling the man's hand clamp over my mouth as he lets out a laugh.
"Maybe you are closer to an unfortunate than we thought. They usually fight back less when a blade is pressed to them," the man behind me says, only urging Fallon to slowly move one more space closer at the mention of his people.
"I didn't do anything."
"Yes, you did,"
Haywood begins, putting in a line of code with precise movements.
"You were curious. Hopefully, this makes you a little less. If you weren't Andrew's daughter, I would have made you a little more susceptible to my friend's wandering hands so we could have all gained something from this pitiful interaction,"
Haywood says, my stomach almost unable to hold itself together any longer. A pain heats behind my ear, stronger than the first time at the screening. I arch my back into the man behind me, feeling his blade nick me. He silently cusses, putting away the weapon meant only to show force. My head pounds as the heat escalates in strength. Countless hands seem to pound on the walls of my mind, begging to come in and invade whatever it is they can. I bite my lip as the pain becomes close to unmanageable. Fallon is pressed against a wall, concealing himself with one of the window curtains.
She should be good as new after this,
Haywood says, making my heart race. After a few minutes, the pain slowly begins to die down. I force my head forward to collect my thoughts, letting my quick breaths become paced once I realize how much control I need to have to keep myself together. The man's hands leave my body, lingering on all the places Josh had wrecked before quickly spraying a spritz of cure-all on the area he had accidentally sliced. Both men take a step back from me, allowing me to raise my head, blinking my eyes in the same fashion my brother had when he had come to. I force on my best look of confusion, letting my face not show the fear encompassing my body. I let out a small sigh once I realized Fallon had managed to slip away back to the art room. Any scenario in which he would have gotten involved would have ended miserably for both of us. "I'm sorry, I must have spaced off," I say happily, looking between the two men with a smile. They both looked pleased with my comment, exchanging one look before looking down the hallway behind me.
"It's okay. We were only asking you if you were okay."
These fucking scummy liars.
"You were still in defense clothes and they are a bit bloodied, so we figured we'd stop and check on you,"
the man who had felt me up and down says. I force him another fake smile, looking down at my clothes with a sigh. "I bloodied and unfortunate. I was going to use Mrs. Auburn's storage room to change," I say, opening my bag to show the men my uniform. They both look satisfied with my response, giving one another a nod as they both begin to back away.
"Well then, we will leave it to it,"
Haywood says, motioning his partner to follow him as I stare at my blood still coating the hilt of the man's blade. I give them a small wave while I back away. A wave of nausea comes over me the moment I turn away. I think of nothing but getting behind the art room door and away from the confinement of this hallway. There's no way to stop the vomit from leaving my mouth. It burns my throat as I relieve myself over the art room sink. My hands clutch its sides, forcing myself to stay on my feet, reflecting on every place the man had touched me. I see Fallon's figure move to close the door, each camera already turned away and toward the walls, keeping us away from the prying eyes of our government. My hand shakes as I continue releasing, pounding my fist on the side of the sink out of frustration. I finally feel some relief.
"He input code to make you forget the prints and your interaction with them,"
Fallon says calmly. Grabbing a small towel from the clean bin, he begins helping me run water down the sink to hide any evidence of my weak stomach. I keep my head leaning on the sink's rim, watching the water flow. It's impossible to find a coherent thought. "They did all of that in broad daylight," I whisper, still feeling the man's breath touching the crook of my neck.
"They do much worse when they are alone,"
Fallon says. Clenching his jaw, he moves closer behind me.
"I need to clean you up, or else we will both be getting questioned,"
Fallon says sincerely, running the towel under the water for only a moment. "Please don't hurt me," I whisper. His hand pauses its movement closer to my face. I lean over the sink, expecting him to give me one of his usual side comments. There is no time to react once his hand lands on the back of my neck, gently rubbing the skin with his fingers like he did on the night of the screening. I should be shoving him away, screaming at him for touching me so soon after what happened. Each of his fingers hits a tender spot on my neck, working up into my hair, my tension slowly melting away. I feel his hand work gently, moving along my skin like my mother used to soothe me from headaches when I was a child. His free hand moves next, wiping away anything left around my mouth. He continues this gentle touch well after my stomach has settled. My heart races with each brush of his fingers over my neck. Unlike the officials, I feel every part of the touch, wishing for a moment I could lean into him, smelling his scent I have come to know, and explore him in the ways Valerie has allowed herself to. Only for a moment that feeling reaches me before realization sets in. I pull my head up from its position, watching his hand fall from my neck. We both give each other a confused expression. He looks down at me with sad eyes, clenching the towel as hard as he can. My fingers graze the back of my neck. How did you know that calms me down? I question, watching something flash over his eyes.
It was a lucky guess. It works on Valerie. I don't need you all worked up.
Don't lie. You did it once before at the screening, I say, cutting off his rapid eye movement away from my eyes, giving away his lie.
Like I said, he begins with a lean toward me. Lucky guess, Blackburn, he finishes, tossing the towel in the dirty hamper, moving back toward his canvas, leaving whatever interaction we had wash away like the water running down the sink. Can our chips kill us? I question, staring at the running water with wide eyes. A box cutter for a papier-mâché project sits near the sink, bright and shiny, hardly used. Untouchable chips are non-lethal. I can't say the same about unfortunates,
Fallon says, grabbing both his and my canvas, letting his eyes linger on my portrait that still has no meaning. What do our chips do then, other than dictate us? I question, watching his eyes narrow for a moment at the ground.
They can confuse you, make you remember things wrong, even marked like us,
Fallon says, using a name I have only heard in whispers between officials. Marked, tainted, all the same. Words that leave the mouths of those who speak it like scripture meant never to be repeated. And if the chip leaves us? I question, feeling the cool metal of the box cutter pressed to my palm.
Free will, I suppose,
Fallon says, his voice drowned out by the sound of the water in the sink. With little care, I raise my hand to my ear, feeling the cool metal of the cutter pressed to my scar, ready to tear away at the ticking time bomb in my head. I feel the tiniest tear begin, ready to yank it clean away from my mind, crushing it beneath the sole of my shoe. "Forrest!" Fallon yells, yanking my wrist far away from my ear. Fallon slams my hand on the counter, forcing me back into it with him. I drop the blade, focusing back in on my reality. His wild eyes look over me. His knee has me pressed against the counter, his hand holding my wrist, his other clutching my waist. I feel the warmth of his hand above my clothes. He looks feral, ready to rip off someone's head just as he had in the hallway.
"Did you not hear me?"
he questions angrily, moving his hand away from my hip. He gently grabs my jaw, making me look at him. The warmth of his body so close to me sends a fleet of emotions through me. It's different from Xavier and Max. For some reason, I am not afraid. I want him here. I want him to crave this touch. It makes me feel awake, but he resents me as much as I should him. It shouldn't be in my head.
"It will kill you if you try to remove it. It is attached to your prefrontal cortex. Remove it and you go with it," he says, tossing the blade across the room out of frustration.
He leans in closer, looking over my wide-eyed expression.
"We don't make decisions like that. You don't get to decide that," he hisses,
letting his thumb run down my cheek. His nose is inches away from my own. His blue eyes only look that much bluer at this angle. A slight warmth in my stomach grows once I take notice of where his hands are. "We?" I question, leaning closer out of anger. He lets me go, biting the inside of his cheek with a shake of his head.
I meant you,
he clarifies. Once more, he darts his eyes away from my own. I thought you wanted me dead. It would have just made it quicker for you, I say, watching his hands drag across his face as he lets out a defeated laugh.
You know nothing about what I would like to happen to you, Forrest. My wants eat me alive,
Fallon says slowly, only growing my confusion about a comment I can't even begin to decipher. I look down at our clothes, turning my head toward Mrs. Auburn's small closet. We need to change, or else it's just more talks with officials, I say, pulling my bag closer. Fallon gives me a nod.
You go first. I'll join you shortly,
Fallon says, catching me off guard with a comment that makes my face fluster. I don't know if there is enough room, I begin, trying to work out the image of him and me both changing in such a confined space.
It was a joke, Forrest,
Fallon says, showing me his first genuine smile. He rubs the back of his neck.
You were supposed to tell me to fuck off,
Fallon mumbles, now being the only one to make me smile. He looks caught off guard by the upturn of my mouth, letting his eyes watch my lips. Then fuck off, I say jokingly, moving closer to the closet.
Is that what you wanted to say?
Fallon asks after a few silent moments. I pause, ready to let the yes leave my lips, like I have been conditioned to say. I wait, giving him one last look before closing the closet door in a swing. I think this time I can allow my answer to be up to the interpretations of his mind. We pat down our uniforms, doing our best to keep them orderly. I smooth down my skirt, wincing every so often at the small incision I had given myself behind my ear and the nail marks Josh had left on my skin. Waiting outside the closet, I clutch my sides, counting down the 5 minutes before Mrs. Auburn will barrel in here to get prepared for her lesson. A small part of the closet door is ajar, giving Fallon and me the light we needed to change. Only a few times had I caught him peeking inside, only to look away the minute my head turned in his direction. It is now me sneaking glances into the closet, looking over his scarred skin as the muscles in his back move along with him. Unlike him, my reaction time is much slower. I pull away my gaze more noticeably, only making my cheeks flush with red each time he catches me. I glance over at his canvas perched on the desk, slowly moving closer to its intricate colors, all working together to create a solemn image. I pull myself away from the closet, no longer focusing on my appearance or the sound of the door opening on its hinges.
It's not ready yet,
Fallon says. His hand brushes away my hair from behind my ear. I flinch away from the gesture, still unsure how to react to the gentle touches he has decided to allow himself to give today. Quickly, he sprays a small amount of my cure-all behind my ear, pulling it away from my outstretched hand when I try to grab it from him.
You're not getting it back that easily, little dove, he says,
holding the cure-all high above his head, enjoying the frustrations growing at his ability to hold something over me. You're as insufferable as that nickname, I say half-jokingly, moving away from him and closer to my canvas. Wincing as I bend down, Fallon holds his position by his canvas.
How bad did he get you?
Fallon questions, watching me grab my canvas before I sit in front of his desk. It left a mark, if that's what you're wondering, I say, trying my best not to reflect on the feeling of the man's nails digging into my side.
He deserves a boot in his jaw. All of the untouchables do,
Fallon barks, taking a seat. I shake my head at him. All of them? I question, looking back at him angrily. Pondering, he reflects on what he said. It does not take long for his frustrations to rise, aiding in the return of his standard stoic look.
Well, it's not like they have many redeeming qualities,
Fallon says, taking 3 steps back from the kinder personality he showed me only for a moment. Stop talking, Fallon, I hiss, feeling my frustrations rise at my sudden shift toward the man who hates me.
You have no idea how much I wish I weren't here. Every time I am here, it's like torture,
he quietly starts. My words leave me before I can stop myself from saying them. Then go back to your sector where you can wallow with your blonde whore that you can't seem to get enough of. No one asked you to be here, I hiss, looking back at him with frustration. He pauses his stroke on his canvas. Angrily, he peers up at me, watching me return to my mindless strokes across the work of art.
She gets in your head, doesn't she? Why?
Fallon questions, tapping his paintbrush on his desk while he waits for a response. I ignore his question, continuing with my strokes. I'm not sure, honestly. I think I might be losing it, I admit after a few moments, waiting for his snarky, snide comment at my rude remark.
Maybe you are,
he says after a few moments, giving me a long sigh.
But if that's the case, then I guess I am too,
he says, pausing to review my work.
Your art is beautiful,
he says after a few moments, once more hitting me with unexpected banter. Why do you do that? I question, turning in my chair to face him, pulling away his paints to get him to focus on me.
Do what, Dove?
He questions, using the nickname he has coined for me for no reason. All of it, Fallon. The nickname, this, I begin, motioning between us. Why do you act vile toward me? You act like you hate me, then say something like that, I question, watching him lean back in his chair as he clenches his jaw.
As if your hate is not as obvious,
Fallon says, cocking his head at me, relaxing even more. I don't hate you. Why would you want me to? I whisper, gently placing his paints back down. Again, his eyes flash with something I can't recognize.
I know you don't, which makes my life much harder,
he begins, leaning forward in his chair. His face comes inches within my own, avoiding my question entirely.
If you were smart, you would have enough hate for the both of us,
he mutters. I scrunch my nose anxiously in thought, trying my best to piece together a response to a statement like that.
There's nothing to be anxious about,
Fallon begins, catching me off guard with a sudden comment. I watch his eyes meet mine again. He lets his finger touch the end of my nose with a tap. My face fills with warmth at the touch.
You do that when you're anxious. Nothing about right now can hurt you,
he whispers, pulling back to his usual position at the sound of Mrs. Auburn entering the room with handfuls of supplies she has no business carrying alone. We both look toward the woman, waiting for her eyes to land on us. All she can do is let out a giant sigh of defeat. You will not believe the day I had today, she says, sitting in her chair. You're telling me, I say silently, feeling the tiniest bit of satisfaction at the smile hidden behind Fallon's canvas. Rolling my finger over the tip of my nose, I reflect on his ability to see a quirk of mine I had never even noticed. Perhaps his hateful observation of me runs more profound than what meets the surface.